Chapter 657. In fact, the junior colonel didn't expect that his first meeting would be like this. Talking to three terrifying demons under the blue sky and blue sea on a warm reef. Although it wasn't a friendly exchange, it was much better than he expected. At least he didn't have an arm or a leg broken or his life threatened. From the looks of it, this Lord of the Wei River didn't seem to be as difficult to get along with as Lord Donghai thought. Since it was a good start, the junior colonel naturally told him everything he knew. He was happy to tell Li Yunxin about the 10,000-year-old ancestor. He believed that by doing so, the great fiendish demon would be even more apprehensive. It would also increase his chances of survival. The junior colonel spent half an hour telling the story in detail. During this period, in order to leave a good impression on Li Yunxin, he summarized many things in detail. He brushed over the unimportant ones and spent a great deal of time explaining the important ones. It was as if he had made all these things into a story. At first, the ninth young master was impatient, full of contempt for the ancestor. But soon, he was attracted by the junior colonel's story and listened with great interest. According to the junior colonel, the 10,000-year-old ancestor lived longer on the sea than Shinryu, and even longer than many big demons. In this world, it had never been determined whether humans or demons had the longest lifespan. Mortals couldn't live more than 100 years. After cultivation, they could transcend and live a long life. When they reached the perfected being realm, they could be called immortal, but in fact they would die. If a profound realm cultivator couldn't enter the Grand Supreme realm, the longest recorded lifespan was 3,000 or 4,000 years. It was said that this was because the cultivator's body also had a limit. The body of a mortal was like a paper bag. The paper bag was filled with air. When they began to cultivate, the air would turn into water, and the body would be reborn and become a bag. The more they cultivated, the heavier the things inside would become. Maybe they would become mercury or iron. Therefore, the outer shell would be stronger. When they reached the profound realm, the body would be unbelievably strong. But the spiritual energy inside would also become stronger and stronger. If they couldn't enter the Grand Supreme realm, their body wouldn't be able to bear the spiritual energy inside, and they would explode and die. However, this process was extremely slow and would take thousands of years to complete. However, there was a way to stop the growth of spiritual energy. However, when one's cultivation reached a certain level, the spiritual energy in one's body would be integrated into one. When one moved, sat, or lay down, the spiritual energy would circulate spontaneously, regulating one's breathing and breathing. Unless he dispersed his spiritual chi or his own cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to do so. However, no matter which one it was, it meant that he would die and his physical body would not be preserved. As the saying goes, there is no retreat in the path of cultivation. This was also the meaning behind it. At the Grand Supreme realm, one should be able to live longer. However, no one knew what the limit of a Grand Supreme cultivator's lifespan was. After becoming a Grand Supreme, one would have to ascend. In the past 1,000 years, there had been no news of the Celestials, and the Grand Elder had not been able to ascend. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. However, it was very common for demons to live for a long time. Profound realm demons like Lord Dongting, who had lived for more than 3,000 years, weren't rare at all. It wasn't strange for a true realm demon to live for 1,000 or 2,000 years. When a cultivator reached the transcendent state, their lifespan was only 200 or 300 years. But when a demon reached the transcendent state, he could live for nearly 1,000 years without seeking death. The ocean was vast, and there were more demons in it than on Midland. Shinryu appeared 2,000 years ago. But before that, there were already many demons in the East Sea who had lived for more than 3,000, 4,000, or 5,000 years. At that time, the demons were like the feudal states on land. The vast ocean around their lair was their sphere of influence. Some of them were cruel and liked to go on expeditions. This kind of people always died early. Some of the more docile ones only guarded their own territory and slowly developed it. In the end, they could be considered to be living in harmony with each other and living in peace. When Shinryu appeared, he disrupted the peace. First, he set off a storm of blood and killed all those who disobeyed him. Then, he recruited those who volunteered to join him and assigned 9 immortals to take care of them. When he mentioned 9 immortals, he was vague, because he had only been cultivating for a few hundred years, and he was born under the banner of the Lord of the East Sea. The Lord of the East Sea had always claimed that the previous goddess Penglai was a traitor, so he couldn't say too much. He just needed to let everyone know. But those who disobeyed were killed, and those who surrendered were taken in. There were always fish that escaped the net. There were also some demons in the ocean who didn't like to gather subordinates or take over territories. They only focused on cultivation and wanted to reach a higher realm. These demons might have lived for more than 4,000 or 5,000 years. But because they lived in seclusion, very few people knew about them. Another type of demon was the 10,000-year ancestor. Before Shinryu appeared, very few people knew about such a person. After Shinryu took in many monster kings because there was a system and the demons were able to communicate with each other, they realized something: some demons had supernatural powers that didn't belong to them. Demons were born with several kinds of supernatural powers after they gained enlightenment and gained a human body. They didn't need to learn them because they were born with them. But now, there were some demons that had mastered something similar to Taoism. These demons usually lived in the territories of many monster kings, so they didn't attract much attention. Even if someone paid attention, they would only think that they were really powerful. But as these demons were disrupted and gathered together, more and more people realized that these powerful demons all looked very similar. Compared to other demons, most of them were mild-tempered and knowledgeable. And the knowledgeable here mainly referred to their understanding of things on land. These demons didn't often show their true bodies. Perhaps it was because they wanted to hide their supernatural powers. Some of them occasionally revealed their past, either claiming to be from the East or saying that they had a fortuitous encounter. There were also quite a few who said that their master was the lifeless immortal gate of the Roashue River. On land, everyone respected the celestials, thinking that there really were deities in the world. But on the sea, without the teachings of the celestial gate cultivators, the demons didn't respect the celestials a lot. Most of them felt that they were just another type of existence with great power, like the demons to humans, the fish and beasts in the sea. So when they heard the name Lifeless Immortal Gate, no one cared at first. They only felt that it was just nonsense. This kind of thing wasn't rare in the sea. Any fiendish demon would try to stick gold on themselves. But when it came to Shinryu, the demons that had fused together realized that it wasn't just one of their brothers who boasted like this. Maybe somewhere far away, under the command of a certain demon king, there was someone who said the same thing. This meant that the lifeless immortal gate might really exist. It had many disciples, and when the demon kings were in charge of their own mountains, they had already been scattered all over the ocean, and now they had finally surfaced. Then there was a question. This question wasn't easy to ask. Anyone who found out that their subordinates belonged to someone else would also feel surprised, angry, or terrified. After torturing and killing nearly 100 demons who had exposed their identities, they finally realized that the history of the lifeless immortal gate was long and terrifying. To become a so-called member of the immortal gate, one had to have a lucky chance. For example, a demon who had just achieved the Tao might be found by someone. He said that he had been observing for a long time, and now he would give you some tests. After passing the test, he would guide you to become a member of the immortal gate. Every demon had their own master and could only be guided. They would never accept anyone taking the initiative to join them. He wanted to interrogate a demon and find out who his master was. Then torture his master and ask about his master's master. Demons had a long lifespan, and most of these lifeless immortal gate people had high positions under the demon kings because of their abilities and knowledge, so it was even more difficult for them to die. As a result, one could pull out a string of them. He slowly touched them. Finally, he touched those who were already dead. The lifeless immortal gate was similar to the celestial sect of wonders in that it focused on inheritance. Every disciple clearly remembered their own master, ancestor, and so on. In the end, he discovered It could be traced back to more than 10,000 years ago. Going back further, because the evidence was untraceable and the memories were fuzzy, there was no way to confirm it. But at the very least, the lifeless immortal gate had indeed been passed down in the ocean for more than 10,000 years. At this time, the shock and anger in the hearts of those who knew should have been mostly replaced by fear. The disciples of the lifeless immortal gate were all over the ocean, and there were probably even more that had not been found. Because they had many kinds of abilities and knowledge, most of them were in high positions. For 10,000 years, among these people, some were deputy generals under the Demon King, and some became military advisors. Some became the Prince Consort, and some even became the Demon Empress. If these people had any malicious intentions, they would have been able to turn the entire ocean upside down long before the true dragon showed up. Without the need for the true dragon to take action, they would have been able to turn the entire ocean upside down long before the true dragon appeared. After realizing this, they gradually slowed down, allowing communication to become possible. After a long period of 50 years, they finally understood the truth. The ruler of the lifeless immortal gate was called the 10,000-year-old ancestor. The disciples of the immortal gate called him ancestor in private, and on more formal occasions, they called him sect leader. This 10,000-year-old ancestor was said to have lived for 40,000 years. There were even those who revered him to the extreme, claiming that the old ancestor was born with the heavens and earth and would exist forever. The dojo of the lifeless immortal gate was in the Ruo Shui. Everyone knew how terrifying the Ruo Shui was. No matter how powerful your abilities were, once you entered the area of the Ruo Shui, your abilities would quickly disappear. So no matter how arrogant the demons on the sea were, they all knew not to go into the Ruo Shui. But it was said that the old ancestor's cultivation was extremely high, and he preferred to go to dangerous places. Opening up a dojo in the Ruo Shui was not without its benefits. After all, demons were demons, and they were naturally more cruel and stubborn than humans. Demons had to turn into a human, and once they turned into a human, they would have abilities. Many stubborn disciples all had abilities. What would happen if they caused a ruckus? But if it was the dojo in the Ruo Shui, their abilities would be gone. Demons were no different from mortals, just that their bodies were stronger, and their personalities were more stubborn. To control them, it could be said that it saved a lot of effort. And it was precisely because in the Ruo Shui, if someone else led an army to attack, they would have to follow the way humans fought on land and honestly cross the sea by boat. The sea was vast, and the demons were not good at building ships. So where would they find a fleet to fight? It was also because of this that they realized that the 10,000-year-old ancestor, whether the rumor was true or not, had already firmly held the initiative. And they only found out now, and were making a fuss about nothing. It was really too late. And then until now, the Dragon King of the Sea, like the Lord of the East Sea, searched for skilled craftsmen on land and transported them to the sea to train, was probably because of this. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. If one day something that no one wanted to see happened, and a fight broke out, they had to make sure that they had a way to transport their soldiers over. After the demons knew about this, they gradually realized that the lifeless immortal gate of the 10,000-year-old ancestor did not seem to have any dangerous intentions. That old ancestor never showed his true face, but he also sent messengers to bring a message. It said that he had seen a heavenly being in the past and secretly learned Xian techniques from him. After that, in order to concentrate on cultivation, he went to live in seclusion in the Ruo Shui, in order to put himself in a dead end and then leave the Ruo Shui, or he would die in there. Later, he really did succeed. Since he succeeded, he could not bear to enjoy the Xian techniques alone. So he found those demons that occasionally wandered into the Ruo Shui to pass on his skills. He was originally free to pass on his skills and only depended on fate. But he had lived for too long. Even if he only accepted a disciple every few decades, after tens of thousands of years, his disciples had spread all over the ocean. He was afraid of arousing the fear of many monster kings. He was even more afraid that this secret would be known, and people would come to his door to interrogate him about the Shin techniques, which would cause a lot of trouble. So he endured it, and did not let his disciples leak anything. After that, it was said that Shinryu went to the lifeless immortal gate to meet the 10,000-year-old ancestor. Then he announced that the 10,000-year-old ancestor really had no ill intentions, and the demons released the people of the immortal gate and announced that they would no longer pursue the matter. Until now, if someone was a disciple of the immortal gate, it was a glorious identity. It was easy to get promoted and even easier to stay alive. The Dragon King would occasionally choose some confidants and wanted to send them to the immortal gate. But the 10,000-year-old ancestor really only looked at talent. Some were accepted, and most were rejected. As for what the old ancestor was, whether he was a human or a demon, it was still uncertain. But he should be a demon. Even the Grand Sage would find it hard to live for 10,000 years. The junior colonel said all this, and then said, "I have a relative. He is a disciple of the lifeless immortal gate. A few days ago, he was invited by me, but now that his lordship is in need of people, he temporarily didn't go. There are many capable people under the old ancestor. Wei River Lord killed the 10,000-strong army a few days ago, and there were no people from the immortal gate in the army. But very soon, those people will come to test Wei River Lord's strength. Unlike us demons who only know how to use our natural abilities, they also know how to set up formations, use magic tools, and dispatch troops. Wei River Lord must not be careless. His lordship said that if Wei River Lord can defeat them and make them return in low spirits, it will be easier for him to do things in the future." When the 9th young master heard this, he snorted, "What's there to be afraid of? I have seen hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers fighting with the cultivators of the Celestial Gate on the land, magical treasures flying everywhere. When have I ever been afraid? Little guy, let me ask you, when will they come? Let them see how powerful this young master is." The junior colonel hurriedly turned to the 9th young master and said with a smile, reporting to Lord Tong Tian, "They will arrive very soon. When I left, they were already gathering troops. I reckon they will come any time. Maybe now. We have already been surrounded." 9th young master was taken aback. "Ah," he exclaimed. He quickly turned around and looked all around. "Where? Where? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Recently, if I have given everyone the impression of too much description of the background and details, my thoughts are like this. The main purpose is to create a three-dimensional sense. For example, Xiao Li came to the ocean. Then, everyone's first impression of the ocean may be vast, right? The vast sea, the vast sky. Then it is difficult to have anything else. It is not like on the land, because we live on the land. Just mention a town and instantly imagine houses, inns, and so on. Taverns, streets, pedestrians, hawkers, merchants, and so on. If I say, find sunlight through the shade of trees, again, friends with good imagination may not only imagine a meadow, a big tree, and the scene of the sun shining high up in the sky, but also the scene of young boys and girls tired of chasing and playing, lying on the green meadow with their eyes closed with a slight smile on the corner of their mouth. So I have to spend more ink to write something. For example, when Li Yunxin first came to the sea, he only had an impression of the sea. Then he slowly knew that there was Penglai Island. He also knew that there were many mountains on Penglai Island, and there were magnificent palaces on the mountains. He also knew that there were many demons outside the island, and the demons had their nests. He also knew that the sea was actually very lively, with a social structure and so on. These things have to be explained bit by bit, and then the whole world can slowly appear. So this is not a fluke. I want to build it slowly. Chapter 658. At this time, Li Yunxin's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked the junior colonel, "You said you followed the flow of spiritual energy in the sea. But last night, the spiritual energy was chaotic, and you lost your way. How did you find your way back?" The junior colonel scratched his head. "It's chaotic, but it's strange. When it's almost noon, the surrounding area is no longer chaotic, and Li Yunxin let out a sigh of relief. "Then I guess you're right. We've been surrounded." After saying this, he slowly walked to the center of the reef and lightly stamped his foot, interesting. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound in the sea. It was as if his foot had nailed something to the bottom of the sea, causing the whole seabed to shake. In this short moment, countless golden lines appeared above and below the sea, like a spider web. In the center of the spider web was the stone pillar they were on. Li Yunxin stood with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Friends of the lifeless immortal sect, come out." But the sea was still calm after he shouted. He thought it would be immediately waving flags and loud gongs and drums. However, the scene that he expected did not appear. It was as if everything was just an illusion. The ninth young master, who had previously shouted to show them some power, now had a serious expression on his face. He felt like he was standing on the top of a high wall, and there were archers lying in ambush around him. He didn't know when they would shoot him. Hearing Li Yunxin shout and still not showing up, he felt even more uneasy. He moved closer to Li Yunxin and whispered, "I say, did you see wrong?" Li Yunxin calmly pulled him aside and asked him to give up the formation map under his feet. "I can't be wrong. It's just that the person who came is a bit wild." After saying this, he glanced around and laughed again. Interesting. He always had a strong curiosity about the unknown. For example, everything he saw when he first entered the cultivation world was novel to him. It was like the experience of some people in the game in his previous life. When he first arrived in a world, everything was unknown. He ran around and saw a lot of new things. But after experiencing many things, he had now reached the mysterious realm. Although he hadn't reached the Grand Supreme level, he had a good understanding of many things in this world. He only cultivated the painting Dao, and only had a slight understanding of Dao Tong and Kenzo techniques. But as the saying goes, if you understand one thing, you'll understand all things. It was just like how once gaming fans understood the mechanics of a game. Even if they didn't run through the entire map or experience every activity, they would roughly know what it was all about. Perhaps there were subtle changes, but the boundaries and scope were already imaginable. It was a little boring, but the methods of the lifeless immortal sect were a little interesting. Due to some unimaginable reason, the chaotic flow of spiritual power in the eyes of Xiao Xiao and the others seemed to have some sort of pattern to it. That was why he could sense the arrival of Xiao Xiao. However, he did not sense anyone from the lifeless immortal sect. Although his stomp had forced out the other party's formation, he hadn't been able to find the other party's hiding place. Judging from the current situation, the other party had already set up this formation before Xiao Xiao arrived. Although perception was the same as a mortal's observation, there was a difference between a quick glance and careful observation. However, to be able to escape the perception of the mysterious realm dragons, it was indeed a skill. The cultivation of the person who came was either ridiculously high, able to crush him, or his methods were ingenious, something he had never seen before. However, when he carefully observed it now, he felt some familiar techniques, similar to Dao Tong and Kenzo techniques. It seemed that the origin of the 10,000-year-old ancestor that Xiao Xiao had mentioned was true in some aspects. It was indeed related to the celestial heart of the celestial sect of wonders. Since he didn't want to show himself, Li Yunxin smiled and raised his right hand to make a hand seal. A buzzing sound rang out around the stone pillar, and a resplendent golden light barrier appeared. As soon as the barrier appeared, it spun rapidly, like a winch retracting its string. The surrounding golden lines appeared once again and began to flicker crazily. However, it was still no match for the barrier set up by Li Yunxin, and was pulled over by him like a fishing net. In just a breath's time, the surface of the ocean became empty, and all the strange phenomena disappeared without a trace. Only then did he shout, "Friend, why don't you show yourself?" In the east, about 300 meters away, a human figure finally appeared. The newcomer was wearing a plain green Taoist robe, his hair neatly combed, and he had a neatly trimmed short beard. He was neither ugly nor beautiful, and his face was calm. At first glance, he seemed to be the most common traveling Taoist priest in the Middle Continent. However, the aura around him was strong, and his cultivation was not lower than Li Yunxin's. As soon as the junior saw this person, his expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but let out a cry. Li Yunxin didn't show any reaction, but the ninth young master became anxious. What's wrong? The junior took a step back, as if he could stay further away from that person. As if this would allow him to distance himself even further from the man, he muttered softly, "This is the Purple Knight enlightened." The ninth young master frowned. "Go on." The Purple Knight Taoist has always been the one to contact and coordinate with the Dragon King on the sea. His cultivation is already in the mysterious realm. He can be regarded as a person of the lifeless, immortal sect on the ocean. Now he is here. Ah. The junior spun around on the spot, seeming to be at a loss, or as if he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He kept muttering, "My life is over, my life is over." Hearing this, the ninth young master and Pheasant looked at each other. They had been nervous before, but now he suddenly relaxed, and let out a long, profound realm. Taoist Lord was also in the mysterious realm. Hatred was also in the mysterious realm. Fiend King was also in the mysterious realm. Zither Lady was also in the mysterious realm. After all, there were many profound realm cultivators and demons who had died long ago at the foot of Cloudy Mountain. Don't make a fuss. The ninth young master looked at the junior with disdain and curled his lips. As soon as the Purple Knight Taoist appeared, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. It was not a sneer or a sneer. It was more like an ordinary martial artist visiting a friend on the land. He cupped his hands at Li Yunxin from afar. "Wei River Dragon King thinks too much. I'm the only one who came. I'm not talented enough to be the vanguard. If I can match the Dragon King, I will go back to ask for reinforcements. If I can win by a stroke or two, it will save me the trouble of mobilizing so many people. Wei River Lord, I am here on behalf of the demons in Yingzhou of the West Sea to find a female demon in red. Someone said that the female demon and Wei River Lord are close friends. Does the Dragon King know where she is? If you can tell me, we can avoid the trouble of fighting today." Li Yunxin also cupped her hands. I know. I don't want to tell you." The ninth young master clapped his hands and shouted, "Good brother-in-law, how domineering." The young master was startled and panicked even more. He looked left and right, as if he wanted to slip down the stone pillar and jump into the sea. But Shanji stood beside him and stared at him solemnly. The Purple Knight Taoist put down his hands and still smiled. "Good. Dragon King, please take the first move." With this move, the surface of the ocean was lowered by 3 feet. The 3 feet did not disappear into thin air. Instead, it instantly spewed out a vigorous fog, covering the sky and the sun, blocking out the sunlight. The surroundings suddenly darkened. In the blink of an eye, the white fog had turned into purple fog. It was not because of anything else, but because the dense purple electric snakes had borrowed the fog and were charging towards them in a menacing manner. Li Yunxin was also an expert in playing with thunder and lightning, but he could not create such a scene. This was not because of the demon's own supernatural power, but because it was supplemented by an unknown secret technique, and with the help of the water vapor on the ocean. The Purple Knight Taoist looked ordinary and spoke calmly. But when he made a move, his momentum was astonishing, and he was extremely ferocious. With a loud hum, the shield around the stone pillar shone brightly. But in the blink of an eye, it was suppressed by the purple electric light, so dim that it was almost destroyed. Li Yunxin shouted in a deep voice, Good. He rubbed his hands in front of his chest, and a green steel sword flew out from his chest and nailed under his feet. Once the sword was taken out, the light of the shield shone brightly, but it still could not suppress the light of the electric snakes. The hair of everyone on the stone pillar floated in the air, as if they were alive and felt the imminent danger. He rubbed his hands again and took out a sparkling and translucent lotus. Once the lotus appeared, it immediately turned into countless flowing lights and attached to the shield. With the help of the two, the shield let out a low hum again. Like the golden threads in the sea, it absorbed all the fog and electric snakes. The sea was empty. The sky turned blue again. But when they looked again, what was on the surface of the ocean was no longer water, but raging fire. It had become a veritable sea of fire. Purple Night, enlightened, stood in the air and said with a smile, "This is the means of Shi Yi's mysterious realm." Lordway River found it rather strenuous to receive it. "I thought this shouldn't be the case. Was Dragon King injured? Do you want to fight another day?" Li Yunshin looked at him. Meeting a bosom friend in wine and a worthy opponent in chess is one of life's greatest joys. "Why another day? Feel free to come." Taoist Violet Knight said, "Then please be careful, Dragon King. Now it's time for me to master the mystical realm." The junior officer was scared out of his wits and stammered, "Mmai, Chung Shuamiao. I'm here under orders. Can I?" Before he could finish his words, he heard a wild, angry roar between the sea and the sky. A ferocious devil suddenly appeared, with the sun on his head and the deep sea under his feet. He put his palms together and smashed down. This strike seemed to shatter the void. The gigantic fist blotted out the sun and tore the sky apart as it fell. Along the way, rolling clouds of fire appeared and disappeared, and the dark night sky appeared again, as if it was the boundless universe before this world appeared. The stars in the sky were brilliant, magnificent, and fantastic. The stars fell like a rainstorm, and the space burst like bubbles. This was undoubtedly the magical power of the mystical realm. When it appeared, the fist was above the sky, and the next moment it hit the shield. The whole stone pillar suddenly sank, and even Li Yunshin opened his mouth and shouted in a low voice. This shout seemed to come from the chest cavity of the ocean. The raging fire above the sea immediately dissipated, and the waves surged up to the sky. With a buzz, a layer of brilliant armor appeared on his body, which was the treasure he refined on Cloud Mountain. Chapter 659. However, the armor that was formed from several treasures left behind by the saint shattered and turned into countless streams of light the moment the fist landed on the shield. Before the flowing lights dissipate, a second layer appears on his body. It also shatters. Then the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer, the sixth layer. Every time a layer appears, the stone pillar is smashed down an inch. His face first became pale, then golden paper, then golden blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth, then from his nose, and finally from the corners of his eyes. Before, the ninth young master was calm, but now he is affected even though he is in the shield. Although Li Yunshin is in charge of the big tactical circle, he is still injured by the impact with layers of treasures, not to mention his cultivation at the peak of the realm of truth. Feeling annoyed, he immediately falls to the ground and uses his monster power to protect his heart. Pheasant's cultivation is even lower. He spits out a mouthful of blood and also sits down. The cultivation of the junior colonel should be between the ninth young master and Pheasant. His face is pale and his limbs are trembling. He crawls on the ground and cries for his parents. He keeps saying things like, "I don't want the credit, help," and so on. But now the two super powerhouses in the realm of mystery are fighting, and everything within 100 miles is a dead land. Where can he go? He can only pray that Li Yunshin is really as powerful as the legend says, and can hold on, so that he won't die on the first day. Li Yunshin withstands the 6 waves of impact with all his strength. Then he hears the rumbling voice of the huge demon god on the top of the sky. "Lordway River, it's not a wise move to defend. Why don't you try to divert the force? You're seriously injured now, but I still have 30% of my strength that I haven't used yet." Li Yunshin suddenly shouts, "Do you think you are undaunting?" His words are not understood by the Purple Knight Immortal, the ninth young master, and the junior colonel. But Pheasant understands. He opens his eyes and yells with all his strength, "Dragon King, it's not worth it." However, Li Yunshin raised his sword fingers and suddenly appeared in the form of a fiend god. His entire body was surrounded by golden light, and a red on his forehead radiated a dazzling radiance. A humanoid puppet appeared in his palm. He pressed it against his forehead and shouted, "Let me borrow the Divine Lord's divine power." The puppet's body swelled up and turned into a humanoid figure that was no different from its fiend god body. It also supported the barrier, just in time to see the huge fist smashing down another inch. The barrier collapsed with a loud bang, and the humanoid figure also dissipated. A layer of the scales on Wei River Dragon King's body shattered, but in the end, he managed to persevere. The fiery clouds in the sky vanished in an instant. Taoist Master Violet Knight's fiend god avatar also disappeared, and the surface of the ocean returned to normal. However, half of the stone pillar had already been nailed down, and the pheasant was knocked unconscious on the ground. Xiao Xiao was still conscious, but his limbs were weak. He could only mutter under his breath, unable to escape. Then, he looked at the perfected Violet Knight 1,000 feet away. His Taoist robe was neat, and his hair was neat and tidy. He still had a smile on his face, but he raised his hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and looked. "Although you rely on many Dharma treasures," he said amiably, "Wei River Lord should only have the cultivation of Shi mystical realm. I don't know what injury he suffered, but his demonic power is almost gone. I've never seen someone who could withstand 2 of my attacks and injure me." Wei River Lord said it well. Meeting a bosom friend in wine and a match in chess. It's really satisfying. But now, I's words still count. Wei River Lord told me where that demoness went, and we won't have to fight today. Do you agree? Scales regrew on Li Yunxin's body. He opened and closed them, and clouds rose and lingered around him, clanking. He panted heavily 3 times, then took a step forward and said in a deep voice, again. Taoist Master Violet Knight shook his head slightly and looked at Xiao Xiao. His smile faded a little. "You came to see Wei River Lord last night to report the news. You should have spent the entire night preparing and storing up his energy for today's battle with me. Why did you come so late that he couldn't use his full strength?" The junior colonel was already trembling. Now that he heard Taoist Master Purple Knight ask him this question, it was even more like he was being held by a demon-headed broadsword on his neck. He was so frightened that his soul was about to leave his body. He hastily crawled a few steps towards the Taoist Master and prostrated himself on the ground, calling out, "Taoist Master, please forgive me. Taoist Master, please allow me to report. This lowly one set out last night, but I got lost and only arrived at noon. I didn't know." The Purple Knight Immortal ignored him. He looked at Li Yunxin again. Then, Wei River Dragon King, is he ready to take my attack of Guangxing mystical realm? Li Yunxin raised his hand. Wait a moment. Then he waved his hand again, and a gust of demonic wind swept up the 9th young master, the pheasant, and the junior colonel, and sent them to the top of the sky. The 9th young master only had time to say, "What are you doing?" before his voice disappeared. The Purple Knight Immortal waited for him to do all this, then smiled and said, "You are a loyal person, afraid that you will affect them. But if you die, where can their cultivation go? Why don't?" Li Yunxin grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. He smiled and said, "Immortal, you are wrong. I'm not sending them away. You are afraid that I will use my true power and hurt them. You are the one attacking. Now it's my turn. Purple Knight Immortal, are you ready to take my attack of Shi mystical realm?" The Taoist was stunned at first, then he smiled. "Good, come." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly broke, and huge waves suddenly rose. It was as if someone was stirring up the ocean with a stick. The Wei River Dragon King rose to the sky, grabbed downward with his palm, and shouted, "Then come." The stone pillar he was standing on suddenly jumped up. It was originally huge and long, but in an instant, it shrunk to the size of an ordinary spear and was held in his palm. The stone pillar suddenly disappeared, and the seawater collided with each other. Soon, it swelled up as if there was a terrible power that was about to gush out. The next moment, the hot magma rushed up with a bang, as if he had pulled out the bottom of the sea. Li Yunxin bathed in the magma, and the long stick in his hand that had transformed from the stone pillar was surrounded by purple lightning and golden light. He shook his left hand again, and a green iron chain began to spin in his palm. Each loop was longer than the last, and in the blink of an eye, it had encircled the vast ocean, as if it had turned into an iron cage. Without saying anything, he raised the stick and smashed it. The two were separated by 100 feet. But with this smash, his fiend god body arrived in front of the purple knight immortal in the blink of an eye. But the immortal was not an ordinary person. There was only a shadow left in his original place, and he was 100 feet away. With their strength and speed, it would be too long to even describe the time it took for the staff to smash down as an instant. However, this staff strike was both fast and slow. The Purple Knight Taoist moved with Li Yunxin. In the time it took to raise the stick and smash it down, thousands of afterimages appeared on the surface of the ocean. It was the Purple Knight Immortal hiding and Wei River Dragon King chasing. It was originally just a fight between two people, but now it seemed like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. The iron chain obtained from Bai Yanjun also displayed its miraculous effect at this moment. Aiming at the illusory body of the Purple Knight Immortal, it suddenly stabbed out with the chain. If it hit, even if it couldn't take away his soul, it would still make his body stiffen and suffer the hit. But since the Immortal was said to have an attack of the Profound Realm, he was someone who was about to step into the peak of the Profound Realm. Every strike of the iron chain missed, and it couldn't trap him. But because of this, the Immortal had no time to use any other methods. In this long and extremely short period of time, Li Yunxin actually had the time to shout again, "Formation complete!" When he smashed the Purple Knight Immortal, he left behind many afterimages on the surface of the ocean. If one looked at those afterimages horizontally, they would only appear to be a field of brilliant light. But if one looked down from the sky, one would discover that they actually formed some kind of rhythmic pattern. Following his shout, the afterimages on the surface of the ocean suddenly connected. A clear, clanging sound rang out. It was as if the sky and space had frozen. The ocean surface and space where the two of them were suddenly became a flat surface. A painting. This painting was extremely strange. It was clearly a space that had length, width, height, and depth, but one couldn't see how thick it was. Looking at it horizontally, it seemed to disappear between heaven and earth. Looking up, one's gaze seemed to be instantly sucked in. It couldn't go up, couldn't go down, could only flow in all directions. It was as if it existed in space and time, but also as if it was independent. Ordinary vision and perception couldn't describe this kind of experience. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't be able to imagine it. It was as if the two of them had been drawn into a painting. There was no concept of thickness, only a flat surface. If a person dodged in the vast sky, up and down, front and back, left and right, they could go anywhere. But what if they were on a framed piece of white paper? Now, this space had suddenly become a piece of paper, and the frame of this paper was the iron chain that Bai Yanjun had given him. Like a brush drawing lines on a piece of paper. The white paper had to be filled up. The Purple Knight Immortal darted left and right in the painting, while Li Yunxin followed him like a shadow. The illusions left behind by the two of them quickly filled up the canvas. When the Purple Knight Immortal had nowhere to go and couldn't rush to the picture frame iron chain, with a piercing sound, countless Li Yunxin's illusions smashed their long staffs onto the bodies of the Purple Knight Immortal. At this moment, the people who had been swept up by Li Yunxin's monstrous power were still rising up and hadn't fallen. But the painting paper suddenly shattered. Countless fragments intertwined with each other and annihilated into a blinding light. Some splashed into the sea. Once they came into contact with the water, they instantly turned into a bottomless black hole. The seawater was sucked in with a rumble, turning into a terrifying vortex. There were thousands, tens of thousands of such vortexes. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the ocean was sucked clean, revealing the seabed. The surrounding seawater immediately filled up with a roar, surged, and burst forth with a deafening scream. On the boiling surface of the ocean, the two figures separated, still separated by 100 feet. Li Yunxin had returned to his human form. He held a long staff in one hand and an iron chain in the other. His white robe was torn, his hair was disheveled, and there was not a single part of his skin that was intact. It was as if he had been fished out from a sea of blood. The Purple Knight, immortal, was still unharmed. But there was no smile on his face, and his face was green. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared straight at Li Yunxin. After 3 breaths, he gritted his teeth and spat out, "What technique is this?" Li Yunxin grinned. The row of fine white teeth on his scarlet face was especially obvious. He shook his left hand and put away the iron chain. He swung his right hand and plunged the stone staff back into the water. Soon, it expanded into the stone pillar from before. "This technique is called," he said with a smile, "Dimensional Reduction Strike." Chapter 660. The Purple Knight Taoist frowned. The name is very strange. This method is unheard of. When he said this, he was slightly out of breath. He was like a mortal who had run a long way and now stopped to speak. "But I know what method you used to return the 2 blows I gave you earlier." He shook his head. "Creating a figure is 1 point. Creating 10 million figures in that space is 10 million points. 10 million points of power is added to my body. I have the cultivation of broad life mystery, but I suffered a loss here." He gritted his teeth, but he couldn't hold it in. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly withered, as if his muscles and bones had been pulled out. "I accept it wholeheartedly. Wei River Dragon King Li Yunxin. Your famous name is indeed not in vain." Li Yunxin landed back on the stone pillar. His body shook, scattering the blood. Only then did the golden wound below be revealed. He was naked, but acted as if no one else was watching. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle. He took out some ointment and carefully applied it to his wound in front of the Purple Knight Taoist. Only then did it transform into a set of clothes. The Purple Knight Taoist frowned and said in a low voice, "You are a strange person. I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time." After saying this, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Yunxin raised his head and looked at him. He tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he tossed the jade bottle in his hand to him. "You're not bad yourself. This is medicine. Do you still want to fight?" The Purple Knight Taoist caught the bottle. He seemed somewhat surprised, wanting to say something but hesitated. He stared at Li Yunxin for a while, then said, "No, you were seriously injured. You have the cultivation of Shi mystery, but you were able to seriously injure me. I don't know what other methods you have. With our cultivation at this level, if we really want to decide a victor, it will be a matter of life and death. I've been entrusted with a task, so I don't need to sacrifice my life and cultivation." Li Yunxin laughed. "Then I think you're a good person." The Purple Knight Taoist raised his hand slightly. "We're not friends. They could only be considered enemies who respected each other. Because of your method of hurting me, I'll give you a few words of advice. I have the divine ability of the profound realm of expansive life. But in the lifeless immortal sect, he was not considered to be at the top. Our sect's ancestors' cultivation is profound. It's not something you and I can imagine. You're alone at sea. No matter how brilliant his methods were, he was still just one person. I appreciate your talent, so I advise you to leave the Eastern Sea as soon as possible, or to recruit more helpers. The next time I come, I won't be alone. You can't stop it." As he spoke, he lowered his head and looked at the jade bottle in his palm. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Ancestor can see the future." For many years the prophecy had come true. There are powerful enemies in the sea, and you will definitely be defeated. Take care of yourself. At this time, the 3 people who were swept into the sky by Li Yunxin finally landed. Li Yunxin grabbed the pheasant with his left hand and the 9th young master with his right, causing the young master to fall on the stone pillar. Only then did he smile. "That's great. Many people want to be friends with me, but you want to distance yourself from them. As for whether I will be defeated or not," he curled his lips. "My fate is up to me, not the heavens." The Purple Knight Immortal smiled. He saluted again. "Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared. The pheasant was still dizzy. The 9th young master stared at Li Yunxin like a small, ferocious beast. But because he had been injured by the pressure of the battle between the 2 super experts, he was not very fierce now. He could only shout angrily, "What do you mean? Why did you throw me away?" Can't I help? Do I look like I'm afraid of death? The young master also stared at him. He looked at the direction in which the purple knight immortal had escaped, and then looked at Li Yunxin. They had seen the scene of the two fighting in the sky, but now they still wondered if they were dreaming. That immortal, did he really leave in defeat? Oh my God, how could this Li Yunxin be so terrifying? He got up from the ground and looked at Li Yunxin again. But he found some unusual details. Mortals had to heal themselves when they were injured. Small demons with low cultivation had to do the same. Their demon power was limited. If the situation allowed, it would be less troublesome to let them recover slowly than to spend a lot of effort to use their demon power. But for a super big demon like Li Yunxin, healing his wounds was a piece of cake for them. Big demons had abundant demon power, so the wounds on the surface of their bodies could be easily covered. Even if they had serious internal injuries, they could look as good as new with a shake of their bodies. But now, there were wounds on Li Yunxin's hands, face, and neck. Although the wounds had disappeared and were not as horrible as before, he still felt something was wrong. But he didn't dare to say anything. Li Yunxin's strength was far beyond his imagination. Lord Donghai told him that Wei River Dragon King was only in the Shi mysterious realm. Although this realm was far beyond Xiao Zhao's reach, he had been with Lord Donghai for many years and had seen many high-level big demons. He knew that the Shi mysterious realm was only the first level of the mysterious realm. The second level was the advanced mysterious realm, and the third level was the broad mysterious realm. Beyond, that was the peak of the mysterious realm. Taking another step in the peak was the Taishang Wang Qing. The Purple Knight Immortal was the third level of the mysterious realm, the broad mysterious realm. So when he saw it was him, Xiao Xiao was scared out of his wits. Didn't they say that they would test him first? He would be buried together with him. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Not only did he not dare to act rashly, but he also didn't dare to ask more questions when he saw Li Yunxin's wounds. Only the ninth young master was still angry and stared at Li Yunxin. But Li Yunxin just smiled. Of course you are no match for him, and you can't help him. The ninth young master raised his eyebrows. But then he heard Li Yunxin say, "That's why I sent you away. I knew you would die, but I still asked you to stay. Friends don't do that." This sentence made the ninth young master's anger dissipate by half. When he saw Li Yunxin sitting on the ground and closing his eyes to regulate his breath, his anger dissipated by half. The Baji at the peak of the true realm stamped his feet. Alas, alas, it's all my fault. Pheasant blinked his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't believe that these words came from the ninth young master's mouth. However, Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He had already meditated. He meditated for a whole day. During this time, the wounds on his face and hands slowly healed, leaving only shallow white marks. These white marks were like the scars of mortals. It would probably take a few days for them to fade away. When he woke up again, he found the three demons in front of him. It seemed that they were protecting him. It was still a sunny day, but the sea had become the yellow sea. The battle with the Purple Knight Immortal had swept up all the mud from the bottom of the sea. It would take a long time for a pool of muddy water to clear, let alone a vast ocean. Li Yunxin was once impressed by Kunwazi's means of overturning Dongting, but now he also had this kind of power. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. How long has it been? 24 hours. The ninth young master frowned and looked at him seriously. Are you badly hurt? The junior colonel was tied to the same rope with Li Yunxin at this time. He was shocked by Li Yunxin's strength. Therefore, he was eager to flatter Li Yunxin and said hurriedly, Dragon King has made a great achievement by repelling the Purple Knight Immortal of the Guangxing Mystery State. It doesn't matter if you are badly hurt. Ah, it's still glorious to be hurt. Li Yunxin looked at him. He should be more badly hurt than me. After saying this, he ignored the dumbfounded junior colonel and stood up, but this person from the lifeless immortal school is really hard to deal with. It's weird. He has the shadow of Taoism in Xianmen when he fights. He is not like those perverts who abandon their feelings and desires. He is a normal person with feelings and desires. Compared with the cultivators of the Xianmen of the same level, he is also more powerful. Old ancestor of 10,000 years. Interesting. He looked at the junior colonel again. How many people like him are there? The junior colonel said hurriedly, as far as I know, he is the only one in the ocean. Dragon King can seriously hurt him. Other people must be no match for him. Well, if they come one by one. Well, what will your master do? Dragon King, wait a moment. The junior colonel carefully took out a conch from his arms. He smiled at Li Yunxin and then at the ninth young master. He turned around awkwardly and put the conch on his ear. The ninth young master curled his lips. We have a lot of treasures. I don't care about your stupid thing. The junior colonel smiled and nodded while listening. After listening for a while, he turned around in a daze. Li Yunxin was not in a hurry, but the ninth young master and Pheasant were anxious. What's wrong? Say it. The junior colonel looked at Li Yunxin, say that the Purple Knight Immortal was seriously injured. His spirit left his body and went back to the Xianmin sect. Dragon King, you killed him, he beat him to death. After a long silence, Lord Donghai said, the hall that used to be worshipped by the ministers was now empty, with only 8 people. Lord Donghai was one, and there were 7 others. The Dragon Kings on the sea gathered together, waiting for the news from the Purple Knight Immortal. In the morning, under the persuasion of Lord Donghai, the Dragon Kings who had just arrived finally reached an agreement. They asked the Purple Knight Immortal to kill the arrogant Dragon King of the land. They wanted to see how capable he was so that they could decide what to do next. Because the Dragon Kings also wanted to save face. Although the 9 Dragon Kings occupied a large area of water, similar to the land, there were always some unruly big demons in the territory. They were nominally attached, but in fact they were independent. For the sake of the Dragon King of the land, they sent out all the elite troops. Even if they won easily, they would cause trouble and be looked down upon. In the end, after much discussion, they decided not to send their own people, but asked the Purple Knight Immortal of the Lifeless Immortal sect to go. After the Purple Knight Immortal left, the 7 Dragon Kings thought that maybe the Immortal could subdue Li Yunxin. They didn't have to worry. On the other hand, Lord Donghai was worried about what he should do next if such a situation really happened. But the news was the Purple Knight Immortal was seriously injured. He forced himself to return to Penglai Island and immediately meditated in the quiet room to heal. But the injury was too serious. After 4 hours of rest, he had to immortalize his body and save his spirit. He immediately went to the Lifeless Immortal sect. Hearing this news, the 8 Dragon Kings were silent for a quarter of an hour. Chapter 661. Only the Dragon King of the East Sea was in a different mood. The 7 of them were completely shocked. There was also joy in his surprise. This way, it would be easier for him to do things. Li Yunxin really didn't disappoint him, at least not now. Right now, the stronger he was, the happier the East Sea Dragon King was. After saying this, he stood up and paced around the hall. He paced a few steps in the hall. This is no small matter. Brothers, we have to be careful. As he said this, he observed the reactions of the Dragon King. The West Sea Dragon King was killed, and his true body is still missing. I'm next to him, and I want to find him and support him until I die, but I can't find him. Sigh. A few days ago, almost 10,000 people were killed by Li Yunxin and that demonic woman, and we have already lost a lot of face. Not to mention all of you. Even some of the Demon Kings here are starting to get restless. This matter can't be tolerated anymore. In my opinion, we have to send an army and kill this scourge as soon as possible. Lord Vast, what do you think? Like the Dragon Son on land, the 9 Dragon Kings on the sea had different natures. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Dragon King of the West Sea had similar natures, and they were close to each other. But just like in the human world, as long as there was class and interest involved, there would be discord. The Dragon Island was protected by 3 immortal mountains. They were Penglai, Yingzhou, and Square Pot. The Dragon King of the East Sea was in charge of Penglai. The Dragon King of the West Sea was in charge of Yingzhou, and the Dragon King of the North Sea was in charge of Square Pot. The remaining 6 Dragon Kings were in charge of the 6 wild seas. This wild was the wild in the sense of wild. Among the 6 Dragon Kings, The Dragon King of the vast sea had the largest territory and the most abundant resources. The Dragon King's temperament was also the most arrogant and unruly. It was said that he often said in his dragon palace that the vast sea was equal to the West Sea plus the East Sea. My cultivation is also a bit higher than those two. Why should I ask them to guard Imperial Dragon Island? As a result, he was indignant and had a bad relationship with the three island-guarding Dragon King. Actually, this was quite normal. The ruler always has a way to control his subordinates. He told Jindao Dragon King to be slightly weaker and Wild Sea Dragon King to be slightly stronger, so that they would not fight with each other, but also to ensure that they would not work together to oppose him. This was the reason why the Lord of the Eastern Sea asked the Boundless Dragon King instead of anyone else. The Vast Dragon King thought highly of himself. Other than the Divine Lords, no one else was convinced. Although Li Yunxin had actually killed Taoist Master Purple Knight, who was at the Profound Realm, the Vast Dragon King did not like the people of the lifeless immortal sect. As long as one didn't experience it personally, it was difficult to empathize. Moreover, he looked down on Lord Donghai. When Lord Donghai asked him, he knew what he would say. Lord Donghai, do you want us to be laughed at again? The Vast Sea Lord had a square head and a square brain. It was said that his true form was a very fierce fish in the deep sea. His eyes were small, his nostrils were big, and his mouth was also big. When he heard Lord Donghai's question, he felt that this brother wanted to make an example out of him. He, who had always been at odds with him, was suppressed by him and had no choice but to agree. There was no more suspense in this matter, but he did not want to do so. He leaned back on the chair. Those bastards from the land, do they deserve to be called the Dragon King? What happened to the 10,000 people just now? Hey, a bunch of mobs, without a unified command, without a commander, they won't be defeated. He spread his hands, tilted his head, and looked around at everyone. Who will be defeated? That Taoist Master Purple Knight? Hey, the lifeless immortal sect is independent of our 9 seas. That 10,000-year-old ancestor is said to have learned the skills of the land, which is even more incompatible with us. When I asked him to go, I didn't agree. Who knows if he colluded with those bastards from the land? Now he's dead. Hey, who saw with their own eyes how he died and how he was injured? Who saw? He spread his hands again. I think there's something fishy. That's not all, brothers. He got excited as he spoke and stood up. Lord Donghai frowned, but he didn't say anything. He just walked his seat and sat down, looking helpless. Think about where that Li Yunxin came from in the beginning. The East Sea. He turned to look at Lord Donghai and sneered. We all know. It's said that the Divine Lord summoned him, but he didn't give him a way to enter the Dragon Island, so he came to the East Sea. Lord Donghai said that he wanted to replace us. He's new here, and he's also in the mysterious realm. Can he rule the 9 seas alone? Do you think we're stupid? What he wants is your East Sea, right? Lord Donghai's face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. Lord Howhan waved his hand. You have nothing to feel guilty about. What's wrong with listening to me? For example, let's say that the Divine Lord thinks that you, Lord Donghai, are not easy to command, so he wants to replace you with this Li Yunxin. You want to kill him, but you can't. Don't look at me like that. Am I right? We all know that Li Yunxin fought with you, and he came to your Penglai Island to show off, and then left. So he wants us to do this with you. If we really get involved, who will protect us if we anger the Divine Lord? Am I right, brothers? 3 Dragon King nodded. The other 2 whispered to each other. Lord Donghai couldn't help but stand up and said, Get involved? Didn't you all agree to ask the Purple Knight, Taoist, to go? If he wanted to get involved, he would have done it long ago. Lord Howhan Dragon King sneered again. That doesn't count. It's the lifeless immortal sect that got involved. It has nothing to do with us. Lord Donghai, if you want us to help, you have to let us feel at ease. What did the Divine Lord say to you? What did he say? Let's hear it. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Divine Lord yourself, Lord Donghai said in a deep voice. The Divine Lord is powerful. Maybe she is listening to what we are talking about here. If you're not afraid that the Divine Lord will think that you don't know how to do things, feel free to ask her again. I have said before that This Li Yunxin is just a fish that stirred up trouble. We have been at ease for too long, so the Divine Lord sent him to train us. On land, he colluded with the Rock King. You all know a little about what happened on land recently. Did I lie to you? Would the Divine Lord let this kind of person take charge of East Sea and Penglai? Lord Howhan, you and I don't get along. But at this time, you are throwing a tantrum. He slammed the armrest. You don't know what's good for you. Lord Howhan Dragon King stared at him, his eyes shining. You scold me. Who do you think I am? Those useless soldiers and crab generals on your island. Bah, your people are a bunch of cowards, and you want us to stand up for you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Go take care of your own business. Lord Donghai stood up abruptly, took 2 steps forward, and scolded. How dare you act wildly in my territory? How dare you, a thing that eats mud at the bottom of the sea, act wildly in my territory? Then he turned around and pointed at the remaining 5 Dragon Kings, widened his eyes, and yelled, Fine, you don't want to get involved? Fine, I don't care about this anymore. I have always wanted to live in seclusion with my beauties and be a happy hermit like the ancestor 10,000 years ago. I don't want to see anymore. I don't want Penglai anymore. Go ahead and cause trouble. Let's see if you can still protect the East Sea without me. Whoever wants to go can go. Lord Howhan yelled, Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not afraid of you. The 2 Dragon Kings were about to walk out, but East Sea Dragon King's footsteps were fast and big. Lord Howhan was taller than him, but he walked slower, so he fell behind him. When Lord Donghai walked out of the hall, everyone knew that he was really going to leave. They hurriedly stood up and pulled Lord Donghai and Lord Howhan. After some kind words, they finally stopped. The 2 Dragon Kings sat on the chairs with gloomy faces, and neither said a word. North Sea Dragon King looked like a white-bearded grandpa with white hair and beard. He probably liked this look when he transformed. His temperament was also similar to his appearance, a bit mature and prudent. Seeing that everyone was silent, he coughed and began to smooth things over. Everyone, how nice it is to be amiable, Lord Donghai about this, it's not necessary, He waved his hand. It's not necessary to deceive everyone, The Immortal Lord is watching, how can he not know? If you ask me, he stroked his white beard, waved his hand again, and frowned. Our elites are all here, it's embarrassing. But with fewer people, this, is not enough, right? No one liked to listen to him before. It was slow and slow. In the time it took for him to say 1 sentence, others could say 3. But now, no one was willing to make a sound. Lord Donghai's words, actions, and anger convinced them that he was not deceiving them. In fact, they were just a little suspicious. Lord Donghai and Lord Beihai were right. Shinryu was omnipotent, and Penglai Island was the gateway to Dragon Island. How could Shinryu not know that the 8 Dragon Kings were gathered together? If what Lord Donghai said was false, the Immortal Lord would have raged long ago. His silence before was somewhat similar to Lord Howhan's. But there had to be a sense of propriety. If they really messed things up, who would come out of it well? Lord Beihai said again, in my opinion, let's do it this way. Let's lead 2 armies. Go with the elites, go with the general. Fight steadily, Venerable Zai, didn't you pass on a message? Say that Li Yunxin, set up a formation and guarded the eye of the formation. That's because he knows he's weak, and needs to wait for reinforcements. What about our 2 armies? 1 army, guard against Zhou Hai. The other army, surround him, fight slowly. Grind. Lord Beihai spread his hands. Grind slowly. Grind his formation, then grind his people. This immortal lord. He stopped and cupped his hands in front of his face, as if he was sure that Shinryu was listening. He wants to train us. Why? Why? I thought, it's also because we usually, cause discord among the brothers. This is outrageous. Using this as an excuse to unite us, Lord Donghai leaned back and sneered. Humph. I still say the same thing. My people won't go. Whoever wants to go can go. My people. He looked at Lord Howhan from the corner of his eyes. What's the use of shrimp soldiers and crab generals? How can they compare to the vast sea? Vast, rich, strong troops, and strong horses. Every one of them is a hero. One of them is equivalent to 3 of my people. The vast sea army captured that land mixed hair. Ah, I can't help it alive. Lord Howhin slapped the armrest and stood up. Who are you chanting to? Chapter 662. He narrowed his eyes at Lord Donghai and sneered. Do I not know what you are thinking? Do you know that Li Yunxin is difficult to deal with, and you're trying to provoke him? Even if he suffers a loss, he will still cut us down one by one. Ha! Fine. I will call you Rui, Lord Beihai. I will personally lead an army. Let him see if his troops are really shrimp soldiers or crab generals. Lord Beihai frowned and waved his hand. Alas, alas, there is no need to be impulsive, but Lord Howhin had already stood up. He glared at Lord Donghai and strode out of the hall. The other 6 looked at each other. Lord Beihai stroked his beard. Then, who will cut off the reinforcement army? No one said a word. Lord Donghai sneered again. He pointed outside the hall. Our Lord Howhin, humph, do you think he is really reckless? Isn't he the first to take the task of encircling and suppressing Li Yunxin and leave it to us? Li Yunxin is in the mysterious realm of Shi and can kill the Purple Knight's spiritual master with formations. But his reinforcement, that female monster, should be at the peak of the mysterious realm. Ha! He left this dangerous task to us, which makes us look cowardly, and he is brave. Isn't that why he made such a scene just now? Ha! Seeing that he was talking again, Lord Beihai lowered his head, as if he had fallen asleep, and stopped talking. The other 4 didn't speak either, and just nodded in agreement with Lord Donghai. But none of them volunteered either. Lord Donghai sighed and stood up. Alas, since that mud-eater is gone, I will not be angry with you. After all, this is a matter of the East Sea. I will lead this army. Hearing this, Lord Beihai seemed to wake up again. Alas, alas, Lord Donghai, you are really responsible. Lord Donghai sneered and strode out of the hall. By now, it was already night. The sky was full of bright stars, and there was a slight chill outside the hall. At the same time, Li Yunxin was sitting on a stone pillar to heal himself. Lord Donghai left the hall, lingered around for a while, and then went straight to Huang Guanzi's residence. When he was outside the hall, his face was still full of anger. It was as if he was angry that his brothers weren't united and that they weren't able to send out their elites. But as soon as he entered Huang Guanzi's courtyard, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by happiness. As soon as she entered the bamboo gate, she called out, "Mister, do you still have the thin scales from last time? Do you have any wine?" "Ha! And Mo used poison." Huang Guanzi came out of the bamboo house to welcome him. He looked at Donghai Jun and smiled. "Is it done?" Lord Donghai clapped his hands and laughed. "It's done, it's done, it's done." Not only did he succeed, he even asked that mud-eating guy to surround Li Yunxin. Ha ha ha, this kind of boorish fellow, is he qualified to play mind games with me? I'll play him in the palm of my hand. He was inspired. As he sat down on the stone bench, he excitedly recounted what had happened in the hall. In the end, he laughed and said, "Then the one who eats mud, he must suffer." Even if Li Yunxin couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure his army. Ha ha ha, that's what he gets for swaggering around and not even putting me in his eyes. Where's the fish? Huang Guanzi smiled. The weather is not good. I didn't catch it today. Lord Donghai was in high spirits. Where's the wine? I only want wine. A pot of warm moonlight wine. Huang Guanzi said lightly, "My lord is already drunk. Why do you still want wine?" Lord Donghai was stunned. He stared at him for a long time before he opened his mouth. I was too proud. You're right. I don't deserve to be taught a lesson." Huang Guanzi sat down in front of him and waved his hand. A cup of green tea appeared on the stone table. "I just want to remind my lord, besides Red Lady, there's still the owner of Southernwood Jew. We previously interrogated the spy of Southernwood Jew and know that the owner of Southernwood Jew is coming. If your army meets both of them at the same time, how will you deal with them?" Lord Donghai was in a good mood. He raised his hand and walked on the stone table with his index and middle fingers. "I'll run as soon as I see them." I didn't eat the meat of that Lord Dongting. I didn't offend the owner of Southernwood Jew. What can they do to me if they protect me? Huang Guanzi smiled and shook his head. My lord, if you really see them, you don't have to run. You just need to sit on a mountain and watch them fight. Lord Donghai frowned. Oh, tell me in detail, master. Huang Guanzi cleared his throat and said in a low voice, Red Lady's father is Lord Dongting. Lord Dongting is also an affectionate person. He came to Dragon Island, and his whereabouts are unknown. Human Dao was dead, but a fiendish demon who had mastered mystical realm would not die without a sound. I guess he had a disagreement with Lord Donghai and was detained on Dragon Island. Lord Donghai has 9 sons on the land. King Rock has a high level of cultivation. Why is old Lord Dongting the only one left? There's a deep meaning. He won't be killed easily. Red Lady is capricious and impulsive. But after these days, she should understand that her lord's father is probably on Dragon Island. He must want to go to Dragon Island. That's why she helped Li Yunxin. Maybe she wants Li Yunxin to take her there. Let's talk about Mu Nanju. I came to Dragon King for Li Yunxin. It's for the entrance to the Netherworld. Although Mu Nanju has always been my enemy, he won't act impulsively for his own benefit. Then Mu Nanju's people first went to Penglai Island and tried to get close to Lord Donghai, and then Mu Nanju's master came personally. I'm afraid they are after something big. They have always been active on the land. Now they're also coming here and want to befriend Dragon King. Why? It must be for the entrance to the Netherworld. So, Huang Guanzi smiled calmly. They all want to go to Dragon Island. And the Dragon Kings on the sea, especially the 3 island-guarding Dragon Kings, are the key to go to Dragon Island. Lord Shihai has been mistakenly killed by Red Lady. Only Lord Donghai and Lord Beihai are left. Lord Beihai is cunning and not as magnanimous as Lord Donghai. If you want to take advantage of someone, do you want to take advantage of the magnanimous or the cunning? Lord Donghai blinked. Forget it. Tell me more. Huang Guanzi cupped his hands and apologized, so they will not harm Lord Donghai. On the contrary, Red Lady is in love with Li Yunxin. She has the mentality of a little girl and is very overbearing. Hearing this, Lord Donghai sighed. Sigh? If Madame Mingyue is also, Huang Guanzi coughed. Lord Donghai, that Mu Nanju's master has been giving Li Yunxin a lot of help on the land, but she has also used him. Once Red Lady meets such a girl and sees that she is also very outstanding, how can she not be jealous? She is a demoness after all, different from humans. There is no reason to reason with her. Maybe the 2 of them will fight. At that time, when the 2 of them fight, Lord Donghai only needs to command an army and watch from afar. Once the winner is decided, he will lead them to Li Yunxin. At that time, Huang Guanzi laughed. Didn't Lord Donghai want Lord Howen to die? Then he will definitely die. He is picky, but he doesn't know that he is picking a dead end. Lord Donghai was silent for a while, then slapped the table heavily. Wonderful. Meow. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ha ha. Getting Mr. is like getting a treasure. Wonderful. He called out in anger, then frowned. Wait a minute. Mister, I have lured one of them over. They have defeated Lord Howen. But what if the rest of us can't control them? What should we do? Huang Guanzi smiled calmly. Lord Donghai worries too much. There is still the immortal lord and the lifeless immortal sect. I don't know what the lifeless immortal sect is planning, but since they have been operating on the ocean for tens of thousands of years, they will definitely not sit by and watch the enemy invade. Moreover, this is the worst-case scenario. Mu Nanju's master is able to fight with me for so long. She must have something extraordinary. I guess she will carefully control the situation, make it go in your favor. At that time, she may still find Lord Donghai. I only hope that at that time, Lord Donghai will remember my hard work. Lord Donghai waved his hand. Don't say that. One should not be hesitant in doing things. I will not let Mr. down. The 2 talked like this for the whole night. For example, the military system under Lord Howen's command, how many demon generals he had, what kind of abilities he had, where he might march from, and what kind of means he might use. They all made deductions. Lord Donghai knew about it, but Huang Guanzi seemed to be more familiar with it. The two talked for the whole night, but neither of them felt tired. Instead, they were in high spirits. After a long time of daybreak, an object in Lord Donghai's robe began to vibrate. He waved his hand, and the ninth young master's voice came from the void. "We have a lot of treasures. I don't care about your broken things." He paused for a moment, then said to Huang Guanzi, "Those are my people." After that, he didn't say anything. After confirming the identity of the junior colonel, he told him everything he had discussed with Huang Guanzi. He was a profound realm demon lord, and he had experienced Li Yunxin's power. Therefore, although he was surprised that the Purple Knight Taoist was killed by Li Yunxin, it was not to the extent that he was shocked. But he didn't know that his words had scared the junior colonel so much that he couldn't speak. After telling the ninth young master about it and taking back his listening conch, he couldn't speak for a long time. He just stared at Li Yunxin, as if he were looking at some terrible beast. Li Yunxin glanced at him indifferently. "Oh, is he dead? That's reasonable. I spent so much effort. It's not right if I didn't kill him. What a pity." What else did he say? The junior colonel seemed to wake up from a dream. He hurriedly told him what Lord Donghai had said. In the end, he said timidly, "My lord also said that the boundless army will come next time. He knows that Dragon King's cultivation is profound. He can disguise himself with the art of painting, which can't be seen through by ordinary techniques. Please, Dragon King, help me change my appearance in case of trouble." Li Yunxin frowned as he listened to him. At this time, he fell into a thoughtful silence. Then he said, "Your lord seems to know the art of painting very well." The junior colonel hurriedly said, "There is a master around, my lord. It is said that he knows some painting methods. It should be that master who gave my lord the idea." "Oh, a master?" Li Yunxin nodded. "Is he from the Freemasonry or Mu Nanju?" The junior colonel was stunned. "Dragon King has a good foresight. He is a master of the Freemasonry. It is said that he used to be one of the 6 elders in charge of the Wanyumi Luo Cave of the 18 Heavens of Daotong. His Taoist name is Huang Guanzi. Dragon King came from the land. You should have heard of him, right?" Li Yunxin thought for a while and laughed. Oh, of course I have heard of him. When I was in Yinshan, I destroyed their lair. There's a list of the masters of the past generations in it. I have heard of him, haha. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Note 1. This quote comes from Lin Qingxuan's essay A Pot of Wine Under the Moonlight. Chapter 663. Ever since Li Yunxin defeated the Purple Knight Immortal, he had been acting like a master. He didn't take credit or be arrogant. He was so calm as if he was just swatting a fly. He was also calm and cool when he heard the words of Lord Donghai. But when he said these words, he suddenly smiled. His mouth was smiling, but his eyes were not curved. It was a fake smile, but not a smile. The junior colonel had seen a lot of moodiness of big demons. Seeing his smile, he was shocked and almost jumped out of his throat. He hurriedly said, "Dragon King, I didn't say anything wrong. I know that the Dragon King and the Freemasonry have always been at odds. But I thought that since we're cooperating with the Lord now." Li Yunxin waved his hand and smiled. "Do I blame you? What? Don't you see I'm smiling? Ninth young master, am I smiling?" The ninth young master stared at him and frowned. "You are angry." Li Yunxin suddenly stopped smiling. He snorted, "Let's get to work." The ninth young master was confused. He looked around and then at Li Yunxin. What to do? Li Yunxin suddenly became irritable. "Do what you should do. Go play somewhere. I, Dragon King, am going to set up a formation." After saying this, he jumped into the sea and disappeared. The 3 people on the stone pillar looked at each other and didn't know what happened to him. After a while, the ninth young master also jumped into the sea to find Li Yunxin and asked Pheasant to keep an eye on the junior colonel. The junior colonel smiled bitterly and said that he was tied to a rope and couldn't run away. In fact, he wanted to say, "He is no match for me even if he wants to run away." But he swallowed his words halfway. He remembered that Li Yunxin killed the Purple Knight Immortal with the cultivation of Shi Mysterious Realm. These Lu people were all monsters. Who knew what kind of unexpected ability this chicken spirit had? However, the chicken spirit, it seems that there are a few chickens in the town of Penglai Island. He makes up his mind that if he survives this time and becomes the general of the left, he will see if those chickens can become Taoists. Just like this way River Dragon King. Having a chicken spirit as his follower was also a very impressive thing. Speaking of which, that way River Dragon King Li Yunxin was indeed admirable. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly spat twice. He felt that he had been disloyal to his Junshang. Shanji looked at him vigilantly. "Who are you spitting on?" The junior colonel widened his eyes and smiled apologetically. "I said the wrong thing." The ninth young master searched for the whole afternoon. Finally, he saw Li Yunxin in a strait. Li Yunxin said that he was setting up a formation, but in fact, he was not doing anything. He stood alone at the bottom of the gorge. The strait was not wide, and only two people could walk side by side. Li Yunxin had obviously been standing there for quite a while. The mud that had been stirred up by him had fallen back down, covering his body, head, and face. If it were not for the monster power that he did not conceal, the ninth young master would think that he was a puppet on a sunken ship. He hurriedly landed and pushed away the mud around him with his supernatural power. He frowned and blew a series of bubbles from his mouth. He patted on Li Yunxin's body twice. "Why did you make yourself a mud monkey? It's so dirty." Li Yunxin was silent for a while. He gently pushed away his hand and sighed. "Which part of me is not dirty?" The ninth young master stared at him suspiciously. "What's wrong with you?" Li Yunxin was silent for a while again. "Ninth young master, let me ask you, when you first knew that your father was the Lord Dongting and that you were actually a key to the inhibition of Dongting, how did you feel?" "Ah." The ninth young master blinked. "How did I feel? How could I feel? Monsters are like this. You eat me, I eat you. The powerful bully the weak. How could I feel?" He paused after saying this. It seemed that he knew that such an answer did not satisfy Li Yunxin. He scratched his head. "I was angry. I'll take revenge when I become powerful." "Well, but he was also my father. Didn't you say that he was actually protecting me?" "Father," Li Yunxin said softly. "Is he trustworthy?" The ninth young master was stunned for a while. Suddenly, he frowned again. "Ah, you found your father?" Li Yunxin raised his hand and wiped his face. He wiped the mud off his face. He said that the Freemason beside King Donghai was Huang Guanzi, one of the 6 elders in charge of the Wanyu Luo cave in the 18 paradises of Daotong. I've heard of this name. I didn't see it on a directory in Yinshan. Speaking of this, Li Yunxin reached out and picked out the red up between his eyebrows. He held in his palm. "I heard it from Li Chunfeng." Li Chunfeng, to me, he is like Lord Dongting to you, Li Yunxin said lightly. "I mentioned it to you." The ninth young master realized something and stopped talking. He also mentioned the art. How many people in the world know the art? Li Yunxin stood still for a moment and shook his head. "After I left Dingzhou, there were many surprises along the way, but it was not dangerous. When I was in danger, there was always a force to help me, so that I could barely get through it. I used to think that I was too capable, but I slowly realized that no matter how capable I am, there will be times when I make mistakes. This time, I came to Donghai to provoke King Donghai to cooperate with me and fight against those Dragon King. I said something, and he went back and thought about it. He believed me and agreed. It was not difficult. I thought it was because I was more capable, but now that I think about it, the Donghai Dragon King should not have been so easily fooled. You should know that I had planned to do this in half a month." The ninth young master's eyes widened. "That Freemason is your father. Not dead. Helping you. Not dead." Li Yunxin revealed a slight cold smile. "I have both parents now. Then I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing." The ninth young master muttered. What are you going to do?" Li Yunxin was silent for a moment. "Ah, you and I are actually very similar. We are also in someone else's plan. We can't get away." "Ah." The ninth young master shook his head. No, I owe you a favor. Haven't I already gotten away? You will sooner or later." But Li Yunxin interrupted him. "Ninth young master, you should go." "Go." The ninth young master thought for a moment. "All right, I'll go up first. You should be alone." "Ah, this is such bad luck. No one would be happy about it. I mean, you should leave Donghai. Find a place to hide on the land. With your current cultivation and the treasure I gave you, you should be able to protect yourself. The ninth young master originally turned around. He suddenly turned around. What do you mean? Bully Yunshin looked at him calmly. You never got away. Under Yunshan, I promised to give you a new body in order to coax you to give me the translucent jade scroll. There is something in it that can help me control the mother plate of heaven and earth. In Yunshan, I used a scale of the Shinryu to sculpt your body. In fact, part of the reason was to find out the methods of the art saint, so I used you as a test subject. And it worked. Once it worked, I didn't want to alert the Shinryu. Shinryu's clone came to Yunshan and made a deal with me. Li Yunshin spoke at a moderate pace. The ninth young master heard it clearly. He stared at him at first, then slowly frowned. After that, his brows relaxed. He stared straight at Li Yunshin, as if he had returned to the temple on that rainy night and met him for the first time. Li Yunshin did not avoid his gaze. I sculpted your body, which is equivalent to sculpting a portion of dragon energy out of thin air. You are the incarnation of the Shinryu, so you can't harm her. As for our Shinryu, she has lost a lot of her power due to some reason. Now, she is eager to become stronger. I have this method, so she can use it. I brought you here to bring you to the Shinryu. She absorbs your power to become stronger, so I can create more beings like you for her to use. You are part of our plan from the beginning to the end. You are consumable. You have never been able to escape. Just like me. Now you understand. Li Yunshin said. You can go. The two of them looked at each other for a while. The ninth young master suddenly approached him with a serious expression. He looked at the Shinryu's blood in his hand and said in a low voice, There's someone nearby, isn't there? I know you were trying to trick me again. It's true. The ninth young master. The ninth young master looked at him suspiciously. He took 2 steps back and laughed. Then you must be joking with me. Ha ha ha. Li Yunshin looked at him silently. He shook his head slightly. The ninth young master did not say anything. Then I will kill you. He suddenly became furious and punched Li Yunshin in the chest. There was a loud bang. Due to the terrifying power, a huge bubble appeared next to the two of them. The strait was shattered by the power, and the gorge became a basin. The seawater surged wildly, and the terrible shock spread out in all directions. The seabed, which was already fragile due to the battle with the Purple Knight enlightened, shook violently. Everything that had just calmed down was thrown back into the sea. Li Yunshin took the punch, but his body did not move. He did not even take a step back. He shook his head calmly. You can't kill me. You can go. The ninth young master punched him in the chest again. Mist rose around him, and he roared like a beast. Why did you tell me? Why did you tell me? Isn't it good to let me die like this? Li Yunshin grabbed the ninth young master's 4th punch. Even the furious Lord Tong Tian could not break free from the power of a mystic realm demon. He punched again with his other hand, but Li Yunshin caught his other hand. No. He looked at the ninth young master's eyes. Because we are friends. Friends. The ninth young master showed his fangs, and his eyes flashed with cruelty. I have never had any friends. I see you as a friend now. Li Yunshin pushed the ninth young master 3 steps away. Take Shanji away, if I still deserve your forgiveness. The ninth young master was about to pounce on him. However, after taking a heavy step forward, he paused again. Of course I will take him away. He gritted his teeth and said, If I can't kill you, I will tear him apart. Huh, you can fight with your father here. Ha ha ha, now you know he is scheming against you. Ha ha ha, I will wait to see how you fight on land. Ha ha, I won't fight with him. Li Yunshin smiled. Shang Wanyu is also in the East Sea. I wanted to save her, but she and he are with the Lord of the East Sea. Ha! I won't fight with them. Li Yunshin let out a sigh. I will let them go. Let's see if they want me to die too. The ninth young master looked at him in the clouds like a poisonous snake about to pounce on him. Ha! Humph! Who knows if you are telling the truth? Ha! Okay, you stay here. Just wait. I will come back for you sooner or later. I will settle the scores with you one by one. Settle the scores. There was a loud bang. The demon at the peak of the true realm suddenly jumped out. Li Yunshin was still motionless. After a long time, the sand in the sea fell again and covered him again. He opened his mouth slightly and made a sound like a breeze. Family reunion. When night fell, Li Yunxin returned to the stone pillar, dripping wet. The junior colonel didn't leave. He seemed to be at a loss. When he saw Li Yunxin, he hurried to greet him. Dragon King. Li Yunxin waved his hand. Did he say anything? The junior colonel was stunned for a while before he guessed what he was thinking. Dragon King. If you are asking about the Lord Tongtong, he rushed up wrapped in a cloud of mist and took that person away. He seemed to say, let's go, and nothing else. I don't think he said it to me, so I didn't dare to follow him. Dragon King, what's the plan next? Li Yunxin raised her hand and waved it in the air. Immediately, Xiao Zhao's appearance changed into that of a pheasant. Then he nodded and sat down by the reef. He sat facing the bright moon for the whole night. Chapter 664. When the east wind blew and the war drums sounded, the army of the Dragon King of the vast sea rushed over. Li Yunxin stood up. He sat alone for the whole night, not daring to say a word. Now that he saw the soldiers and flags surging over the sea, he panicked. He used to be on the opposite side, but now he was beside Li Yunxin. Perhaps the way River Dragon King had gotten used to the feeling of challenging the whole world alone, but he obviously hadn't. So he mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, Dragon King, do we have any rules? Li Yunxin's clothes were already dry. He stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind, but his voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. There was before. He slowly raised his hand and pressed the red dot on his forehead again, but now there isn't. Let's leave it to fate and see if we live or die. The small commander was stunned for a while. Then he said in a trembling voice, Dragon King, you must be joking. Li Yunxin glanced at him indifferently. Oh. From afar, looking at Li Yunxin and the stone pillar he was standing on, it was like looking at a black dot and a tiny speck of dust on it. But Lord Boundless did not doubt the power of that speck of dust. But he was not afraid. He had shown his reckless side in the hall of Lord Donghai. But it was just a facade. It was impossible for a boorish man to rule over the vast ocean, which had the widest territory. It was also impossible for him to command the soldiers under his command wholeheartedly. Now he was in charge of the rear army, surrounded by his generals, and had already surrounded the stone pillar where Li Yunxin was. This time, a total of 30,000 soldiers were sent, all of them elites. Wherever the army passed, there was nothing left, and all the fish and shrimps were hunted. This was a convenience that could not be found on land. Everywhere the army went was a granary, and there was no need to worry about logistics. He did not advance rashly. He only surrounded the water within 100 miles of the stone pillar and sent out the necromancers from the lifeless immortal sect who followed the army. These necromancers were also cultivators, but they were far more adept at arrays than ordinary cultivators. Now, under the protection of several vanguard troops, more than a dozen necromancers were cautiously approaching the edge of the formation set up by Li Yunxin, as reported by the immortal Zai, to survey the area. The leader of these necromancers was a middle-aged man. He was strong and had some stubble on his chin. In the eyes of the mainlanders, he was a middle-aged man who was almost 30 years old. His Taoist name was Qin Fengzi. Qin Fengzi was only at the peak of the transcendent state, but standing on the water stage next to Lord Vast Expanse, his aura was not weak at all. His expression was calm and indifferent. Aside from Lord Boundless, he was accompanied by a few profound realm and a dozen true realm demon generals. But even so, he didn't feel uncomfortable. The cultivators of the lifeless immortal sect could be considered to be transcendent existences in the sea. Even though Lord Vast Expanse did not like them, it did not change. It was just that the atmosphere was a little subtle. While the army was waiting for the necromancers to survey, the two did not speak. Half an hour later, when the necromancers returned to hand in their orders, Qin Fengzi bowed slightly and said, Lord, I have some ideas. Lord Vast Expanse sat on a glorious throne carried by 16 demon soldiers. After hearing his words, he said after a while, Oh, tell me about it. Qin Fengzi paused and said, the immortal Zai is right. With that stone pillar as the center, there is an array within 100 miles of the sea. If it wasn't for the Xianmen, Daodong, and Kinzhou, we would not have known the details. But the immortal Zai had already used the golden silk entanglement spell to survey the area. He knew that the array was an endless one that could absorb the injured. To put it in words that ordinary people can understand, it is like we attack with 10% of our power, he can block 70% of it, and the array absorbs 30%. The immortal Zai used 2 killing moves, both of which he took head-on and stored the power. Then, he used other methods to return the power 100 times, 1,000 times. That was why the immortal was heavily injured. He's dead. Lord Vast Expanse interrupted. How do we break the array? There are 2 ways to break the array. Qin Fengzi didn't seem to mind his words. One is to take it slow. Everything has a limit. I don't know what method he used or how he created this array, but I know that he can absorb unlimited power. We have 30,000 soldiers. Attack slowly and don't let us suffer losses. He has accumulated his power to the limit, and either he counterattacks or the array will bite him. Either way, we can block it. Using this method, we might be able to find a flaw in the battle that we haven't noticed yet. It's safer. Lord Vast Expanse was silent for a while. From start to finish, he was looking at Li Yunxin with narrowed eyes. Then he raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Tell me, your people have been busy for so long, and that Li Yunxin is just standing on the rock, watching. Is he scared silly, or is he fearless and thinks that it's no big deal for you to find out? Qin Fengzi also looked into the distance. The sun had just risen. Li Yunxin's silhouette was especially clear against the rising sun. He hadn't moved an inch since the beginning, but a small monster behind him was pacing back and forth in fear. Qin Fengzi thought for a while and said, a person who can set up an array like this, I don't dare to speculate. Lord Vast Expanse, I have something to say, and I hope you won't blame me. Lord Vast Expanse curled his lips and said, you will know if you blame me or not. Qin Fengzi said, even though I'm a transcendent state cultivator, it's not because I wasn't diligent enough. It's because my ancestor said that I am talented in the art of arrays, so he told me to put more effort into it. I am no match for you and your generals in terms of cultivation level and immortal powers. But when it comes to arrays, I don't think I'm any weaker than anyone in the ocean. I've studied the array. I feel that this array is not something that can be created by a human. To put it bluntly, even if the old ancestor came personally with his divine power, he might not be able to do this. As he said this, Lord Vast Expanse finally turned around and looked at him. The generals around him were also surprised. These cultivators from the lifeless immortal sect also liked to play tricks. But everyone knew that to them, the ancestor in the Ruor River was a supreme existence that could not be blasphemed. Now that he had dragged the ancestor into this, he was probably telling the truth. He continued, but this kind of impossible array actually succeeded. I also heard that this array was created in one night. When the Allied army was chasing after the monster, this array didn't exist on the ocean. But after the Allied army retreated, and after one night, it appeared out of nowhere. There must be something fishy here. Lord Vast Expanse frowned. What are you trying to say? Qin Fengzi sighed. I know that Lord Vast Expanse's bravery is unparalleled in the ocean. My first method is safe, but you might not like it. But I still want to advise you not to use the second method. Lord Vast Expanse snorted. You can't decide my business. Your first method is cowardly. I really don't like it. Tell me the second method. Qin Fengzi shook his head helplessly. The second method was already used by Taoist Master Zai, using force to break the array. He wanted to use Taoist Master Guangxing Profound's power to destroy this array. But he didn't expect that his power wasn't enough and was used by Li Yunxin instead. And the 30,000 soldiers in my army are all elites. If I use this method of using force to break through technique, it might work. Lord Vast Expanse frowned. I thought you had some good ideas. After saying this, he let out a long breath and pointed to the surroundings. Look, Apart from our boundless sea army, who else is on the surface of the ocean? Qin Fengzi didn't need to look to know that there were other demons. When mortals looked at the ocean, they only felt that it was vast and desolate. But in reality, the ocean was also bustling, just not as crowded as on land. Under the command of the Dragon Kings, there were demon warriors recruited from all over the sea and organized into soldiers and generals. There were also many that weren't organized, and they were taken under the command of the Monster Kings. These Monster Kings were like the tyrants on land, but they were much stronger than the tyrants. They also had their own private army. Only when the Dragon King and the tyrants ruled the ocean together could they ensure the peace of the sea. Now, outside the army of the vast expanse, many Monster Kings came after hearing the news, like a flock of vultures waiting to eat. Lord Vast Expanse knew where these people came from. Half of them were from the East Sea, some were from the Vast Expanse, and many were from the other seas. 1,000 years ago, Shinryu destroyed the cultivation of Goddess Penglai and the others, and promoted the current Dragon King, but it didn't leave behind no problems. Goddess Penglai and the others didn't belong to the demon race in the ocean. They were tyrannical rulers born out of nowhere. A unified rule needed to be dignified, mysterious, and unfathomable. But now that the Dragon King rose from the grass, how could the other Monster Kings not think of replacing him? Since the Monster Kings had such thoughts, many of them were always looking for opportunities. Lord Vast Expanse was also aware of this. As early as Lord Vast Expanse's army set off, he spread the news, attracting tyrants from all over. They said they wanted to show their support for the Vast Expanse, but in fact, they were waiting to see a joke. If anything happened to his army, the joke of a sea of elites besieging a big demon on land being defeated would spread throughout the ocean. The prestige of the Vast Expanse would be swept away, and they would have to face many difficult challenges in the days to come. Lord Vast Expanse's move was vicious. The reason had been explained in the hall. The 8 Dragon Kings knew the inside story and how powerful Li Yunxin was. But in the eyes of the Monster Kings on the ocean, they were just an arrogant Lu Ku, with the cultivation of Shi, mysterious state, who came to the ocean to make trouble by calling himself Dragon King. The 8 Dragon Kings said that all the elites of the 9 seas besieging Li Yunxin would be laughed at and looked down upon. But in fact, even if the elites of the Vast Expanse, known as the strongest in the 9 seas, came out, it was already incomprehensible and unbelievable. 1 sea against 1 person. Even if they won, it would be a great loss of face. Lord Vast Expanse snorted softly. These people are waiting to see me make a fool of myself. No, it's not just them. Lord Vast Expanse, wait and see, and so are the others. He sighed, leaned back on the throne, and waved his hand. Let's do it your way first. At this point, do you want the Monster Kings to laugh at me for attacking 1 egg with 1 army? Catch him slowly. Put him, he turned his gaze to the immovable cube floating on the ocean in the distance. Seal him in that thing. Chapter 665. When the generals heard this, they were all shocked. Qin Fengzi suspected that he heard wrong. Lord is saying, slowly grind him down. That's more reliable. Lord Haohint became impatient. Let me take a good look at your lifeless, immortal sex abilities. Don't disappoint me. Qin Fengzi heaved a sigh of relief. Understood. Then he soared into the clouds and headed towards the formation. When he arrived, a dozen lifeless, immortal sect necromancers immediately surrounded him. They had a tacit understanding, as if they had something to say. But Qin Fengzi remained calm and said, "Bring me forward." He turned and instructed the vanguard captain. "The spiritual energy in front is chaotic. Wait here and don't disturb our formation." He was an elder of lifeless, immortal sect. His words carried weight. The captain hesitated for a moment and didn't follow. The group continued forward. They only stopped when they reached the edge of Li Yunxin's formation. A necromancer lowered his voice and asked, "Elder, how is it?" Qin Fengzi smiled. "It's done. Lord Haohin allowed us to take it slow." Another necromancer clapped. "Great. This way." All of Li Yunxin's treasures will belong to our lifeless, immortal sect. We are going to establish a great achievement. Another necromancer whispered. Ancestor has mentioned that the Lan Xian sect is evil. Sooner or later, our lifeless, immortal sect will return to the land and support the righteous path. A few days ago, we heard that all of Cloud Mountain's treasures were taken away, and our heart ached. Now that this Li Yunxin has brought treasures to us, let's give his treasures to the elder ancestor. The day when our sect becomes righteous is just around the corner. Qin Fengzi listened to their chatter for a while before asking. Did he reply? Not yet. The necromancer said. He is probably still hesitating. Qin Fengzi looked at Li Yunxin from afar. Then let's just pretend and set up the formation first. Let's wait for him. In reality, when the necromancers were surveying and mapping, they had already used lifeless immortal sect's secret technique to send some information to Li Yunxin. The necromancers did have some tricks up their sleeves. When a message was sent, it resonated directly in Li Yunxin's mind. His previous thoughts were not wrong. This lifeless immortal gate was indeed unique. The message was divided into two parts. The first paragraph was, My lifeless immortal sect is independent in the sea, and we have our own rules. After learning that Wei River Lord possessed a profound treasure, he planned to make a deal with him. Lord Vast Expanse had come with 30,000 troops and brought 10 formation-setting treasures with him. They were divided into front, middle, and rear armies. Each army set up the 5 elements formation according to the 5 elements. The eye of the formation is on the body of the leading general. You can rely on the Sheng, Du, Jing, and Xiu gates to break it. The lifeless immortal sect was very generous. This part sold half of the vast army's secrets. However, Li Yunxin's expression did not change as he continued to stand against the wind. Perhaps his carefree attitude made the other party feel that the information they provided was far from satisfying his appetite. Soon after, the second message was sent. What we want is the Cloud Mountain magic treasure, but we only want half of it. Wei River Lord definitely has the Heaven's Heart technique that Daodong and Xian Gate have cultivated for 40,000 years. We only want a copy. The vast army's 5 elements formation will feint an attack. There is another soul-seizing formation under the water. If a soldier dies in battle, his soul will immediately be absorbed by the formation. Although, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is in chaos, its power is less than 10%. But its power is still far greater than the formation made by the 300,000 lives of Wei City's people at Dongting Lake. Looks like the lifeless immortal sect wasn't just good people with no temper. Since they didn't get a reward, when they sent out the second message, they vaguely displayed their power. Previously, Kuan Wuzi's group burned down Wei City and used the lives of hundreds of thousands of people to create a formation that could kill profound realm cultivators. In the end, Kuan Wuzi was schemed against by the Freemasons. He suffered the consequences. This matter was top secret. Only a few people in the world knew about it. For the lifeless immortal sect to obtain such information and know the power of the formation, it could be seen that they were very powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have to think about it carefully. Li Yunxin was indeed thinking about it carefully. As he thought about it, he remembered that Qin Fengzi and Lord Haohan finished their conversation and rushed to the formation. He and Qin Fengzi stared at each other for a long time. Then he spat out one word, scram. This sound was extremely calm, but it shook the ocean's surface like a clap of thunder. Everyone heard it clearly. Lord Haohan immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at the small figure far away. He laughed. Is this a challenge? It's just a defeated dog barking. The demon general next to him said coldly, Very soon, he will know the power of our vast army. Vast Dragon King sneered. Keep an eye on the Eastern Sea Dragon King. That trash is leading the army to cover their retreat. He might even let them come over. Once there's any movement, report to me immediately. The demon general cupped his fists. 15 scouts have already kept an eye on them. This sound also reached Qin Fengzi's ears. Unlike Lord Haohan, he knew what this meant. The other party refused to cooperate. Towards this reaction, He was more shocked than angry. It shouldn't be like this. This Li Yunxin is currently in a very bad situation. And from the information they have, this person is a very scheming and scrupulous person who is good at using all the conditions he can to turn the situation around. This kind of person, hearing these conditions at this time, how can he react like this? He was more like a righteous warrior who was tired of deceiving and scheming against each other, and just wanted to fight to his heart's content with his own strength. What a joke. Qin Fengzi frowned and stared at him, trying to guess what he was thinking. Before coming here, he did have the thought of trying to communicate with him. At this point, if it was a normal demon, he would probably give up on this thought. But now that he was standing at the edge of the formation that Li Yunxin set up, he could feel the terrifying power within. Just like he said to Lord Howland before, this kind of formation isn't something that can be done by humans. Even a 10,000-year-old ancestor would find it hard to do. If he was a member of the vast army, he would naturally try his best. But they are here to help. Just like Taoist Master Zai, they don't want to lose their lives here. Not to mention, for someone who is obsessed with formations, the secret of this formation really makes him curious. How did he do it? This formation is currently like a dormant beast. It's weak and listless, waiting for a powerful force to enter and activate it. If it's fully activated, what will it look like? Curiosity and desire for knowledge slowly calmed the anger in Qin Fengzi's heart. He tried to make one last attempt, risking using a secret technique to send a message to Li Yunxin. And so the voice in Li Yunxin's head sounded again. But this time, it wasn't the faint and unreal voice from before, but a much more approachable voice, Qin Fengzi's voice. If Taoist Master Zai has offended you before, Dragon King needs to know one thing. Taoist Master Zai is indeed a Taoist master, but he belongs to the sect of cultivators, while we belong to the sect of necromancers. We both have our own thoughts, and our standpoints are also slightly different. We don't advocate using violence to solve all problems. We focus more on exploring the unknown and the Taos. If Dragon King is wary, he thought his words were sincere and touching. But halfway through, Li Yunxin suddenly roared again. Jabber, 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 weird voice. Don't stop. His voice was filled with incomprehensible anger and resentment, as if he was already on the edge of insanity and was finally ignited by a spark. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you cowering? Come, let me see what this Lord Howland is capable of. What can he do to me? Qin Fengzi suddenly frowned. He didn't expect that although people had said that Li Yunxin's temperament was unreasonable, now he was unreasonable to this extent. Lord Howland's expression turned cold. The demon general beside him saw his expression and immediately roared. A grain of rice. You dare to compete with the sun and moon. Qin Fengzi, what are you waiting for? Qin Fengzi's anger finally surged. Stubborn, he let out a long breath and shouted, Get into formation. Show him whose boss is first. In an instant, the surface of the sea shone brightly. 64 pillars of light rose to the sky and converged at one point, creating a loud explosion. Mystic light surged between the pillars of light, instantly enveloping Li Yunxin and his formation. 2 yellow flags appeared in his hands. He first waved the flag on the left and shouted, Wind and thunder of heaven and earth, heed my command. In an instant, the clear sky above the sea suddenly changed, and the leaden clouds pressed down heavily. Spirit energy was extracted by the formation from the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering into the layer of golden light that enveloped Li Yunxin's formation. The golden light first turned white, then purple, and finally into a terrifying black. This strange color emitted a frightening aura of danger. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it would unleash once it was activated. It was like a fully drawn arrow, its sharp edge already aimed at Li Yunxin on top of the stone pillar. But at this moment, Wei River Dragon King suddenly charged into the sky, straight towards the point where the 64 pillars of light converged. Qin Fengzi and the necromancers were startled, not panic, but surprise. If Li Yunxin wanted to break this formation, They thought he had a chance. Zaijianren once said that his formation was unique in defense. Thus, their first attack was only to test how far he could defend. Who knew that Li Yunxin would give up his formation and charge forward with his body? Is this fighting head-on without a care for his life? The thought only flashed for a moment. The two collided, like a prey pouncing towards an arrow. Wei River Dragon King suffered the full force of the formation in an instant. Terrifying tremors and loud noises spread out. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the shock waves. The dozen or so necromancers in the formation all suffered the backlash of the formation. As the 64 pillars of light quickly dispersed, they felt irritated, annoyed, and nauseous, almost vomiting blood. But what about Li Yunxin in the sky? Although he had revealed his powerful fiend god body, his entire body was shining with golden light. He was heavily injured in the first exchange of blows. Chapter 666. Lord Vast Expanse straightened his back on his throne and shouted, "Good." When the vanguard soldiers saw that their lord was like this, their gongs and drums shook the heavens and they shouted loudly, their voices like thunder. Qin Fengzi frowned. What was this guy trying to do? Was he courting death? He had already set up his formation. He had broken through this one, but he still had a few more moves. Was he really going to take it head-on with his body? But he didn't have time to think too much. Li Yunxin's body paused in the air, and then she pounced on them. It was as if she wanted to rush out of the 100-mile formation she had set up and kill them outside. He was really courting death. He subconsciously waved another flag in his hand. Stop him. 64 dazzling spots of light appeared in the air again, as if the sun had appeared on the surface of the sea. They only appeared for a moment, but they all shot out terrifying spiritual energy toward Li Yunxin, who was charging forward like a hurricane. The latter changed his form in the air and dodged dozens of attacks, but he was still hit by dozens of attacks. Another burst of light shot out, and he was blasted to the surface of the sea, but he had already reached the edge of the formation. Qin Fengzi sucked in a cold breath. There was information that indicated that the dragon son of the land had an extremely strong body, but no one expected it to be this strong. He was hit so many times, but he didn't break into pieces. Seeing this, Lord Vast Expanse leaned forward slightly and raised his eyebrows. Huh. The vanguard troops surrounding Li Yunxin also shouted in unison. But the momentum was not as strong as before. They saw that Lord Wei River's momentum didn't decrease after taking 2 attacks, and they finally realized that he was coming for them. The captains in the army formation ran and shouted as they reorganized their formation, preparing to receive the oncoming attack. But on the vast ocean outside of Lord Vast Expanse's army, the Demon Kings and their subordinates who were watching the battle from afar cheered. These fellows' temperaments were similar to the tyrants of the land. Since he didn't take the Dragon King of the 9 Seas seriously and coveted his throne, he would naturally reward anyone who dared to challenge his authority, even if the reward wasn't for Li Yunxin, but purely to embarrass Lord Howen. Stop him. Qin Fengzi finally opened his eyes wide. He thought that he knew what Li Yunxin was planning, to seize the commander of the 3 armies and seize the will of an ordinary man. He was fighting against an entire army alone and was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. He was clearly trying to build up his momentum by using such a barbaric method. This Li Yunxin was full of strange tricks. It was not because he didn't want to find another way, but because he didn't trust the people on his side. What he wanted to make use of were the tyrants on the surface of the ocean. Once he showed off his imposing manner and dealt a heavy blow to the boundless army, the monster kings on the surface of the ocean might not be content with their lot. Lord Boundless had to allocate more troops to prevent the monster kings from taking advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. If he split his troops, wouldn't he have a chance of winning? If Jia Yuyong was able to hurt Lord Boundless, perhaps the Monster King subordinates would be of help to him instead. He originally planned to eat the rotten meat of the Wei River Dragon King, but he went to eat Lord Boundless instead. This person, he already knew that he was bold and willful, but he didn't expect him to be this bold. But wasn't it the most efficient way to fight against an entire army when he was in a disadvantageous situation? It was just that ordinary people didn't have the guts to do it. However, if he really broke through the formation that they had set up, then where would the face of the lifeless, immortal sect be? Because of his shout, the necromancers also realized the seriousness of the situation. The formation that he had set up had changed from offense to defense. It was important to trap him. The mysterious light on the surface of the ocean shone crazily. For a moment, it was as if the light had turned into water and then into a boulder. But when Li Yunxin rushed to the edge of the formation, his palm flashed. Suddenly, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were released, and many strange monster soldiers appeared in the air. Seeing him use this move, Qin Fengzi finally heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that this was the method he used to deal with the small fries the day before. Among the strange beasts, there were those who fed on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there were also those who had special abilities. And those monster soldiers that were formed by dots and lines were not afraid of sabers and axes, and when they made a scene, ordinary soldiers wouldn't be able to stop them. Since he already knew this, he naturally prepared for it. When Li Yunxin used this move, he suddenly felt the pressure lessen. At least, he had used one of his killing moves. As expected, this time, although the strange beasts and monster soldiers fiercely pounced on the immortal sect's formation to bite and tear it apart, their success was limited. The momentum was shocking, but it only tore a small hole in the formation in an instant. But in the end, it still couldn't completely stop them. Li Yunxin killed his way out of the hole, and the hole immediately closed, trapping the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts inside. But even so, as soon as this Wei River Dragon King escaped, he immediately revealed his huge Shinryu body. Golden horn, black armor, wind cloud. He opened his huge mouth and spat out a few hundred feet of lightning, shooting straight at the two necromancers who were closest to him. Those necromancers were proficient in formations, but how could they withstand a thunderous attack from a profound realm great demon? Even turn into charcoal was a piece of cake. He was directly turned into ashes. Seeing this, Qin Fengzi's expression darkened. Although shocked, he didn't panic. He then waved the two flags in his hands and shouted, "It's done, retreat." They originally wanted to test the waters, but Li Yunxin used his physical body to break through the test. Then they wanted to heavily injure him. But Li Yunxin wanted to kill his way out of the formation, so they wanted to trap him inside the formation. But now, Li Yunxin had come out of the formation. Although every step was blocked by Li Yunxin, Qin Fengzi knew that the battlefield was unpredictable. It wasn't like playing on a chessboard, where everything could be done according to one's will. Although the situation was out of his expectations, they had already achieved enough results. Not only did he severely injure the tyrannical and bold Wei River Dragon King, but he also trapped one of his trump cards in the formation. Now, they only managed to release his heavily injured body. This was already a happy result. Even the Purple Knight spiritual master couldn't do this. But after this, they knew that this Li Yunxin was really hard to predict and extremely difficult to deal with. The necromancers quickly retreated. How could the vanguard retreat? They were originally here to protect the necromancers and set up the formation, and were tens of miles away from the vast army. If they retreated, they would definitely be killed before the battle. Thus, they raised the gongs and drums again and charged forward bravely. Unfortunately, their bravery wasn't enough. When Li Yunxin suddenly charged towards Qin Fengzi from the west, there were only a few hundred people in front of him. How could the demon soldiers defend against this mysterious, chi-kissing dragon body? Even if it was a formation that had been practiced for years, it was like a piece of paper. He swung his head and tail, lightning flashed under his ribs, and in the blink of an eye, he killed all the vanguard troops, and blood dyed the sea red. When the demon monarchs on the ocean saw his heroic appearance, they immediately let out another round of thunderous cheers. When Lord Howhan saw this, he finally laughed coldly. Good. This land bastard has some guts. The vanguard troops, press forward. Don't let him run back. Let him see whose army's morale is higher." The demon generals beside him had long wanted to fight. But their lord listened to the necromancers and wanted to plan slowly. When they saw Li Yunxin suddenly rush out and bully the weak vanguard troops, they were already gritting their teeth. They knew that this guy planned to kill outside the formation and then immediately escape, hoping to win. Their vast army was the strongest on the ocean. How could they endure such humiliation, letting him kill people and then retreat back into the formation? They had long been eager to fight. Now that they received the order, the sound of gongs and drums was immediately heard. The 4,000 vanguard troops moved forward, and they must trap Li Yunxin before he escaped. However, when the entire army advanced 10 miles, they realized that things didn't seem to be as they thought. The chi-kissing dragon body didn't turn around and retreat. Instead, it pounced on them again. "How dare you?" Lord Haohan finally stood up from his throne. His blood vessels expanded, and even his hair fluttered. Since he led the army to eliminate a rebellious demon in the country 300 years ago, how long has it been since he saw such a brave and fierce outlaw? He really killed an entire army by himself. Such a scene not only surprised the demon kings on the ocean and made them dumbfounded, but it also made Lord Haohan raise his spirits and realize there was really a good battle to fight today. Awesome. In an instant, the chi-kissing dragon body that carried the wind and thunder collided with the vanguard troops. A terrible strong light and sound burst out. The entire surface of the sea was shaking violently. The 4,000 vanguard troops, even in a neat formation, occupied a large area of the ocean, and one couldn't see the end of it. But Li Yunxin's real body was 1,000 feet long, and when he entered the formation, he was still a giant, like a fierce tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. Not only did he carry the wind and thunder, but he also released numerous mystical artifacts to protect himself during the battle. Whether it was Lord Haohan or the demons on the ocean, they couldn't see the battle clearly. Mystic lights, hurricanes, and giant waves covered everything. They only knew that the terrifying power and momentum that could destroy heaven and earth burst out, stirring up a giant whirlpool on the ocean surface. In the whirlpool, fresh blood and golden blood splattered everywhere, and screams and loud noises filled the air. Seeing this, the demon generals around Lord Haohan all changed their expressions. They had never seen who could fight against such a huge army and end up in such a situation. Qin Fengzi and the necromancers had already retreated to the center of the army. But at this moment, they widened their eyes. After observing for a while, they couldn't help but sigh. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. What he felt pity was not for Li Yunxin, nor for the lives of the soldiers, but for the mystical artifacts. Any one of the Dharma treasures that Li Yunxin had unleashed was powerful enough to easily annihilate hundreds or even thousands of low-tier fiendish demons in a single exchange. But just like how 1,000 armed farmers couldn't be a match for 100 well-trained elite soldiers, for 1,000 battle-hardened demon soldiers working together, and with the help of the formation, their power would increase by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. It was true that Li Yunxin's magical treasures could kill countless people, but they were like the most fragile consumables, being destroyed one by one. If these treasures fell into the hands of the lifeless immortal sect, how useful would they be? If this Li Yunxin also died in the chaos, how much effort would they have to spend to search for the cultivation techniques of the mystical sects on the continent? Chapter 667. He sighed 3 times in a row and made up his mind to discuss this matter with Lord Vast Expanse. At least he had spared Li Yunxin's life, so that he would have a chance to get what the celestial sect wanted from him. But just as he thought of this, the light at the point of contact suddenly paused, and then disappeared. That space disappeared into thin air. At least when looking at it horizontally, it disappeared. The concept of height was completely erased. The sea turned into an extremely blurry picture. At the point where that space and normal space met, time and space were distorted as if a god had pulled it hard. The broken limbs of the dead demon soldiers were twisted into strange curves, but they weren't broken. The light was still dazzling, but it couldn't be seen, only felt. This was an indescribable feeling. Qin Fengzi knew that Li Yunxin had used his other trump card, the move he used to kill the Purple Knight Enlightened. I want this strange formation too. He screamed madly in his heart. This Li Yunxin, just how many treasures does he have? But that Li Yunxin had actually brought out all of her family's wealth. Does he want to die? Qin Fengzi thought that Li Yunxin wanted to ambush the commander of the Central Army and cause a great change in the situation on the sea. Lord Vast Expanse and his subordinates thought that Li Yunxin wanted to break out of his formation and eat the meat of the Vanguard Army, so that he could destroy the prestige of the Vast Expanse Army. But now that he saw this move, he finally realized that he was wrong. He had used all his strength. Even if he could retreat, he was already seriously injured, and his trump card had been seen. How could he have any strength left? It was at this moment that the space distorted by Li Yunxin shattered with a rumble. Fragments flew everywhere, just like when the Purple Knight Enlightened was seriously injured, and the sea instantly boiled. The 4,000 Vanguard Army, all gone. There was dead silence in the Central Army. Many demon generals turned green. But Lord Vast Expanse's eyes widened, and he took another step forward from his throne. What a great Li Yunxin! He roared, shaking the sea. I'll leave your corpse intact and give you a grand burial. However, right in the middle of the shattered space, Wei River Dragon King, who had regained his human form due to the casting of the spell formation, was covered in blood and wounds. Without stopping, he pounced over again and shouted angrily, "Leave your corpse intact. Die." When he fought with the Purple Knight Daoist, there were only 2 of them. However, there were still the middle and rear armies of the vast army dozens of miles away. The broken pieces flew in all directions. Of course, there was no reason to avoid that piece. A single fragment formed a terrifying whirlpool. Dozens of fragments shot out at the same time, immediately sucking in a few hundred more demon soldiers in the middle of the army, creating a bloody path for him. By this time, the shouts of the magnates on the surface of the ocean had almost drowned out the roar of the boiling ocean. He alone had finally taken away the courage of the vast army. Every demon soldier clenched their teeth and only knew how to hold the weapons in their hands tightly as a fear that they had not felt for a long time arose in their hearts. This way, River Dragon King was so powerful. However, after hearing his arrogant words, the vast Dragon King was not angry. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. He took another step forward and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! How dare you? How dare you? My great head is here. If the Wei River Lord wants to, take it yourself." Then, he suddenly restrained his expression. Middle army, press forward. Anyone, even the demon soldier with the lowest cultivation base, could see that this brave and unparalleled Li Yunxin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. When a great demon suffered a serious injury, he naturally had a way to heal his own wound. Not only to not let others see him in a sorry state, but also to stop the bleeding. Stopping the bleeding was important to mortals, but it was also important to the demons. The essence blood in their bodies poured out, and their demon power quickly weakened, similar to how mortals lost too much blood. However, Li Yunxin's body was now covered with wounds, and the golden blood all over his body was like a small stream that sprinkled down. How long could this kind of injury last? It was also because of this that the vast army could suppress the fear in their hearts, pull themselves together, and charge forward. Lord Howhen's throne also moved forward with the middle army. This Dragon King of the Sea saw that Li Yunxin had transformed into a set of treasured armor and a godly sword. He charged into the formation as if there was no one there, and attacked with great ease. He didn't seek to protect himself, only to kill the enemy. With one move, he set off a wave of blood, and no one was a match for his sword. But he didn't make a move. He stood quietly on his throne, looking straight at Li Yunxin's fierce momentum. Although there were profound realm experts among the demon generals under his command, facing Li Yunxin, who was like a mad tiger, and his lord was at the front lines, how could they go forward? Naturally, they had to protect Lord Howhen so that he wouldn't make any mistakes. Although the remaining true realm demons were generals, they weren't dragons after all. They weren't like Li Yunxin, who had been through many dangerous situations. Once Li Yunxin charged into the middle army's formation, he would only charge toward the place where Lord Howin's banners were the densest. Once a demon like him was in the formation, once he focused on killing in one place and transformed into his human form, it didn't matter how many people there were. The Sea Demon army relied on their daily training and formations that worked well together. If they encountered a strong enemy, they would use formations from afar and surround them. But now the formations couldn't be used, they couldn't hit him. Even if they surrounded him, they couldn't stop him. It was this rare situation that caused him to be seriously injured several times. He killed his way to a place 30 steps away from Lord Howin. Lord Howin's throne was more like a big bed. The throne was carried by 16 strong men, surrounded by strong bodyguards, and stood on a jade platform that was condensed from magical power. When Li Yunxin killed his way here, half of his armor had been broken. Only the sword in his hand was still shining brightly, and the blood couldn't cover its sharpness. But he was already panting like an ox. He could only use the sword to support himself so that he wouldn't fall. Although he stood still and glared at Lord Howin, the demon soldiers surrounding him were scared out of their wits. They only dared to surround him from afar, and no one dared to get close to him. The two profound realm demon generals beside Lord Howin sneered, cupped their hands, and shouted in a deep voice, "We're willing to take Swan's head for you, my lord." But Lord Howin stared at Li Yunxin for a while and shook his head. "You don't deserve to take the head of such a person." The demon general's expression froze, and he put his hand down in embarrassment. The vast Dragon King was silent for a while. He looked at every wound on Li Yunxin's body that was so deep that the bones could be seen, and sighed. "Ever since I took control of the vast realm, I've quelled countless rebellions and killed millions. You're the first to kill in front of my imperial palace." He put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward from his throne. The surrounding generals were all shocked and shouted, "No!" But Lord Howin ignored them. He looked at Li Yunxin and slowly walked in front of him. "What do you have to say?" Li Yunxin let out a long breath, and blood flowed out of his tightly closed mouth. After another 3 or 4 breaths, he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared angrily, "Ah!" This roar was extremely sorrowful. Although it was like thunder that shook the entire ocean, it also had an endless sense of desolation and exhaustion, like the long howl of a lone wolf on the verge of death. As he howled, the blood in his mouth sprayed all over the vast Dragon King's body. But this ruler of the vast realm's expression didn't change, and he didn't even try to dodge. He only waited until he shouted himself hoarse and lowered his head, and then slowly wiped his face. He took 3 steps back and stared at him. "So you're a sad person. You want to die?" "Oomph." He shook his head and paused. "Warriors can die in battle, but not like this. Go back. When you really have the will to fight, I'll personally be your opponent." After saying this, he turned around and strode back to the palanquin. "There's also such a person on land. All troops retreat 100 miles. Send orders to all the demons on the ocean. If anyone dares to kill the person I want to kill, it's the same as treason." About 4 hours later, the ocean finally calmed down. Li Yunxin stood alone on the surface of the ocean. The blood on the treasured sword in his hand had already dried up. But since it was a treasured sword, it naturally wouldn't be tainted. Now that the blood was gone, it shone brightly under the blazing sun. The vast realm army retreated 100 miles, and the demons watching the battle retreated even further. The surface of the ocean was as calm as before, as if the previous battle was just an illusion, and in reality, the troops of all sides hadn't moved. At this time, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he raised his head, not looking in the direction of the vast realm army, but to the east. There was a blue sky and white clouds, a yellowed ocean surface, and the indistinct shadows of demons on the ocean surface. But other than that, there was nothing. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. He raised his hand and threw the treasured sword in his hand into the ocean. Then he turned around and returned to his 100-mile large formation. The formation set up by the lifeless immortal sect to trap his demon beasts and demon soldiers had become useless after being continuously attacked. He effortlessly broke it, took out the scroll, and retrieved the beasts and soldiers. Then, he turned into a golden light and landed on the stone pillar. First, he shook off the broken treasured armor, and then created a set of clothes for himself. After doing all this, he didn't adjust his breathing to heal his injuries. Instead, he slowly walked on the pillar and drew with his sword fingers. The formation he carved on the stone pillar was slightly damaged due to the impact of the lifeless immortal sex formation, and he was now repairing it. The small kernel was still on the pillar. Actually, just now was the perfect opportunity for him to escape. But the formation was surrounded, and there were demons released by Li Yunxin in the ocean, so he didn't manage to escape. From the moment he saw Li Yunxin land on the ground, he maintained a dumbfounded state and stared at him without blinking. After staring for a full 15 minutes, he seemed to come back to his senses. Dragon King. Dragon King, what kind of battle technique is this? Li Yunxin ignored him. The small colonel suddenly cried, Dragon King is merciful. Dragon King is brave. Dragon King, if you really want to die, let me live first. I will be a cow or a horse in my next life to repay Dragon King's kindness. I have. Li Yunxin stopped in his tracks. He stared at him for a while. There were still wounds on his face, and he looked very ferocious. Even though his gaze was calm, it was enough to make the small colonel stop crying and swallow his next words. After 3 or 4 breaths of time, Li Yunxin turned around and started walking again. Who said I'm going to die? He said in a low voice. Forget it. So what if I die? After a moment of silence, he sighed. Live. Chapter 668. The vast army retreated 100 miles away, but that didn't mean they were retreating. They only watched from afar and rested for the time being. When the time came, they would send out their troops. The demon generals were indignant, but they didn't dare to show it in front of Lord Vast Expanse. He could only stand by his side with an ashen face, watching his lord sit on the throne, his body slightly leaning forward as he stared unblinkingly at Li Yunxin, who was even further away. At such a distance, only profound realm cultivators could barely see Li Yunxin's movements. And that was when the other party didn't intentionally interfere. But the vanguard and vanguard were all killed by one person. It was the greatest humiliation the vast army had ever experienced in 1,000 years. Not all the demon generals could understand their lord's actions. They thought that even if their lord didn't kill him because he cherished talent, he should have captured him and slowly thought about the future. But now, after making such a huge sacrifice, they actually let him go. Didn't that person die in vain? These doubts and dissatisfaction didn't only exist in the hearts of the demon generals. The necromancers of the lifeless immortal sect also thought the same. Their sacrifices couldn't compare to the soldiers of the vast army. But in the hearts of the necromancers, the life of one of them was more precious than 100 demon soldiers. Now, the necromancers were in the middle of the army, surrounding Qin Fengzi. After a long silence, someone finally whispered, the 2 of them died just like that. After saying that, he looked at his peers. He couldn't help but ask, Your Honor, why did Lord Vast Expanse? Qin Fengzi looked in Lord Vast Expanse's direction, then looked around. The demons watching the battle didn't retreat, and their numbers seemed to have increased. It was as if the previous battle had made them more interested and curious about the outcome of this battle. He understood a little, then shook his head. I always tell you to think more before doing things. You have to see the inside story. This is a good opportunity. Think about it carefully. The necromancers were confused, then fell silent. But the necromancer who asked before thought for a while, then blinked. Your Honor is saying that there's an inside story? In my opinion, there is. Qin Fengzi nodded, then squinted his eyes and looked in Li Yunxin's direction. But at such a distance, he couldn't see anything. We know a little about Li Yunxin. He retracted his gaze. I've told you about what he did on land. That's why we try to communicate with him first. We don't want to be enemies with this person unless it's absolutely necessary. You have escaped from death time and time again. You are extremely scheming and come up with many strange plans. All of you usually think highly of yourselves, but think about whether you can reach his level. The necromancers were indignant. It was naturally uncomfortable for them to think about the enemy who had just killed 2 of their fellow disciples. But no one spoke. Even if he was indignant, he had to admit defeat. The most terrifying thing about this person is that he dares to take risks. He dared to risk his own life. He had died once in the city of Wei and again in Yinshan. However, in the end, they all survived. Now, think about what he did in the past, and look at the present. Qin Fengzi sighed. He has a formation, but he doesn't defend it. After revealing an opening, he charged over like a brainless warrior. It's not incomprehensible for a normal person to do so. He's already at death's door. But he was originally waiting here. He would not know that an army was coming, so he must have some strange plan. I don't believe that such a person came to seek death. He must have done this as part of a plan, and it might not be his true body that came. He is at the Shi mysterious state and has the ability to turn his soul into a real body. His formation, I was less than 100 miles away from the center of the army. It's very likely that he sent an avatar for us to kill. It's fine if it's someone else. Against someone like him, would you dare to kill him if he was sent to you? The necromancers looked at each other. The person who spoke before moved his mouth as if he wanted to refute, but he couldn't find anything to say. He could only say, "Then Lord Haohan, if I can think of this, how can Lord Haohan not think of it?" Qin Fengzi shook his head. He has led the vast sea for 1,000 years. He isn't as bold as others think. Other than the unlucky Lord of West Sea, none of the dragon kings on the sea are easy to deal with. Qin Fengzi looked in Lord Haohan's direction. He hesitated for a while and said, "He must have other considerations. Mulian, tell us." The person he called Mulian was the necromancer, Taoist Mulian, who had spoken before. Being called out, he looked a little flattered. He didn't dare to be careless. He held his breath and frowned, thinking for a while. Then, he looked at the demons around him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Lord, are you saying the people in the vast army all look indignant? Clearly, they view the battle just now as a great humiliation. Previously, the reason why His Honor persuaded Lord Haohan to let us make the first move was also because Lord Haohan felt that even if we won, we would still be ridiculed by these demon kings. But Li Yunxin charged in himself just now. Not only did the front line not stop him, but he also rushed to the front of the carriage. Now that this happened, no matter what we do, it will be a joke. If Lord Haohan thinks the same as Lord Haohan and thinks that this is Li Yunxin's clone that came to him on purpose to kill him and lure him into a trap, why don't we pretend that we appreciate each other? Even though we can't save our face, we can at least gain a good reputation for appreciating talent. Qin Fengzi smiled. I think so too. Sigh, it's a pity. I want to see what kind of shocking move Li Yunxin will make if Lord Haohan really fell for the trap and killed him. The vast army rested for about a day. During this time, they sent 15 scouts to report the movements of the EC army. After reading about 40 rounds of urgent military reports, Lord Haohan furrowed his brows. Something didn't seem right. They had sent their troops 2 days ago. He went to Li Yunxin, and Lord Haohan went to the west, because it was said that the red-clothed witch, Red Lady, had also gone there. It seemed that she had been entrusted by Li Yunxin, that which was at the peak of the profound realm. If she had met up with Li Yunxin, he wouldn't have been able to kill them 1 day ago. But he had actually sent away such a great helper. Qin Fengzi thought he had guessed Lord Haohan's intention correctly, but he had missed one point. Li Yunxin's unusual behavior meant that he was very confident in this place. Because of these factors, Lord Haohan couldn't kill him easily. According to the military report, the EC army had rushed to the west in the first half of the day, and it seemed that they really wanted to stop Red Lady. However, half a day ago, after the battle with Li Yunxin, the EC army suddenly stopped at the bottom of the sea. They stopped for a day and a half. By the time Lord Haohan saw the military report, they still hadn't broken camp. In the worst-case scenario, like what the generals around Lord Howland said. Lord Howland didn't want to help. Instead, he had to wait for Red Lady to come to Li Yunxin's rescue, and the East Sea Army would be attacked from two sides. But the Dragon King had a different opinion. Although he and Lord Howland didn't get along, he knew that Lord Howland wasn't a fool. With such an obvious attitude, even if his vast army was removed, there were still the remaining Dragon Kings of the Six Seas. If the six Dragon Kings knew what he had done, how could they let him live? Even if they didn't attack him together, they would scatter and let the East Sea be turned upside down by Li Yunxin and that witch. So what was the reason? The Dragon King pondered for nearly 4 hours before he got another report. It was said that a day and a half ago, someone rushed from Penglai and caught up with the East Sea Army. Only then did the Dragon King of the East Sea stop. The person's cultivation level was so high that the scouts couldn't see through it. Lord Howland realized that the person might be the counselor that Lord Howland had hidden. The counselor from the land, who was said to have a profound cultivation level in mind. Did something big happen for him to suddenly chase after them? In fact, the Dragon King was only half right. Lord Howland, who he couldn't figure out, was also in a terrible situation. East Sea had sent 25,000 troops, and now the army was stationed in the Sea Tiger Gorge. The Sea Tiger Gorge was similar to the garrison fortress of the dynasty on land. Usually, there were only a few soldiers stationed there. In times of war, it could be used as a temporary resting place for the army and a supply point for the rear. The Sea Tiger Gorge was wide, but not deep. It was more like an elongated basin. Lord Howland's tent was in the middle of the gorge, surrounded by elite soldiers. Scouts and sentries were sent out all over the sea, as if they were facing a formidable enemy, or as if the army had some secret they didn't want others to know. In fact, what they didn't want others to know was Lord Howland's current appearance. Inside the anti-crystal light shield of the central military tent, he had a bitter face and cupped his hands. He leaned forward slightly, like a child who had made a mistake and was being scolded by his teacher. And opposite him, it was Lady Mingyue Shangguanyu. The ground was a mess. Cups, documents, armors, and weapons all rolled on the ground. The cups and documents were torn to pieces, and the armors and weapons were broken. Although the sea was not good at smelting, there were still energy practitioners. Lord Howland was the Lord of Penglai and East Sea. Although he didn't have as many treasures as a nouveau riche like Li Yunxin, he was not inferior in quality. But now, the weapons and armors that he had always regarded as treasures and cleaned by himself every day were destroyed, but he couldn't even vent his anger. You trapped me in East Sea. You trapped me here. Shangguanyu bit her lips and looked at him, her eyes red. Because she was still young and beautiful, she looked like a sad, beautiful girl. What did you say to me when I first came to Penglai? Zhao Zhijing, what did you say to me? What did you promise me? Lord Howland raised his hand to wipe his forehead, lowered his body, and murmured, Yes, yes, what is it? Shangguanyu grabbed a copper paperweight on the table beside her and threw it on his forehead. With a bang, a corner of the copper paperweight was flattened, but there was not even a mark on Lord Howland's forehead. Chapter 669. The paperweight fell to the ground. Shangguanyu suddenly cried, You are hiding? You are still hiding. Donghai Jun hurriedly said, This. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the paperweight, bowed, and sent it to Shangguanyu. Then he retreated to a distance. Little Ui, hey, hit me again. Before he could finish his words, Shangguanyu grabbed the paperweight and threw it at his face again. The paperweight made a whistling sound and was immediately smashed. Lord Donghai's face was immediately covered in blood, and a large gash was left on his cheek. He hissed in pain, but he did not move. He only said, Good hit, good hit. However, Shangguanyu still said, Tell me, what did you promise me in the past? Donghai Jun sighed with a bitter face. I'll tell you. When you came to Penglai, I told you me that it was very difficult to meet Shinryu, didn't you? Shangguanyu stared at him, tears rolling down from her eyes like mermaid pearls. You told me that the situation was unclear. You said that Li Yunxin was involved with too many forces and that it would be disadvantageous to him if I did that. You told me to temporarily settle down on Penglai Island, and you would find a way. Zhao Zhijing, are you the one who said this? Dong Haijun sighed. Yes, yes. Shang Wanyu covered her mouth with her hand, turned her face away, and closed her eyes. After that day, I didn't have the face to see him. I believed your sweet words back then. I thought you were a good person, different from Li Chunfeng. Zhao Zhijing, I didn't know that you were also such a person. Tell me, what are you going to do with these people? What are you going to do? To save him or to harm him? Dong Haijun opened his mouth. You don't have to say it. If it weren't for the news spreading across the ocean, I would still be on your Penglai Island, waiting for you to tell me every day what he did today and what he would do tomorrow. If it weren't for Jiner, I wouldn't even know that you were killed by him. Shang Wanyu put down her hand and seemed to stop crying, but a few teardrops stuck to her eyelashes like dew. She looked at him as if she was seeing him for the first time. Say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Lord Donghai sighed and said, You didn't ask me to say it. All right, little you, listen to me first. He carefully stepped forward and reached out to hold Shang Wanyu's shoulder, asking her to sit down first. But just as he was about to touch it, Shang Wanyu slapped his wrist and broke it. Get lost. Lord Donghai was stunned for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Fine. I'll go out first. Where are you going? Shang Wanyu glared at her, tears falling from her eyelashes. Tell me. Lord Donghai was in a daze again. Only then did he slap his own face with his broken wrist. Yes. I'm stupid. I'll say it now, Xiao. I didn't lie to you. You still dare to say it. The Lord of the Eastern Sea hurriedly shook his hands, but they were already wobbly, and now they seemed fake. No. When I first saw you, I fell in love with you. I thought you were the treasure of the Eastern Sea. The treasure of the whole world. Little you, the Eastern Sea, no, the 9 seas, whatever you want, I will give my life to get it for you. When I met you, I didn't want any power or state anymore. I also felt happy to be able to live in seclusion with you like those people on the land. I didn't lie to you, not even half a word. I said that in the future, you would study and practice swordsmanship, and I would farm and grow vegetables to support you like the people on the land. That was also true. You said you didn't want to care about the people in the world because you thought they were too bad. I said I didn't want to care about them either. It's best for us to be ordinary. That was also true. I didn't lie to you at all. He said this hurriedly and quickly, afraid that Shang Wanyu would interrupt him. At this point, Shang Wanyu cried again. It's your words. You're just like Li Chunfeng. You say nice things, but you do things. All the men in the world are like you. Like this. You used those words to trap me here. You and him are both. Lord Donghai was so anxious that he was about to cry. Xiaoya, how am I like him? You said he said sweet things to you on Mount Yinshan, but in the end, he just wanted to use you to do things. But what did I use you to do? What I said. Then what did you promise me? Lord Donghai was stunned again. After a while, he said, about Li Yunxin, Sai, Xiaoya, I did it all for you. At this time, he was also a little anxious. He straightened his body, took 2 steps in the tent, and turned around. You came to the East Sea and want to go to the Dragon Island because of him. But you don't know Lord Shinryu's temper. You said something wrong, and you might die on the Dragon Island. How could I ask you to go to the Dragon Island? You asked me to help him, but do you know how much trouble he has? I can help him. I helped him for you. And it's nothing even if I die. But I'm afraid that it's not enough for me to die, and I'll drag you into it. If you die, how can I let you be in any danger? I thought about it. In the end, he realized that Li Yunxin was the one who had wronged him. As long as he's alive, you'll think about him every day. I'm afraid that if he causes trouble, you'll be the one to bear the trouble. When Lord Donghai mentioned Li Yunxin, his face became fierce again. Then what can I do? Kill him, of course. Once he's dead, your troubles will be gone. Then you can get rid of the troubles on the ocean. I won't have to worry about anything, and Shinryu can't do anything to me. Then we can find a place, just like what we talked about before. A man farming and a woman weaving, living a simple life. Isn't that good? After saying all this, he looked at Shangguan Yu bitterly. Little Yu, tell me, what did I do wrong? Shangguan Yu was still crying before, but after he said all this, he stopped crying. She frowned. With tears on her face, she frowned and looked at Lord Donghai carefully. Her strange look made the fierce expression on Lord Donghai's face disappear, and it was replaced by anxiety. Little Yu, I'm not angry at you. What you said, Shangguan Yu stared at him. Is it from your heart? Lord Donghai blinked in confusion. Yes. Then do you know, I'll ask you again, and you better answer me. Do you know that Li Yunxin is my son? Yes, I do. Didn't you tell me earlier? Shangguan Yu opened her mouth slightly and staggered 2 steps back, as if she couldn't support her body. Lord Donghai was about to step forward, but she stopped him with a wave of her hand, as if she was disgusted. After a while, she said in a trembling voice, Then can you understand one thing? He is my son, and I am his mother. I hate Li Chunfeng, not only because he used me, but also because he didn't care about my son's life, and he didn't allow me to care about his life. If you kill him, I can only see you as my enemy for the rest of my life. Lord Donghai opened his eyes wide and frowned. Not because he used you, lied to you? Son, I know he's your son, but he brought us trouble. Except for him, you have me by your side, so what can't be solved? Son, what can I do? Shangguan Yu was silent. She was so silent that Lord Donghai didn't know what to do. Finally, he smiled sadly. You mean, you can't understand the love between mother and son? Lord Donghai blinked his eyes. You will get over it one day, Shangguan Yu suddenly laughed out loud. Good. It's my own fault again. She laughed so hard that her whole body trembled, and she took 2 steps back. I was on the land. I was on the land, surrounded by those cultivators of Yinshan. I was heartless, and I was not human. I grew up in that kind of environment, and I felt that people were all like that. I was the only one who was different. I always felt that I was different, that there was something wrong with me. My teacher said that those were all inner demons. He told me to get rid of them sooner or later. Then I met Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng. She murmured the name 3 times. Every time she repeated it, Lord Donghai frowned uneasily. Finally, I found someone like me. He had a nice way of talking. Say something nice. Let me know that I'm not an anomaly. There's someone just like me. He let me know that love, and desire were not something to be ashamed of or bad. I betrayed Yinshan with him, and I met a lot of demons. I also knew that the demons on the land had terrible temperaments. They were even more different. They looked like humans, but they had no feelings at all. Tears rolled down from Shangguan Yu's eyes again. I thought Li Chunfeng was the best person in the world. He also said that I was his treasure. But later I found that he was no different from those people of Yinshan and those demons. They were all not human. She raised her hand and pointed at Lord Donghai. Zhao Zijing. Then I came to your place and met you. You're a demon. But when I met you and heard you say I'm a treasure, do you know? It reminded me of Li Chunfeng. I thought you looked like a human. You were more like a human than Li Chunfeng. I thought you were a demon, but you were a human. Now I know that demons are demons after all. You don't know anything. Zhao Zijing. You don't understand people's hearts at all. Why are you pretending to be so affectionate? You are a demon. She said this at the top of her voice, covering her face and crying, Why? I can't meet anyone. Lord Donghai felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a while, and then he slowly reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab Shangguan Yu's shoulder. But as soon as he raised his hand, he put it down, his eyes staring blankly. I don't understand. I don't understand. Chapter 670. After saying this, he was silent for a long time. Then he said, Fine, if you kill him, you'll be my enemy, I won't kill him. I won't kill him, okay. Shang Guanyu shook her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? As she said this, her right hand suddenly formed a sign, and a faint golden light flowed around her body. Seeing this, Dong Haijun frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Withdraw!" Shang Guanyu shouted, "Zhao Zijing, don't you dare!" Now that things had come to this point, why would Lord Donghai not dare to do anything? The water-repelling light shield suddenly expelled Dong Haijun and instantly shrank into a fist-sized bead, trapping Shang Guanyu inside. Her voice suddenly became softer, as if she had been thrown to the edge of the sky. But the golden light inside the shield shone brightly, as if a small sun was trapped inside. Crimson cracks appeared one after another on the surface of the cover that had shrunk into a ball, but they quickly flowed like water and calmed down. Dong Haijun held the ball in his palms. The wounds on his face and wrists had healed. The tent was originally dark and gloomy, but now the small ball in his palms shone brightly, making his face look gloomy and ferocious. Although he did not have many treasures in his hands, this water-repelling light shield was one of the special ones. The tent of the commander of an army was the most heavily guarded place. As for the light barrier in his tent, it was the strongest of the strongest. Shang Guanyu's cultivation was not low, but how could she break free in a short time when she was trapped in such a thing, with Dong Haijun's constant demon power pouring in from the outside? She shouted and scolded, but Dong Haijun was no longer submissive like before. Because of the fear of losing something, he was now determined and unshakable. This stalemate lasted for about half an hour, and the golden light in the small ball finally faded. Dong Haijun looked inside and could only see Shang Guanyu shrouded in a cloud of mist. He couldn't see her figure or face. He sighed and raised his hand to cast a restriction on the ball, turning it black, and then slowly put it down. His body suddenly withered, and he sat in the mud at the bottom of the sea. Just like that, after about a quarter of an hour, a personal guard suddenly came in from outside the tent to report. "Ju and Shang," Lord Donghai said weakly, "get lost." But after a while, the bodyguard still hadn't left. He then said, "Yes." He raised his eyebrows, "Scram." However, the curtain was suddenly parted and a person walked in. Lord Donghai was agitated and stood up abruptly. But he realized that the person who came was Huang Guanzi. He was stunned. After a while, he said, "Sir, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay on the island? What happened?" Huang Guanzi frowned slightly and glanced at the tent. Inside the water-repelling essence light shield, there was originally a luxurious room. But now that the shield was in the hands of Lord Donghai, the tent was stuck in the mud of the seabed. The Dragon King of the East Sea fell to the ground. Now that he stood up, he couldn't even shake off the dirt on his body. Huang Guanzi then shook his head. "Don't worry, Jun Shang. Nothing happened on the island. I was worried that something had happened here, so I rushed over." His eyes fell on the small ball in his hand. "I heard that a master from Penglai went straight to the Central Army. What happened?" Lord Donghai was relieved, but soon a look of despair appeared on his face, and he sat down again. "Alas, nothing happened on the island. Alas, what's the use now? Alas, 1,000 years ago, I didn't want to be this Dragon King. Alas, the Divine Lord chose me. Alas, if I hadn't gone to the Dragon Island, I wouldn't have become this Dragon King. If I hadn't become this Dragon King, I wouldn't have met Little You. If I hadn't met Little You, I wouldn't have such a sad thing today." Huang Guanzi frowned and looked at him. Only after he had rambled on like this and told her everything that had just happened did he suddenly raise his eyebrows and shout, "Fool!" Lord Donghai was stunned. In the past year, when had he ever seen Huang Guanzi make such an expression and say such rude words? In his shock, he even forgot to be angry. Huang Guanzi ignored him, took 4 steps in the tent, turned around and shouted at him again. His voice was stern. "I have been assisting Lord Donghai for a year, just to see you like this? Listen to what you are saying. Stop fighting? Stop fighting at sea? Return to seclusion? Hee hee." He sneered and pointed at Lord Donghai. "That woman is too soft-hearted. Are you confused? If you stop fighting, can you live? Can she live? Let me ask you, Are you really sincere to her? Lord Donghai was dumbfounded by the storm of questions. After a while, he said slowly, Of course I am sincere to her. I have told you a lot about me and her over the past year. Do you still doubt my sincerity? Lord Donghai, now I have to doubt it. Huang Guanzi looked at him. If you're sincere to her, you should think about what is the best for her and how you can give her this kind of kindness. If you don't even bother to think about these things, only feel sad, wronged, and give up everything, you're not really good to her. You just mistook your kindness for love. A man, Huang Guanzi clenched his teeth, should make up for his mistakes. Instead of bemoaning and remorseful, he should be holding up the sky, not letting the sky collapse. A man, he paused and took a deep breath. Even if he is misunderstood, as long as he can know his mistakes, as long as he can face his own conscience. So what if he has to bear the infamy? Lord Donghai looked at him and slowly stood up. Sir, Huang Guanzi restrained his expression. Do you understand, Lord Donghai? The Dragon King of Donghai looked at the small ball in his palm, and then at Huang Guanzi. Sir, please teach me what to do. The counselor from the Freemasonry finally relaxed a little. I dare not teach. I just give some suggestions to Lord Donghai. Sir, please speak. We are here for Li Yunxin, for the entrance to the netherworld. Huang Guanzi softened his tone and said in a low voice, There is no conflict between Lord Donghai and Lady Mingyue about the entrance to the netherworld. We even have common interests. Only in the matter of Li Yunxin. Lord Donghai has a demon body and was transformed into a dragon king by Lord Shinryu. He can't remember his parents, and he doesn't have any children, let alone this kind of emotional inheritance. He can't understand the relationship between mother and son. Love can be fated. Alas. In fact, how many people in the world can understand it? Just think about Lady Mingyue, my lord. Many times, a person can't completely understand another person, so you just need to respect her thoughts. She doesn't want Li Yunxin to die. We have come to this point, but we don't want him to die either, do we? On the contrary, Huang Guanzi shook his head. We still need to lead people to save him. What about after that? Provoking the remaining 7 Dragon Kings to fight among themselves and asking Li Yunxin to kill them one by one. Isn't that also helping him? Li Yunxin said that he did all this to protect himself and to help the Dragon King succeed. Neither you nor I believe it. But the alliance between the strong is like this. Before the dagger is revealed, the alliance is unbreakable. Lord Donghai will be in power and glory after he has done all these things. With the capital to negotiate with Li Yunxin, isn't it up to you to kill him or not? Hearing this, Lord Donghai pondered for a while, and finally, his expression lightened. But soon he frowned. But sir, you want Li Yunxin. Even if I don't kill him, it won't be you and I who conspire to kill him. Huang Guanzi smiled. The entrance to the netherworld is big. Wanting Li Yunxin is just taking advantage of the situation and taking revenge. I advise Jun Shang not to be swayed by emotions. Could it be that I would be the opposite? Rest assured, Lord, since Madame Mingyue's worry about Li Yunxin may affect my plan with you, then let's put the matter of revenge aside for the time being. We'll get the entrance to the netherworld first, and then, after this matter, the Freemasonry and Donghai will discuss the matter of Li Yunxin. At that time, whether Lord Donghai will protect him from Madame Mingyue or continue to cooperate with us is also up to you. Lord Donghai opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but stopped. Huang Guanzi waved his hand and smiled. I have told you just now. The alliance between the strong does not require that all the parties have the same goal. Alas, although I am congenial to you, but there is still a subtle difference in our positions. When the day really comes when we meet on the battlefield, if Jun Shang wins, on account of our friendship today, allow me to join you and continue to serve Jun Shang. These words sounded sincere. Even Lord Donghai was moved and blurted out, Then why don't you? Huang Guanzi's face was solemn. Although I'm not a gentleman, I also know that there are things that should be done and things that should not be done. Lord Donghai took a deep breath and bowed deeply to him. Mister's integrity, wisdom, and demeanor are all admirable. If there is such a day, I will help you conquer the border and guard the ocean forever." Huang Guanzi returned the bow. Then, "Lord Donghai, please continue to advance." Previously, Lord Haohin did not order the whole army to attack for the sake of his own reputation, but it backfired and made him lose face. Today, they retreated 100 miles and reorganized for a day. I think they are reviving their morale, and their offensive will be fierce. Li Yunxin put himself in a dead end, which is a wise move. But if he does not receive help, he will become a joke. The situation is urgent. Lord Donghai, please set off immediately. Lord Donghai straightened his body. With a slight shake, his robe became bright again. "Also, please continue to guard Peng Lai for me." Then he strode out of the tent and quickly began to shout and dispatch. Huang Guanzi stood in the tent for a while. Suddenly, he raised his face and closed his eyes. Then he let out a long sigh and flicked his sleeves. Chapter 671. Lord Donghai has been in the Sea Tiger Gorge for a full day and a half. But the surface of the East Sea is not completely unguarded. As early as the army set off, he has sent orders to all places to strengthen their vigilance. The sea is vast, and there are many aquatic creatures. Since the demons are aquatic creatures, it is easy to communicate with their own kind, and they are easy to control. Therefore, in fact, many seemingly ordinary and mindless fish, shrimps, whales, and dolphins in the East Sea have become spies. Under such a strict defense, it is difficult for anyone to get rid of surveillance. Of course, it is another matter whether they can be stopped or not. Red Lady is entrusted by Li Yunxin to stop the owner of Southwood House. Although she only needs to stop one person, it is not easy to do on the sea. She uses several treasures brought from Dongting and sets up defenses on the sea and seabed with her own supernatural power. These defenses are probably only for the strong. If one only looks at Wacken and ignores the difference in material form, the sea and the sky now look like a net. Although the Wacken flow in the net is violent and chaotic, as a whole, it is still a whole piece. People with low realms can't cause any waves in this net, just like small fish and shrimps slip out of the net. But the strong above the true realm and the mysterious realm are like whales and dolphins. No matter what, they will touch this net and be noticed. Red Lady spins such a net along the eastern coast like a spider. Then she begins to wait on a reef protruding from the sea. She naturally knows that her whereabouts may also be known by the demons of the East Sea, but she doesn't care. She has the dragon soul. Even if it has not been completely integrated, it is enough for her to look down upon any existence in the world. During the waiting period, she finds many interesting things. For example, a few demons were hiding somewhere nearby. A small demon was transforming somewhere, or a murder had occurred on a ship near the coast, and a few sailors had killed the ship's owner and thrown his body into the sea, then discussed to disguise it as a shipwreck. But there is still no sign of the strong, so she continues to wait. Therefore, she does not notice some inconspicuous people a little farther away. About 400 paces from the rock on which she stood, and about 100 paces from the land, there was a skiff on the surface of the sea. Compared to those big ships that sailed far away, it was an extremely small ship. It was similar to the ferry boat used by the inland fishermen on a small river. The hull of the ship was a single entity. Although it was made of wood, it did not seem to have been pieced together. It was more like a piece of wood had been melted and molded into this shape. At the bow of the ship stood a woman with a shocking beauty. She wore a lake blue chiffon dress, and her black hair was loosely tied. If the former Qing emperor was here, he would be pleasantly surprised. It was the Taoist Qing Shui, who had lived in the capital for 1,000 years, that he thought about day and night. Although this place was not far from land, the sea had already turned a deep blue. Originally, there were still waves and wind, but now they seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power. The surface of the water within 100 meters was as smooth as a mirror, and even the air seemed to have solidified. She raised her head slightly and looked towards the east with a calm expression. In that direction were Red Lady, Lord of Donghai, Punlai Island, a vast army, and Li Yunxin on the stone pillar. In fact, she had been watching like this for 2 whole days. From the departure of the vast army, to Li Yunxin breaking the formation and killing the enemy, to the retreat of the vast army, it had been a whole day of reorganization. After a while, Taoist Qing Shui raised her hand. The chiffon dress fell down, revealing a snow-white forearm. This arm was so slender that it seemed to break with a light snap. However, her fingers flicked lightly in the void like plucking a string, and a strange vibration appeared in the whole space. It did not seem to be any kind of known magical power. It was more like playing a zither. After about 3 or 4 flicks, she frowned slightly. It seemed that she was not satisfied with the result. She touched the void again, and a zither with only 5 strings appeared in front of her. At this time, she stretched out her hand and plucked on the strings. A quiet and solemn sound came out and even made the whole sea tremble slightly. At the same time, golden ripples suddenly appeared in the air around Red Lady, who was standing 400 li away from them. It was as if the space had turned into metal and then melted. Then it was shaken by some strong force. With a buzz, her red robe flew up. The female monster in Daunting was shocked. She immediately turned to look to the west. In the next moment, the reef beneath her feet shattered into pieces, and she disappeared without a trace. The super monster at the peak of Xian Realm felt the information sent from 400 meters away. It was hard to judge whether it was good or bad based on the information alone. But what shocked her was that she did not feel any fluctuation of Wacken before. The methods of cultivators and monsters were extremely magical and unpredictable in the eyes of mortals. For example, making a fire out of thin air 100 steps away by making a hand gesture. Mortals didn't know how to ignite it without firewood or oil. However, in the eyes of magical people, monster power and Wacken power were like a line. It came from the body, shot 100 steps away, and then burst into fire. However, the changes around her didn't follow this rule. It was more like the whole space suddenly changed. The surrounding Wacken power vibrated for no reason, and there was no defense at all. The newcomer was showing her power when Red Lady, who turned into a red light, rushed to the mirror-like sea. Taoist Qing Shui put her fingers on the strings of the zither. Seeing the aggressiveness of the newcomer, she didn't change her expression. She took back her fingers. Another clear zheng sound rang out, releasing a feather sound. Red Lady suddenly stopped in the air. She was only 10 feet away from Taoist Qing Shui. 4 high-level cultivators and monsters. A distance of 10 feet was like face-to-face. However, the female monster didn't seem to be restricted. It was more like she was moved out of the space where Taoist Qing Shui was. She could move freely, and her monster power was not sealed. However, she couldn't move forward anymore. She could only make slight ripples on the sea, like shaking a steel plate. Red Lady quickly realized this point. She simply stopped in the air and stared at Taoist Qing Shui like a beast hunting its prey. You? Are you the owner of Southwood House? Li Yunxin forbade you to go to him. Go. Taoist Qing Shui looked at Red Lady carefully. If others looked at this female monster like this, she would have been angry. But now she knew she couldn't figure out the opponent's method, so she couldn't vent her anger. She just raised her eyebrows and stared at her. What are you looking at? Taoist Qing Shui's face showed a trace of smile. What an overbearing little female monster. You're dead, but your obsession still exists for so long. Don't you know that this isn't a good thing? Red Lady looked at her angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Taoist Qing Shui looked down and used her slender middle finger to gently slide on the strings. Little girl, you're already dead. It's just that it's common for mortals to die without knowing they're dead, but it's rare for a monster to die. Now your body and mind are formed by the dragon soul. The reason why you can remember the past and your deep love for Li Yunxin is because of your obsession, causing you to sink into the sea of bitterness and unable to escape. Sigh. She spoke very softly and slowly. Now that she sighed, it was like a cool breeze blowing on her face. Red Lady didn't know why the owner of Southernwood House didn't say anything about Li Yunxin the moment she saw her. but said a bunch of inexplicable things. She wanted to scold her loudly, but her anger slowly calmed down. She even felt that her body was soaked in a pool of warm water. It was so comfortable that she almost lost her strength. Taoist Qing Shui looked at the strings and shook her head. Lord Dongting wants you to fuse with the dragon soul. But he doesn't know that there's no way to fuse with the dragon soul. Right now, your obsession and the dragon soul are stuck together like glue. It's not solid. Time is passing. There will be a crack in the end. If this goes on, there are only two situations. She gently stroked the strings. Either your obsession is destroyed, you forget everything in the past, and become a walking corpse with only strength. Or your obsession with Li Yunxin wins over the dragon soul, and you're separated from the dragon soul again. You're still you, but you've lost all your strength. Speaking until here, she looked at Red Lady. Little girl, that's why the Dragon Island Master isn't in a hurry to take away your things. So what kind of result do you want? Red Lady suddenly felt tired in her heart. She had never heard of what Taoist Qing Shui said. Now that she heard it, she should be shocked, angry, or suspicious. But when those soft words entered her ears, it was as if she already knew it, but she just mentioned it now. Because of this subtle emotion, she felt powerless. The sea and sky in front of her seemed to have changed. It was originally a vast sea and a clear sky. It should make people feel open-minded and only want to sail to the end of the world. But now, she felt that the sea was terrifyingly empty and the water was terrifyingly deep. The sun in the sky was even more dazzling, making people panic. The vast world made her feel incomparably small. She wanted to find a safe corner, but there was nowhere to hide. Her fluttering clothes and flying hair slowly calmed down. Her eyes became a little dazed, and her anger almost completely disappeared. Red Lady frowned and looked at Taoist Qing Shui. However, there was something wrong with it. She felt that something was wrong. A stubborn but resolute thought in his heart was making a sound and shouting in his heart. Even though the shout was suppressed by Taoist Qing Shui's words, it still didn't stop. It was this sound that made her feel things shouldn't be like this. Something's not right. Taoist Qing Shui smiled. She was about to speak again, but Red Lady's eyes fell on her zither. Zither? Most zither nowadays were 7-stringed, but this one was 5-stringed. But Red Lady had traveled the world before. She knew that zither were 5-stringed before 2,000 years ago, and 2 strings were added later. She was the princess of Dongting, and her father was also a person who loved elegance and prosperity. Therefore, she learned how to play zither and knew the theory of zither. She knew that the 5-stringed zither, gong, shang, jiao, and jinyu, also corresponded to the 5 elements: earth, metal, wood, fire, and water. Now, Taoist Qing Shui was playing the jinyu. The zhenin belonged to fire and could enter the heart. Chapter 672. Once she realized this, the tiredness in her heart suddenly dissipated. Taoist Qing Shui was messing with her mind. Her body couldn't move forward, but she found the space around her was slightly vibrating. Taoist Qing Shui's supernatural power was strange. It seemed to send her into another space. But once she noticed this detail, she knew that Taoist Qing Shui couldn't completely forbid anything. Red Lady scolded. "What does it have to do with you? Shut up." With this shout, the demon power of the female monster at the peak of Xian realm surged and burst out. When she rushed over, Taoist Qing Shui stopped her with the sound of feathers. But the force still made the surrounding sea slightly tremble. At this moment, he suddenly exerted his full strength. Although he still couldn't break through the restrictive spell laid down by the other party, it caused the sea surface to shake like boiling water. It also caused ripples to appear in the air that was originally almost frozen. A light sound was heard. The strings on Taoist Qing Shui's zither were broken. She didn't know what the strings were made of. Once they were broken, they became 2 extremely thin but extremely hard steel wires, like 2 extremely long needles. One of them actually cut Taoist Qing Shui's middle finger. A drop of blood appeared on the tip of her finger. Taoist Qing Shui looked down and flicked it away. What a determined little girl. She sighed softly. If you were born as a human, you would be a genius in cultivation. Unfortunately, you were born as a demon. She suddenly looked up at Red Lady and quickly plucked the horn string with her index finger. Do you know that Li Yunxin is just like his name? His heart is not only unpredictable, but also belongs to someone else. The sound of horns belonged to the wood element and entered the liver. Red Lady wanted to shout again, but when she heard this sound, she suddenly felt as if a monstrous wave was set off on the surface of the sea, pressing straight towards her. Even though she knew it was not real, she couldn't help but look at the non-existent wave. She took a closer look and knew it was not a wave. It was clearly an indescribable sorrow and despair that could not be expressed in words. Her aura collapsed once again, and she subconsciously tried to hide. But there was no way for her to hide. And where could she hide to? The huge wave hit her. Red Lady cried out in pain and fell from the sky. Your obsession makes you live, but also makes you suffer. Taoist Qing Shui used her finger to play the string. The sound of the horn was deep and mellow, lingering for a long time. It was as if waves were surging up one after another, continuously bombarding Red Lady's body. Li Yunxin thought that me coming to the East Sea would be disadvantageous to him, so he asked you to stop me. But doesn't he know that stopping me is even more dangerous than facing the vast army? You have him in your heart, but he might not have you in his heart. Can you prove his sincerity with your sincerity? Even if his sincerity can be proven, if one day he cuts it off, can you cut off your obsession? Taoist Clearwater's robe started to flutter. Her words became rapid, but her fingers left the strings. He calmly looked at Red Lady, who was in a daze on the hard surface of the sea for a good while before he softly said, Li Xinyu, I can ferry you, but you have to cross yourself first. Leave the East Sea temporarily, and let me save him this time. Red Lady frowned. Her eyes were full of sorrow. Her voice lost its previous imposing manner and became like a woman who was heartbroken but still tried to hold on to a glimmer of hope. But I can also save him. Why must it be you? Taoist Clearwater shook her head slightly. Your strength is not enough. Your strength is not suitable for him. She paused and looked towards the east. The vast army is about to make a move. If you stop me here, his life will be in more danger. Think about it. Do you listen to him? Or do you bend for him? Red Madam stared blankly. His life, his life, his life. When she heard these words, just like before, a voice suddenly rang out in her heart. She was even more stunned and frowned. He told me. Red Lady leaned on the hard surface of the sea and shook her head slightly. He told me about this matter. Taoist Clearwater frowned slightly for the first time. This demoness was stubborn and strong-willed. She had used 4 out of 5 notes, and she had already broken it once. But looking at the current situation, she had not completely subdued her, and instead there was a counterattack. But there was no reason for this. Whether it was Lord Dongting's method, Red Lady's fortuitous encounter, or Li Yunxin's entrustment, none of them were enough for her to have unexpected abilities. Then the question was it because of the word heart? The word heart was indeed the most difficult to predict. Taoist Clearwater seemed to be able to subdue Red Lady effortlessly. The battle between high-level cultivators and great demons was always earth-shattering. Only when there was a huge disparity in strength, or when it was just a friendly contest, would there be such a situation. But in fact, according to Taoist Clearwater, although Red Lady belonged to the category of not completely fused with the dragon soul, the power of the Xian realm that she displayed was not to be underestimated. Now that she used such a method, it was not as easy as it looked, but it was still not enough to completely subdue her. Red Lady said in a low voice, but he told me that this matter concerns his life. Taoist Clearwater heaved a sigh of relief. If you continue to block me here, his life will indeed be in danger. But Red Lady seemed to be gripped by some kind of paranoid emotion. She restrained the terrifying demonic power in her body and unconsciously repeated Taoist Clearwater's last sentence. His life will be in danger. His life will be in danger. As she said this, she slowly raised her head and looked towards the east blankly. But, he said, if you go over, his life will be in danger. Taoist Clearwater raised her hand and placed it on the fifth string. He is involved in the situation, so he can't see the whole picture. What he said may not be true. But, Red Lady turned to look at her. You were even afraid of me. What are you going to use? Her eyes were originally dim because of the great sorrow. However, when Taoist Qing Shui mentioned Li Yunxin's life, the melancholy in her eyes seemed to be pulled and bitten by a stubborn force. Following her words, the melancholy in her eyes quickly faded away. Red Lady raised her head. The light in her eyes gradually became clear. What are you going to use to save him? Her voice was like tearing silk, almost tearing the sea and the sky apart. No one knew where the female monster got her amazing strength from. She suddenly stretched her hands forward. The originally calm and solid sea seemed to have suddenly melted. The rolling waves were lifted up by her strength and directly rushed towards Taoist Clearwater's small boat. The vanguard of this huge force was an even more powerful sound wave. Previously, Red Lady used the sound wave to break one of Taoist Clearwater's zither strings. Now, this sound wave was even fiercer and more than 10 times more powerful than before. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The guqin in front of Taoist Qing Shui was shattered into pieces and even scratched her face. Now, Red Lady was like a ferocious beast that was restrained on an iron plate. This ferocious beast was previously weak, but now she was energetic again. Although it was still bound, it had already caused the entire iron plate to start to shake. The calm sea had once again become turbulent. Taoist Clearwater's zither was destroyed, so she couldn't even play the fifth note. The small boat under her feet was still intact, but it was also shaking in the waves as if it was about to capsize. When the zither exploded, it created a terrifying air wave that enveloped Taoist Qing Shui. When the rolling air wave arrived, it dispersed the air wave. Now, she didn't look as calm as before. There were bloodstains on her face and arms, and even her lake blue gauze dress was torn. Red Lady was startled by this scene. How could a person who could suppress a great monster at the peak of Xian realm have such a fragile body? But after this shock, she was even more shocked when the waves that were stirred up by her blasted Taoist Clearwater and the small boat under her feet. Her whole appearance changed. Taoist Clearwater's body suddenly shone with golden light, and on her face, arms, and the wounds caused by the broken pieces also shone with golden light. It was as if the blood flowing in her body wasn't blood, but was really filled with golden light. Red Lady was no stranger to such a scene. Li Yunxin, the current her, once she was injured, she would always be like this. Was this Taoist Clearwater? Is it also Lungzi's? Chapter 673. While Red Lady was shocked, Taoist Qing Shui pressed her hand down and suppressed the surface of the ocean again. At this time, her temperament was completely different. Taoist Qing Shui was extremely beautiful. She wore light clothes, and her hair was like a waterfall. It was as if she was taking a leisurely walk in her own room in Chengdu or Jinghua instead of the battlefield. But now, although her appearance didn't change much, her details had changed subtly. Her hair was spread out. Although it was still smooth and not messy, it also caused her originally calm temperament to decrease by a third. The pupils in her eyes became a little thin. Although they didn't shrink into a line when Dragon Sun was angry, they became oval, like a cat in a bad mood. Therefore, these pupils also added a bit of demonic temperament to her temperament. The thin clothes were shattered by the waves raised by Red Lady. However, a layer of faintly discernible armor appeared beneath it. But if you look carefully, it didn't seem to be armor, but scales growing on her body. Although Red Lady, who was at the peak of Xian realm, couldn't seriously injure Taoist Qing Shui, she had to use some means and show her face to deal with it. You? Red Lady frowned and looked at her in surprise. Aren't you the owner of Southernwood House? If you want me to be, then I am. Taoist Qing Shui pressed her hands down again, and the surface of the ocean became a piece of iron plate again. But this time, Red Lady was excluded. The area within 100 miles became a wizardry barrier, and Taoist Qing Shui was shrouded in it. Red Lady was no longer restrained, but she couldn't come in. This seemed to mean that Taoist Qing Shui admitted the strength of the female monster and believed that she might be a substantial threat to her. Such a discovery made Red Lady feel proud. She raised her eyebrows. It turns out that you were just pretending before. Today, I'm here, so don't think you can escape. But Taoist Qing Shui only showed a fleeting and slightly mocking smile on her face. Little girl, I just can't control you, not that I can't kill you. Previously, I called you here just to avoid the fight and trouble in the East. I wanted to make things clear to you here. Alas, it seems now that you are strong-willed. That is both a good and a bad thing. How to deal with you is a headache. Her words sounded like she was trying to be brave, but it was not entirely a bluff. Hong Yangzi had set up an inescapable net here, but this Taoist Qing Shui stopped at the shore of the East Sea. If he took another step forward, he would step in her net and be noticed by her. However, releasing a message to ask her to come over was indeed what she meant in her words. However, the demoness sneered, I'll show you my power first. Previously, she was trapped by Taoist Qing Shui's zither music. She had the strength, but could not use it. It could be said that she was extremely aggrieved. Now that he was free, his temper flared up. When a peak profound realm demon made a move, the weather would change and heaven and earth would topple. But what Taoist Qing Shui said was true. Red Lady attacked with all her strength for a quarter of an hour, but this time, not even a ripple appeared on the sea under Taoist Qing Shui's feet. It seemed to be because, previously, Taoist Qing Shui had used some kind of method to separate Red Lady from this world and wrap her up. But now that he couldn't control her, he simply wrapped himself up. This method was naturally easy to use on herself, and the power was more than 100 times stronger. She calmly watched Red Madam tossing and turning for a while before saying in a low voice, Li Chunfeng, should I kill your son's helper? Red Lady saw that her attack was not effective, so she gave up. But hearing Taoist Qing Shui's words, she immediately frowned. What? Who are you talking to? But Taoist Qing Shui ignored her at the moment. Red Lady was about to scold again, but she saw a person rushing from the east and shouting in a low voice, Master, please don't kill her. She took a closer look. It was a middle-aged scholar with a very wretched appearance. Who else could it be but Huang Guanzi in the tent of King of East Sea? But Red Lady didn't know his identity. She only thought that he was an assistant called by Taoist Qing Shui, so she used her demon power to blow him down. Unexpectedly, this person was also very powerful. Although it was just a casual blow from a female monster who was at the peak of Xian realm, the power was not to be underestimated. But he actually withstood it. After withstanding the blow, he flashed into Taoist Qing Shui's inhibition spell. Red Lady was taken aback for a moment before she cursed, hiding the head and showing the tail, hiding the head and showing the tail. Come out. Unfortunately, these two people also ignored her. Huang Guanzi flew to Taoist Qing Shui's side, looked at her deeply, and then frowned. Master, she actually hurt you. After saying this, he kneeled on the surface of the ocean and bowed deeply. I can't redeem myself even if I die 10,000 times. Taoist Qing Shui waved her hand. Li Chunfeng, this has nothing to do with you. She's your son's friend, not yours. And she frowned slightly. You look too ugly like this. Change back. Huang Guanzi was stunned and said subconsciously, this skin is not made. But he quickly changed his words and smiled. Yes, I'm disturbing your sight and hearing. After saying this, he stretched out his hand to scratch his own face. Cultivators and demons all had ways to disguise themselves. The demon was originally not a human, so when it transformed into a human, it was actually similar to a person being born from the mother's womb. Whatever the intention was, the appearance would also be the same. For example, when the mud water was not completely dry, it could still be repaired and slightly adjusted. But once the incarnation was completed, the appearance would be fixed. Therefore, if one wanted to transform into another appearance, he would have to use some camouflage. But this method also had a high and low level. The most common trick was used by some traveling Taoist priests and low-level demons. It was to bewitch a person's mind. The appearance of the Taoist priests and demons was still the original appearance, but in the eyes of the bewitched person, it was not the case. When Li Yunxin saw Shanji and the other demons for the first time in the Qiao family's mansion, they used this kind of trick. The more sophisticated trick was to use illusion on oneself. There were a lot of such tricks, and there were more than 100 of them. But since it was an illusion, it naturally couldn't be real. It had to be maintained by demon power and spiritual power. Therefore, it was easy for the aura to leak, and it was easy for others to see through it. Even the most sophisticated of these tricks couldn't escape this limitation. Therefore, if one wanted to hide from the eyes of a great demon like Lord Donghai, they had to use more powerful tricks. The art of painting was one of them, using the condensation of spiritual power and the realm of turning illusions into reality to paint a skin bag. If the trick was exquisite, it could ensure that the spiritual power of the skin bag was restrained and not leaked out. If it was worn on the body, even immortals wouldn't be able to see through it. Because since it was turning illusions into reality, to a certain extent, the skin bag was no different from the real thing. The yellow guanzi skin bag that Li Chunfeng was using now was one of his proudest works. Usually, it could be taken off without any damage, but it still needed to go through various methods. But now that Taoist Qing Shui said it looked ugly, he directly tore off the face. Once the face was torn off, it was like the zipper in Li Yunxin's world, with 2 slits from head to toe. The yellow guanzi quickly expanded, and with a soft sound, it turned into spiritual power and disappeared between heaven and earth. Li Chunfeng's face was revealed. Taoist Qing Shui looked at it and smiled. That's more like it. But the smile only appeared on his face for a moment, and he quickly shifted his gaze to Red Lady. Li Chunfeng, now tell me, what should we do with this little demon? If her cultivation level was lower, I could have avoided her or subdued her. But now her cultivation level is very high, and her temper is also very strong. Taoist Qing Shui turned to look at Red Lady. I heard that she listened to Li Yunxin and wanted to stop me on the sea. Li Chunfeng slowly stood up and tilted his head, as if he didn't dare to look at Taoist Qing Shui directly. Hearing her question, he quickly cupped his hands. Master, please calm down. But why did you come to Donghai? Did I do anything wrong? I came for Xie Sheng. Taoist Qing Shui interrupted him. Xie Sheng is in Li Yunxin's hands. Don't you know? Li Chunfeng sighed and bowed again. It's my fault after all. More than 10 years ago, I couldn't find Xie Sheng. It was my first mistake. A few days ago, Li Yunxin just saw him, but he escaped again. That was the second time. Then I went back to Pinglai and planned to wait for him to walk into the trap, but I was stopped by Li Yunxin again. That was the third time. Master's troubles were all caused by me. I can't atone for it, even if I die 10,000 times. Taoist Qing Shui softly said, and looked up at Red Lady who was far away. Since this demon couldn't break the inhibition and her words were ignored, she simply stopped making trouble. After all, Li Yunxin asked her to stop Xie Sheng. At this time, she had stopped him. Don't blame yourself now. Just tell me what you plan to do. For so many years, Taoist Qing Shui said in a low voice, almost all the things in my society are planned by you. After 1,000 years of experience, I can't look down on you anymore. I think you must have a plan for the things on Donghai. Li Yunxin, what are you going to do with him? Li Chunfeng was stunned. Master, didn't you say at the foot of Mount Yinshan that he was still useful? Maybe he could, that was before? Taoist Qing Shui blinked. At that time, Xie Sheng wasn't in his hands. He may be a variable, and a good one. If we get Xiesheng, we will have the capital to hold those elders hostage. In this case, Li Yunxin can be a way out. But now, Xiesheng is in his hands. If he managed to find out anything else, Xiesheng would be useless. At that time, Li Chunfeng opened his mouth. Yes. When Taoist Qing Shui and Red Lady were fighting, he didn't talk much. But now he talked a lot when he saw Li Chunfeng, and even his expression became more vivid. What is it? Taoist Qing Shui laughed. Tell me. I believe that Li Yunxin is a smart man. Once he asks something, he will know that he will die if he continues to ask. But if he is really stupid, Li Chunfeng sighed. I will kill him myself. Chapter 674. So, do you think he got the answer? Li Chunfeng glanced at Red Lady in the distance. I think. Not yet. He probably used it as a bait to see you. Taoist Qing Shui was silent for a while. You're really brave. Li Chunfeng worshipped again in fear. Master, please don't be angry. It was an expedient measure. At that time, I saw that Li Yunxin had the state of mind of Taishang and was a terrifying cultivation genius. If we let him go, he would be out of our control very soon. That was the only way. He paused and said carefully, in this world, besides the master's previous life, who else could call him? Taoist Qing Shui frowned slightly. Li Chunfeng immediately stopped talking. Undoubtedly, the owner of Southwood House didn't like Li Chunfeng to mention this. As for whether she didn't like to talk about her previous life or her previous life's role in that incident, no one knew. I believe what you said. Taoist Qing Shui was silent for a while and said softly, I didn't come here to see Li Yunxin. I'm just worried about what you've been doing these days. Li Chunfeng, Shang Wanyu is also an EC and Penglai. Li Chunfeng's expression didn't change. I won't affect the overall situation because of her. Li Yunxin and Shang Wanyu are both love tribulations that'll cut off sooner or later. That's what I'm worried about. Taoist Qing Shui let out a sigh. When they were talking, Li Chunfeng was very respectful, while Taoist Qing Shui looked very calm. But even so, he could feel the pressure between the two of them based on the relationship between superiors and subordinates. But when Taoist Qing Shui let out a sigh, the pressure disappeared. It was as if they were two friends chatting. We've known each other for 1,000 years, Taoist Qing Shui said. As she spoke, she reached out and slowly rubbed her body. After rubbing a few times, a large piece of scale armor around her shrank back. This action made her look more human, and she indeed looked like an old friend. I know your family is a cultivation genius. You too. Like father, like mother, like son. Li Chunfeng remained silent, his expression unchanged. You cultivated the Tao to the true realm before changing to the painting Tao. When he was cultivating the painting Tao, he had broken through and regained his youth, which was why he had the appearance of a young man. Many years passed just like that. Priest Qing Shui looked at Li Chunfeng carefully. Before you met Shang Wanyu, you cherished your body. But after you met Shang Wanyu, you lived with her for more than 10 years, which meant that you aged yourself by more than 10 years. At that time, I thought that you didn't want Li Yunxin to see through you. But even now, you're still like this, Li Chunfeng whispered. If his lord doesn't like it, I'll draw myself back. Clearwater Taoist smiled. It's not a matter of whether I like it or not, or whether you could draw it back. Cultivators say that they have long lives, but aging is not something that they can control. Those who hadn't entered the realm and couldn't maintain their youth forever would also grow old. Breaking through realm after realm, there would always be a chance to regain their youth. But the extent of youth depends on each person's aptitude and fate. You used to chat with me, and you said that there's no retreat in the path of cultivation. It's appropriate to use it in this case. Breaking through again and regaining their youth, people can choose whether or not they want this youth. But if they don't want this youth and ask themselves to grow old, it's an irreversible process. They have to wait for the next realm before they have a chance to choose. When you and Shang Wanyu raised Li Yunxin, Shang Wanyu chose to call her appearance the same for 10 years. But you said that you're old. You're already in the mysterious realm. You should know that once you grow old, you'll never have the chance to regain your youth." Priest Qing Shui was silent for a while. "Are you doing this for Shangguan Yu, Li Yunxin, or your tribulation of love? No matter which one it is, I don't believe that you'll cut it off." Priest Qing Shui whispered, "She mysterious realm, you've stayed for 1,000 years. You've never cut off your love. Can you do it this time?" Li Chunfeng was finally moved. He moved his feet and said, "You're very similar to that female monster." Priest Qing Shui looked at him and said, "You didn't realize that your problem is not only the tribulation of love. The tribulation of love has now become a part of your other tribulation. You don't cut it off because you need this tribulation of love. You need to feel that you still have feelings, that you can be touched, and that you're like an ordinary person. Or are you touched by Shangguan Yu or Li Yunxin? You don't know it yourself, do you? You're holding on to this obsession, this tribulation of love, for fear that you'll lose it. Li Chunfeng, don't you realize that you've entered the void tribulation?" Li Chunfeng slightly opened his eyes and said, "Master, you're overthinking." Priest Qing Shui raised a hand and sealed Li Chunfeng's lips with a finger, saying softly, "You're in the mountain. I know what you're going to do to Shangguan Yu. She's with Lord Donghai. Ordinary people who know the inside story will think that you're a married couple, playing the Dragon King of Donghai in the palm of your hand. But those who know something about you will think that Shangguan Yu is also your chess piece, but this time she doesn't know it. But I understand you." Priest Qing Shui moved closer and looked into Li Chunfeng's eyes, saying slowly, "You really fell in love with her, and you really eloped with her. But the regret in your heart made you unable to face her anymore, so you left. Until now, you want to choose a husband for her, who can love her and take care of her. Unfortunately, in this aspect, your vision is as bad as hers. In fact, it's already bad that you chose her. A girl like her, born in the Xianmin, has extraordinary talent and is doted on by millions. Such a girl is like a proud daughter of an official's family in the secular world. She told a thief who jumped into her boudoir that she was depressed and had no one to rely on, but the thief took it seriously, and so did the girl. But she didn't know that a girl like her, even after hundreds or thousands of years, would still be a girl. She only thinks about love, and she can be called kind. But she doesn't have the responsibility to show off her kindness. She doesn't want to be responsible for anything and never knows what she should be responsible for. Luckily, she's a cultivator and can save her life. If she's a lady in the secular world, she probably only knows how to cry." Priest Qing Shui smiled. "This isn't her fault, it's her family background's fault. She's even better than many ladies of her family background. But Li Chunfeng, you think you're doing it for her own good, to atone for her sins, to choose someone for her that you think is worth entrusting. But have you asked her? You are doing it for your own good. Until now, haven't you realized it? When you're in the tribulation of love, your love can't be real. It's not that you want to love, it's that tribulation that wants you to love. You think your own feelings and thoughts are actually the thoughts of the tribulation of love. And the thoughts that you want to cling to this tribulation of love is not yours. It's the thoughts of your vacuum tribulation. Do you understand now?" Li Chunfeng gritted his teeth and took a step back, widening the distance between him and Priest Qing Shui. Then he frowned. My lord, what are you trying to do by saying all this at this time and place? I told you not to spoil things because of your own good intentions." Priest Qing Shui rubbed the space between her eyebrows. At this moment, the strange phenomenon on her body had disappeared, and the thin gauze dress had returned. "If you could have taken action against Li Yunxin earlier and gotten Xie Sheng, why would I come to the East Sea to help you? Xie Sheng is in Li Yunxin's hands now. It's troublesome for you and me to get something out of his hands. So now that there's someone to do it for you, I hope you can control yourself." Li Chunfeng said in a low voice, "My lord, are you referring to the remaining Dragon King of the 8 Seas?" Priest Qing Shui didn't say anything and only looked at him. She seemed to be dissatisfied with his reaction. Li Chunfeng said again, "My lord, are you saying to get the Dragon King of the 8 Seas to attack Li Yunxin and let him die in their hands?" Priest Qing Shui still didn't say anything. That's my original plan, but because my lord said that Li Yunxin is still useful, I decided to wait for him to get rid of the Dragon King before taking him down. Li Chunfeng frowned and said, my lord just said that if Li Yunxin didn't get what Xiesheng knows, it was just now. Priest Qing Shui finally spoke. Usually, you wouldn't ask so many questions. You would say, well, this is called mutual destruction. Li Yunxin is useful, but after he used Xiesheng to threaten us, he became a huge threat. We're exposed to him. He doesn't belong to Mu Nanju nor the Freemasonry, but he knows too much. I've given him many chances in the past, but he's disappointed me. Now he's restless and wants to take the initiative. But I can tolerate all of that. But your reaction just now and your excuse for him made me realize how dangerous he really is. Li Chunfeng, Priest Qing Shui, said seriously, for the sake of our friendship of 1,000 years, I don't want you to kill him yourself. But from now on, Mu Nanju won't give him any help. You don't interfere anymore, and just stay by Donghai King's side. As for the rest, if he dies, you can collect his body. You can also cut off your relationship. If he doesn't die, I'll deal with it. But Li Chunfeng hesitated for a while. It's hard for him to, and that female demon. Priest Qing Shui looked at Red Lady. The latter seemed to be trying to hear what they were talking about. But Priest Qing Shui's restriction was unusual, so she couldn't get what she wanted. We've come this far. We've disintegrated the Freemasonry, Xianmen, and demons, and we're close to the netherworld. She retracted her gaze, and the elders on Mount Yinshan have almost given up their power in the secular world. This means they might have to do that. If we're late, everyone will die. Chapter 675. Taoist Qing Shui sighed, I know you've seen a lot of hypocrisy wrapped in the so-called justice and truth. But what we're doing now is indeed a great thing. No matter how dark the process is. She looked at him. After a while, she said, Li Chunfeng, can I still trust you like before? The man heaved a deep sigh. I've never changed. Then I won't go. I'll wait for you in Baishui town. Taoist Qing Shui said, I've mobilized the forces of the eastern countries. Once the Donghai incident is over and you're held back, I'll support you. She sighed again. The land isn't peaceful either. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng was slightly moved. It's that Lu Gongzan. Taoist Qing Shui said, but he just happened to be there. You've been in the Donghai these days, so you don't know what's happening on the land. It's a mess. It seemed that because of Li Chunfeng's promise to her, her expression softened again. So, when they talked, it was like a casual conversation between friends. You should know these things. I'll send the news to you later, but I'll tell you first. You'll be prepared at sea. Taoist Qing Shui thought for a while. After you know Yinshan, some people from the Xianmen are still alive. Some of them live in seclusion. Others go to the secular world and say they want to start a new sect. But the Freemasonry also occupy many caves and blessed lands. Both of them say they're the orthodox. When they fight, they can't care about anything else. Then Emperor Li says he wants to build a ghost kingdom. The one in the Qing kingdom also becomes a ghost emperor and wants to build a ghost kingdom. The two are fighting again, and now it's affecting several countries in the West. Li Chunfeng frowned. The cultivation of the one in the Qing kingdom isn't high, but Emperor Li is at the peak of the Xian realm. How? Because Emperor Li is also hurt. Taoist Qing Shui looked to the east. Your son did a good thing. Guqin hurt him. Now Emperor Li is fighting with the one in the Qing kingdom and Guqin. The one in the Qing kingdom. Li Chunfeng thought for a while. Is he the one we should help? Taoist Qing Shui shook her head. I once told him to live well, but he had become a ghost. A good-for-nothing. Then, the fate of the Qing kingdom had come to an end. The era of great competition was coming. He wanted to call him the overlord of the Midland. But since they wanted to fight with Emperor Li, then let them fight. We can look in the direction of the state of you. I heard that Ing Jurin is a promising talent. Since Li Yunxin has spent so much effort on him, and he has our people by his side, then his efforts will not be in vain. It's just that we hope for the world to be in chaos, but we didn't expect it to be this chaotic. Daoist Qing Shui looked at Li Chunfeng. When a few ghost emperors fight, the repercussions are everywhere. Some of the demons were emboldened, and they gradually began to occupy the city and claim themselves as kings, eating from the city. However, this scene is also within our expectations. He had originally thought that since the remaining members of the celestial sect of Wonders and the Freemasons that had been left behind, they would definitely not sit idly by and do nothing. In the end, guess what? That Lu Gongzan went to find trouble with the celestial sect of Wonders. He said that he wanted to avenge Shirquizi. Only these people were left in the celestial sect of Wonders, and now they could be considered to be on the same side. He poked a hornet's nest. First, he was defeated and injured. After recuperating, he learned from Li Yunxin's style and went to guerrilla warfare. What he got was hatred's body. How could the celestial sect of Wonders stop him? There were heavy casualties, and they had no time to care about those demons. That's why this mess happened. Daoist Qing Shui paused here. Lu Gongzan has become a bad variable. I originally wanted to get rid of him, but then I thought that maybe I can keep him to hold back Li Yunxin. These days, I've already sent people to capture him. Now he is trapped in the north. In about 10 more days, whether he is captured or killed, there should be a result. At that time, you can use him here. Li Chunfeng thought for a while, and only said, Master, you are far-sighted. Daoist Qing Shui nodded. Get the Dragon Island. Get the entrance to the Netherworld. If there is a new world in the Netherworld, it will be mine and yours. Go. After she said this, the small boat under her feet suddenly retreated. She only retreated about 10 feet, but in an instant she was 100 miles away. After a breath's time, she could no longer be seen. Since Daoist Qing Shui left, the restriction on the sea disappeared. Red Madam immediately frowned. She thought that there would be a fierce battle between the two of them. She didn't expect that Daoist Qing Shui came and left suddenly. Only a Xian realm man was left. She was about to speak, but Li Chunfeng turned to her. I persuaded her to leave. Help me pass a message to Li Yunxin. Who are you? Shang Wanyu is in Penglai Island. She is now kept in the water-repelling essence light, shield by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Li Chunfeng interrupted her. She still doesn't know what I have done. If he wants to ask me, find me, and save Shang Wanyu, he must calm the sea. Now that Penglai is surrounded by a large number of soldiers, he can't break in. Now the vast army is going to send troops again. You go and tell him that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After saying this, Li Chunfeng rode the wind and was about to go northeast. But Red Madam waved her hand, and suddenly a wall of water rose from the sea. I can't stop her, but can I stop you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Because of the previous setbacks, the female monster wanted to use all her strength. Li Chunfeng was really stopped by her. But he didn't panic, just looked at her. Li Yunxin asked you to stop the owner of Southernwood House, but did he ask you to stop me? Instead of entangling with me here, it's better to help him. In a couple of hours, the Eastern Sea Army will be here. At that time, even if I pretend to stop you, it will be a waste of time. Red Madam sneered. You are obviously on her side. Li Chunfeng was stunned, as if he just realized something. Then he smiled and pointed to himself. So, little girl, you don't know who I am? Red Madam glared at him. I don't care who you are. I am his father, Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng said, I heard that your Dongting always likes secular prosperity, and your father likes to make friends in the human world. Since you want to be my daughter-in-law, why don't you bow to me? Bullshit, Red Madam said angrily. His parents died a long time ago. Although she said so, she still frowned and stared at Li Chunfeng. A look of doubt soon appeared on her face. If Li Yunxin was 20 or 30 years older, it seemed that he should be like this. Seeing that she was in a daze, Li Chunfeng flew up again and said, Go. Red Madam raised her hand, but she didn't stop him. Hundreds of miles away from the stone pillar where Li Yunxin lived, as Li Chunfeng said, the vast army was mobilizing troops. They spent a whole day watching Li Yunxin's movements and finally realized that it was difficult to find any clues. There were only two things Li Yunxin did. One was to repair the magic circle, and the other was to draw soldiers one after another. These monsters in the sea had never seen such a method before. The so-called magic of turning beings into soldiers in Xianmen could not only be used by cultivators, but also by some monsters. But they all knew that it was an expedient measure in an emergency. After all, those things were transformed by Wacken and monster power. Some of the Wacken and monster power came from heaven and earth, and the other part came from the caster. Once it was damaged, the caster would also suffer. It was not something that could be transformed and thrown out. Therefore, it was often used to do some troublesome things that were inconvenient for the caster to do. It was a means of using the strong to fight the weak. If two strong people used this method in a fight, if the opponent broke these things one by one, it was equal to hurting the original person, which was exactly what the enemy wanted. But the method Li Yunxin was using now looked completely different. He was in the profound realm, and now he was using the skill of turning illusions into reality to draw them one by one. They were all strange-looking guys. For example, there was a green-armored swordsman holding a two-handed greatsword. He wore a helmet on his head, but there were so many eyes on it that it was scary to look at. He sat cross-legged next to Li Yunxin, as if he was protecting him. There was another swordsman with his hair tied up, holding a long and thin sword. The sword was sheathed at his waist, and he was leaning against a deep blue ox demon, who was playing an unknown musical instrument. The sound was curling up, like the mournful music of ancient times. There seemed to be a stone demon next to the ox demon. There was a faint flame coming out of the cracks on its body. It was as if lava had become a spirit. There was also a snake demon with a head full of snake hair, a nine-tailed fox demon, and other strange-dressed guys. They were standing on the reef where Li Yunxin was, and there were more than 40 of them. At first, he thought that they were help from somewhere, but he soon found something unusual. For example, when he summoned something, if he didn't like it, he would draw something on the paper in his hand. That thing would disappear into thin air. Seeing this, he realized that he had summoned it with his own ability. But even Qin Fengzi could feel that those things were real. They weren't created by pure demonic power or spiritual power. And they did exist in this world. Although there were strong and weak powers, they did exist. These demons seemed to be the commanders who led the army. Under the stone pillar, on the surface of the sea that Li Yunxin had solidified with his ability, there were thousands of soldiers. These soldiers were all dressed in different attires, and their weapons were of all sorts. Some had their hair in a bun, some wore heavy armor, and some held sabers as tall as a person. Lord Howhan used his ability to eavesdrop, and he could even hear the soldiers talking among themselves, saying things like Great Qin Star Destroying Crossbow, Great Song Electromagnetic Cannon, Great Tang Battleship Cutting Saber, etc. The names were shocking, and they indeed shocked him. What was Li Yunxin trying to do? He hurriedly asked Qin Fengzi. But Qin Fengzi also frowned. These soldiers, although their words were evil, just by looking at their armor, they were just ordinary soldiers. Could they withstand the attack of the vast army of demon soldiers? Chapter 676. But how could he not panic as he watched him create soldiers one by one? But even if he panicked, he had to wait for a day. Someone had already killed his way to the center of the army. He said that because he cherished talent, the whole army had retreated and asked him to rest. If he went back on his word, the demon kings on the ocean would become restless, and it would be a great disaster for him in the future. Finally, a whole day had passed. He heard the report from the 15 scouts heading to the northeast. Lord Donghai's army had already set off, and it was said that two powerful beings were fighting to the west, closer to the land. One of the two powerful beings must be the female demon, Red Lady. He knew that the opportunity had finally come. He should take this opportunity to charge with the whole army and end the battle as soon as possible. He couldn't give Li Yunxin any time to prepare. So Lord Howhan, who had been sitting on the throne for a whole day, slowly stood up. His face was gloomy, and there was a bit of pity on it. He took 3 steps forward and said in a deep voice, "All troops, move forward." The soldiers under his command didn't feel sorry for him. In their eyes, Li Yunxin had killed countless comrades, and now he had recruited many soldiers. In their hearts, they only thought, how good it would have been if I had killed him earlier. This time, Lord Haohan planned to charge with the whole army and finish the battle in one fell swoop. He had already lost face once, and if he made another mistake, his reputation wouldn't be good for hundreds of years. But as the saying goes, good things are strewn with setbacks. When the army reached the front of Li Yunxin's army and was about to carefully spread out the formation, scouts came to report that 3 more troops were coming from the direction of Penglai. They were North Sea Dragon King, Chu Liao Dragon King, and Chichuan Dragon King. Lord Haohan was stunned and ordered the troops to stop and wait for orders. But the demon generals under him had already started cursing. The purpose of the 3 troops was clear. At first, no one was willing to take the lead because they didn't know the actual strength of Li Yunxin. Now, Lord Haohan's army had found out some of his strength. He was very strong, amazingly strong. But it wasn't enough to deal with the well-organized army that was swarming forward. That was why he sent his troops over. Perhaps they were shouting, "We heard that Lord Vast Expanse's troops didn't go well, so we specially came to help." But in their hearts, they were definitely thinking of quickly sharing some of the credit, or rather, not letting Lord Vast Expanse even have a chance to save his face. Lord Vast Expanse's expression was very ugly, but he did not show his anger in front of his generals. They could only wait for about 4 hours before the 3 armies arrived. The 3 Dragon King and his subordinates were invited to the center of the vast army. The throne of the carriage became spacious and became like a balcony. The 4 of them seemed to be led by Lord Boundless, but in reality, they were discussing matters together. When the Dragon King of North Sea was in the palace on Penglai Island, he saw an old white-haired old man. But now that he was leading an army and had changed into his military uniform, he looked like an old general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. After sitting down with Chu Liao Dragon King and Chichuan Dragon King, he first cupped his hands and laughed. We came uninvited. Lord Vast Expanse will be angry. Haha, he will be angry." As he spoke, he looked at the other 2. Originally, when Lord Vast Expanse sent his troops, of course it would be successful. But us brothers, listen to the movements, don't waste your breath. Lord Vast Expanse's face was gloomy as he interrupted the old dragon. "The 3 of you each brought 1,000 troops to me. Do you think I don't know what you want to do?" The Dragon King of North Sea hurriedly said, "Not at all. We came in a hurry. Our troops are still on the way. We are no closer to the Eastern Sea than Lord Vast Expanse." But at this time, Lord Vast Expanse did not seem to want to give these people any face. He laughed coldly and continued his previous words, "Divide the credit. My vast army first investigated Li Yunxin's situation, then you brought people over. If we really fought, I would still be the main force. If we won, you would end up with the reputation of the allied army. I'm rather puzzled. Who do you want to show this reputation to?" The Dragon King of North Sea laughed again. Lord Vast Expanse's words are incorrect. While the 4 Dragon Kings were engaged in a verbal battle, the disciples of the lifeless immortal gate in their army had also gathered together. Different from the vast army, the cultivators of the lifeless immortal gate in the remaining 7 navies had a very high status. In front of Lord Vast Expanse, Qin Fengzi was like someone being ordered around. But in the army, the cultivators and necromancers of the remaining 7 navies were more like staff officers or military counselors. The commander of the necromancers in each army was the staff officer of the Dragon King or a high-ranking general, while the other necromancers under him were the staff officers of the next rank. Now that they were gathered together, although the atmosphere was much more harmonious than between the 4 Dragon Kings, it was still very subtle. Because of the sex, cultivators gathered with other cultivators, and necromancers gathered with other necromancers. Qin Fengzi and the commanders of the necromancers of the other 3 armies were all outside the vast army, and they had set up formations around them, so that the conversation between the 4 of them wouldn't be heard by others in the army. The three of them looked at Qin Fengzi setting up the formation with a strange expression. After he finished setting up the formation, one of them said, Don't you think this is a good idea?" When Qin Fengzi was setting up the formation, the sentries near the army were watching. There were also other soldiers who saw it, pointing and whispering from afar. He was doing this in front of these demon soldiers and demon generals, so it was obvious that he was being cautious. It was fine if he was facing outsiders, but facing people in the same army, he was being too distant. But Qin Fengzi didn't mind and smiled. "There's nothing bad about it. My place is no better than yours. The Dragon King of the vast expanse has always disliked us people from the Immortal Gate. It's fine that I can help him set up the formation. Those cultivators from the same sect are practically used by him as ordinary soldiers. Once they make a mistake, the punishment is even heavier. It can't be compared to your celestial days." The three necromancers exchanged glances, and one of them sighed. "Elder Ancestor said that you are the most talented. In the end, you were sent here by such a crude person. It's a waste of your talent." Qin Fengzi smiled again, "But I have more freedom. For example, I don't need to worry about the surface when doing these things. I know that they're guarding against me, and they also know that I'm guarding against them. We can be considered to understand each other. Let's talk about these things later. Why are the three of you here? Is it because of the soul-seizing formation?" The necromancer who spoke earlier replied, "Yes. A day ago, Qin Fengzi tried to communicate with Li Yunxin before the battle, and sold half of Lord Vast Expanse's secrets. He told them what kind of formation the three armies were using, and about the soul-seizing formation under the sea. Actually, this so-called soul-seizing formation wasn't really a secret. The 9 armies of the Dragon King in the sea all had this formation. With the necromancers of the lifeless immortal sect setting up the formation, guiding, and practicing, it finally became something like a standard. In the words of Li Yunxin's world, it should be classified as a strategic weapon and tool in the army. The mortal armies on land couldn't help but suffer casualties in battle. The dead soldiers not only reduced the fighting power of the army, they would also become a burden. Collecting and burying the corpses required manpower. And because the demon armies on the sea were all demons in human form, the souls of their dead were also a very valuable asset. The soul-seizing formation in the army was a formation that used this asset to collect the muddle-headed remnant souls into the formation and then refine them into demonic energy. They could be used to support the soldiers who were still alive or as a means of attack. This kind of method was very difficult to implement on land because humans always valued human relations and etiquette more than demons. If they really did this, not to mention the effectiveness of the formation, the morale of the people would definitely fall apart. Mortals paid particular attention to burial, and death was the most important thing. But if their souls were scattered after death, who would fight for them? But such a soul-seizing formation would have a very serious loss. For example, if a newly dead remnant soul contained 10% demonic energy, then after the soul-seizing formation circulation, only 30% could be used. The remaining 70% would be consumed in the circulation process. The formation was like a machine. It also needed to be replenished with energy. However, this was what the necromancers of the lifeless immortal sect said. The one who talked the most with Qin Fengzi was the head of the necromancers of the North Sea Army, San Fengzi. He answered with a yes, and his face became serious. "We are not here to snatch your credit, Senior Marshal Brother. There's a reason for this. It happened not long ago." He lowered his voice. "There was news from the immortal sect. They said that they needed more souls. We thought about it and felt that it was about the formation in the vast sea. Senior Marshal Brother, did you hear anything?" Qin Fengzi was slightly stunned. That formation has been in the vast sea for many years. All these years, the demons in the 9 seas have been fighting and killing. All the newly born remnant souls have been refined, and 70% of them have been refined into that formation. As for the demonic power inside, we don't even dare to imagine it. Why are they in such a hurry to get more souls now? San Fengzi hesitated slightly. They probably saw this opportunity when the Nine Seas sent out their troops, and thought that it was a good opportunity. We gave the Dragon King and the others 10% of the demonic power in the soul-seizing formation, and gave them 30%. The remaining 70% is said to be consumed, but it is actually flowing to the formation in the vast sea. Recently, many demons have died in the sea. The demonic power is also considerable. Qin Fengzi frowned. I'm afraid. Elder Ancestor saw what happened at Lu Yunshan's place a few days ago. When he saw tens of thousands of Lu Yao dying, he was also tempted. But the sea is different from the land. The demons on the land were sent to their deaths by the dragon sun on the land. Although we are from the immortal sect, we are all sea demons. If you really ask us to do those things on the land, to kill our own kind, to cut off their roots, can you do it? These two people's words were very vague, but the four of them were very clear in their hearts. In the vast sea, there was a formation. Only the disciples of the immortal sect, the core disciples of the immortal sect, knew about the existence of this formation. The necromancers of the immortal sect provided the soul-seizing formation to the Dragon King's army of the Nine Seas. It was said that the souls of the dead demons were refined in a 30% demonic power for the demon army to use. But in fact, the soldiers of the Dragon King only got a small portion. The big head. The remaining 70% of the demonic energy was gathered in the hidden grand formation in the vast sea. Until now, San Fengzi smiled bitterly. Senior Martial Brother, you think too much. You're saying that Elder Ancestor wants to be like the Dragon Sun on the land, to send the demon army of the Nine Seas to their deaths and use their souls? Ha! Even if Elder Ancestor wants to do this, the demons on the land died in the hands of the cultivators of the Taoist sect. Who will be the enemy on the sea? Speaking up to this point, he looked to the west and said, Can it be that Li Yunxin? I think he will die here today. We are afraid that he will die too quickly. After knowing that your vast sea army was defeated, the few of us hurriedly urged the Dragon King to rush over. We thought that if the few of them could restrain each other, that would give that Li Yunxin more time to breathe and kill more demons in the future battle. We can be considered to have done our part for Elder Ancestor. Speaking up to this point, he noticed that Qin Fengzi's expression suddenly changed, and he was stunned. San Fengzi frowned. Senior Martial Brother, what's wrong? But Qin Fengzi was stunned for a full 3 breaths before he blinked his eyes. Did we misunderstand Elder Ancestor's intention? Seeing his expression, the 3 of them were even more shocked. Although this Qin Fengzi had only cultivated for a short period of time, and his cultivation level was low, he was very talented and was favored by that Elder Ancestor. Usually, he was very calm when he did things, but now he was inexplicably shocked, as if he thought of something big. Misunderstood? San Fengzi said, What meaning? That's Li Yunxin. Qin Fengzi widened his eyes and looked towards the west. After looking for a long time, he said, That's right. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Junior Martial Brother, how did Taoist Master Purple Knight lose to Li Yunxin? You all know the details, right? San Fengzi was still frowning. Those cultivators have their eyes on the top of their heads. It's not strange for them to lose because they underestimated their enemies. That's not what I'm talking about. When Taoist Master Purple Knight attacked Li Yunxin's restriction, he said that Li Yunxin couldn't hold on and shouted to borrow a spell from the Shinryu. And it seems like he really did borrow it, which was why he was able to resist that attack. Qin Fengzi frowned as he spoke. Think about it. These Dragon Kings came to encircle Li Yunxin because they believed that Shinryu only wanted to use Li Yunxin as a training ground for the Dragon Kings on the sea. If that's the case, why would Shinryu lend him a technique, and why would he dare to lend it to him? I'm afraid that the Dragon King's worries are true. Li Yunxin really received a promise from the Shinryu? Yes. Qin Fengzi said, think about it. Although our old ancestor and the Shinryu did not have any contact. But we all know that there must be some kind of agreement in order for us to live in peace. When that Taoist Master Zai went to attack Li Yunxin, I heard that his words were also very polite. He is one of the people who understands the old ancestors' intentions the most. The Celestial Gate also said that they wanted Li Yunxin's treasures and scriptures. But if they really wanted it, the Celestial Gate has countless experts. Wouldn't it be more convenient for them to do things than these Dragon Kings who obstruct each other? Once all the experts come out, Li Yunxin would have died dozens of times already. How could he still be alive today? San Fengzi and the other two necromancers were stunned at first. Then they frowned. You mean, I'm afraid that what we should do isn't to kill Li Yunxin. Qin Fengzi stared at the west. His expression changed dramatically. We should help him secretly. That was close. We almost guessed the old ancestors' intentions wrongly. Chapter 677. They didn't expect him to say something like that. The three necromancers were silent for a while before saying hesitantly, if that's the case, why didn't he tell us directly? Senior Marshal Brother, are you thinking too much? Is there something else? In my opinion, he's just afraid that there will be too many people talking. Qin Fengzi looked at the three of them. Only people like the Purple Knight enlightened might be able to get the news. As for us, we can only guess. Or maybe he thinks that we aren't capable enough. Even if we do things casually, we won't be able to affect the overall situation. San Fengzi wasn't convinced by his words. Can't we? Ha! Senior Marshal Brother, the four of us managed to convince the Dragon King of the Four Seas to attack Li Yunxin immediately. Isn't that enough to change the overall situation? Qin Fengzi smiled. Junior Marshal Brother, why didn't the Dragon King make a move a day ago, and why didn't the rest of the Dragon Kings attack together? Was it really because of our persuasion? They aren't stupid. Even you, me, and the four of us. If we were in the position of the four Dragon Kings, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Seeing how this Li Yunxin arrogantly went to the surface of the ocean to challenge the Dragon Kings, and how he has connections with all the factions, and how he always does unexpected things. Do we really dare to not think about anything and just charge forward like that? San Fengzi opened his mouth, as if he wasn't convinced. But he wasn't a willful person after all. After a while, he said unwillingly, Senior Marshal Brother's words make sense. Li Yunxin isn't stupid, and he doesn't look like he wants to die. Now that he plans to challenge the Nine Seas army by himself, it's indeed suspicious. We aren't afraid of him, but what else he is behind his back? The Dragon Kings are worried about this. That's why they are hesitating. He isn't someone we can persuade. But Senior Marshal Brother, he frowned and spread his hands. Then what should we do? The current situation is like mud, and it's hard to raise one's spirits. Qin Fengzi shook his head and sighed. That's why I said that although our words carry some weight in the army, but in the grand scheme of things, I'm afraid it's nothing. At this point, he suddenly paused, as if he was lost in thought. After pausing for 2 or 3 breaths, he turned to look at the 3 people in front of him, a complicated expression on his face. We have guessed half right, he said solemnly. The seal of the ancestors. The 3 necromancers widened their eyes, and their words were filled with surprise and envy. Seal books. The so-called book printing was a sacred art of the lifeless, immortal sect. Those with high cultivation bases could directly imprint the information into someone's divine sense. Although it could only transmit a few short sentences, it was fast. Although the 3 of them were the leaders of the necromancers in the Dragon King's army, they could count the number of times they had seen the ancestor in person. Now that they knew that Qin Fengzi had obtained news of that person, they knew that their senior marshal brother had a lot of weight in their ancestor's heart. After receiving the ancestor's decree, you should take a bath and burn incense. But this is an emergency. Qin Fengzi glanced at the vast army and said, we shouldn't attract too much attention. Junior brothers, please listen carefully. Our ancestors said, the vast sea god-seizing array will be opened in a month. Do everything possible to stabilize the 9 Seas Navy in the East Sea. No mistakes. As he spoke, the 4 of them looked solemn, and their bodies were extremely straight. After saying this, they relaxed a little. After a moment of silence, Qin Fengzi said in a low voice, the world is going to change. The other three did not speak, and their expressions were extremely complicated. At this moment, they realized that Qin Fengzi had guessed half, right? The existence of Li Yunxin was useful to their ancestor. But this usefulness was not the result of their conspiracy, nor did it seem to be a deliberate cooperation. It was more like a coincidence that they had caught up to a certain point. The existence of a god-seizing array in the vast sea was known to the few necromancers. In fact, there were not many people in the Nine Seas who knew about this. There should be at least a dozen of them. They did not know when this god-seizing array was set up, but it must have existed for longer than the 9 Dragon Kings' existence. That array was so big that half of the vast sea was in it, which made it extremely difficult to be discovered. The god-seizing array used by the Nine Seas Navy was a child array of the god-seizing array. It continuously transferred 70% of the demon power of the dead demons in the sea. In Qin Fengzi's words, it had already accumulated an unknown amount of power. So his previous deduction was not wrong. That ancestor did not care much about the demon power of the demon army. What he cared more about was gathering the 9 Dragon King soldiers in the East Sea so that their rear would be empty. As for what to do after that, it would depend on what the god-seizing array was. The 4 of them knew clearly what this meant. Right now, they were like a small fish drifting in the waves. They just knew that they were about to capsize, but they did not know what was outside the waves. Besides being surprised, they also panicked. If things change, what should they do in the Nine Seas Navy? Li Yunxin's arrival should be a coincidence. It should be like this, right? Therefore, the old ancestor also wanted to use him as a part of his plan. Qin Fengzi thought of this and couldn't help but say, a strong person like him. The 3 necromancers beside him knew what he meant. Li Yunxin was the Dragon King of the continent, and he had the cultivation of Shi mystical realm. But speaking of strength, he might have already surpassed the advanced mystical realm. This person's strength was witnessed by many people in the ocean these days. But even such a strong person seemed to be the same as these small fish, swept into the big waves and didn't know it. This Li Yunxin really didn't know? Was it possible that, while they thought that he was just a part of the plan, he also thought the same? But this thought was too bold and rebellious. Qin Fengzi quickly suppressed this thought. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a low shout. This shout came from the west. It was undoubtedly Li Yunxin's voice. I say, the voice sounded lazy and a little impatient. Are you going to fight or not? When the necromancers heard this, the 4 Dragon Kings also heard it. Right now, they were about 100 miles away from the stone pillar where Li Yunxin was hiding. With their cultivation, they could clearly see what Li Yunxin was doing. He was no longer using a special method to summon those soldiers. Right now, there were about 40 to 50 people on the stone pillar and 2,000 to 3,000 people on the sea below the pillar. Densely packed together, they could be counted as an army. But Lord Boundless, who had fought with him before, knew that this wasn't his full strength. He could still release thousands of ferocious beasts. Although those ferocious beasts couldn't be used in battle, they had to be guarded against. This guy is really strange and evil. Just give him a day, and he has created an army. His shout was clearly a show of force. If the Dragon Kings could hear it, the demons on the sea naturally could as well. They immediately became noisy again. It was clearly a huge battle, but now it was being made into some sort of grand event. After fighting for a day, they rested for a day. More and more demon kings came from all directions. Now that they had been idle for a day, they were so bored that smoke was coming out of their heads. The newcomers could not wait to see the legendary feat of Li Yunxin charging into the enemy's formation alone again. Unfortunately, the vast army dilly-dallied and didn't send any troops. Now that they heard the Dragon King from the continent challenge them, they were overjoyed. Lord Boundless stood up and looked at the stone pillar. Li Yunxin was sitting on the side of the stone pillar, his legs dangling down. He was holding a blue notebook and a pen in his hand. This kind of behavior was rare in this world, but it wasn't rare in his previous world. If he was wearing a white coat, he would look like an old-school researcher observing his experiment subjects and planning to take notes. But a day ago, his heart was like dead ashes, and he only wanted to die. But now, he had become so bored and impatient. It was very strange. But Lord Boundless had dealt with him a few times. He already knew that he couldn't use common sense to judge this guy. He used to hear that he was eccentric, but now he knew that he really lived up to his reputation. That North Sea Dragon King also frowned and squinted, staring at Li Yunxin for a while. What does he mean? Lord Boundless sneered. What does he mean? He saw the three of you coming to disturb me, so he knew that I wouldn't send troops for a while. So he challenged me to lower my spirit and let those restless ones around me cause a bit of a ruckus. It's just a bluff. Humph. So he was just putting on an act when he came in my army, to think that I thought he was a real hero. Saying this, he waved his hand impatiently. Just wait and see. The longer you and I are entangled here, the more he wants. North Sea Dragon King heard him say this, and breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back on the chair again, assuming the posture of an old man. If that's the case, then what else is there to? But he heard the Yunxin shout again. Just like last time, he used his supernatural power so that everyone on the ocean could hear, if you don't attack, I will. Lord Boundless snorted again and sat back on the throne. But then he stood up like a spring. He saw Li Yunxin wave his hand. The thousands of soldiers he had stationed on the surface of the ocean had actually swarmed over to kill him. The four Dragon Kings looked at each other. What the hell is he doing now? The 3,000 soldiers that Li Yunxin had placed at the forefront all looked like they were carved from the same mold. What he was drawing, he was lazy. He only carefully drew one, dipped the brush in ink, and threw the rest into the air, as if Niwa had created humans. This group of soldiers held big sabers, which shone under the sun, as if each of them was holding a mirror. The officer next to Lord Boundless had never seen such a formation, but he was nervous, so he plucked up the courage to ask Li Yunxin who these people were, so that he would not be so nervous. Li Yunxin, who had sat on the rock for a whole night, no longer looked dejected like yesterday. He looked energetic and full of fighting spirit. Perhaps he had thought it through, or perhaps he had used some method to suppress some of his feelings somewhere in his heart. So he actually replied to him. He said a bunch of strange words, half seriously and half jokingly, which the officer naturally did not understand. Perhaps in his previous world, not everyone could understand it. In fact, it was related to what happened in his previous life. After he decided to take revenge in his previous life, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to this matter, which could give him a sense of belonging in this world. With his character, of course, he had to think everything through. How to get close to that person, how to catch that person, were not the details. The real details were to plan when and what kind of torture tools to use, which could make people feel the most intense pain and fear. After thinking of many ways, he finally decided to use knives. So he investigated and studied. First, he came into contact with a group of cold weapon enthusiasts, and then he came into contact with more weapon enthusiasts. With his character, he was too lazy to talk to those people, just like how people were too lazy to argue with cats and dogs. But for some strange reason, he also realized that arguing and quarreling with others could actually stir up some of his emotions and cause a strange ripple in his heart. So he slowly regarded it as an interesting change in his life. After a while, he found that some people who were no different from cats and dogs in his eyes actually knew more about some things than he did, which was also a wonderful thing for him. It was like finding a novel pattern on a huge piece of white paper, which could kill a lot of time. It was also at that time that he realized that he had such a strong curiosity and desire for knowledge. It turned out that there were more interesting people in this world than he had expected. He thought that he was smarter than others, but in fact there were some not-so-smart people who could make him sigh at their inferiority after being in the same place for a long time. Because of this, he got to know one or two people, but what happened to them after that was a different story. In short, he learned some things at that time. For example, some people praised the broadsword of the Tang dynasty. Some felt that the crossbow of the Qin dynasty was powerful, and some said that the huge crossbow of the Song dynasty was comparable to the gunpowder weapons of the later generations. These kinds of views were pursued by many people, and of course, there were also people who opposed them. So they said things like Tang battleship cutting sword, Qin star destroying crossbow, Song electromagnetic cannon, and so on. When he came to this world, he would sometimes think about the things that happened back then, and he would feel that those boring and unbearable days in his previous life, when he thought about it now, could actually be considered interesting in a certain sense. So he made these things first. But at this moment, it wasn't just for fun, it was for serious, to do experiments. He felt that he was about to understand some things. If the evil king of the Pitfall Mountain and the 7 sons of the evil king were the projections of characters he knew in his original world and were drawn into this world, then what about other things? It was true that the cultivators and demons of this world possessed terrifying power. But in his original world, there were some terrifying powers that even the cultivators and demons couldn't imagine. With the cultivation of the Arts Saint, why didn't he create those things? Since he didn't, was there some kind of restriction? He gradually figured out a set of rules in his mind. Now, it was time to see if this set of rules was correct. Chapter 678. The two main points of this set of rules had something in common with the way of painting turning illusions into reality and the method he used to create a body for the 9th young master. First, it needed a core. Second, it needed the power to wrap around the core. It could also be said that first, it needed a source of power. Second, it needed a method to guide the power from the source to here. This world had incense and the power of wishes. Many people believed or seemed to believe in something. Then they could actually create it. This was a rule that was different from his world. Li Yunxin believed that there was a theory that could explain this rule. In the end, it could even be summarized into the knowledge system of his world. However, the technology tree of this world seemed to have been skewed at the beginning because of the unique base environment. Thus, no one had taken this path. What he could do now was just like the Middle Ages in his world. He could only start from the surface and not seek to understand it fully. Based on his deduction, if the rules of the two worlds had something in common, then was the existence of the evil king and the 7 sons also due to the power of wishes. In his original world, at least tens of millions of people knew of these two things. Thus, they produced a powerful power of wishes. The Art Saint used some method, the technique of turning illusions into reality, to first create a core in this world. Then, through this core, he guided the power of wishes of the tens of millions of people in his world into this world. Because of the established rules of this world, the power of wishes became the powerful power that the evil king possessed. He created a mysterious realm demon. Speaking roughly from the perspective of quantity, the hundreds of millions of people in the Li kingdom created Emperor Li, who was at the peak of the mysterious realm. The tens of millions of people of the Qing kingdom created a real Qing emperor. The power of wishes that the evil king possessed might not lose to that of Emperor Li. However, it should belong to the weak faith category. Thus, its power was between the two. If this deduction was correct, then it would create a few other problems. When he was in the city of Wei, he had just stepped into the mysterious realm and created a dragon lady body for Mrs. Sanhua. The dragon lady was originally something that existed in his world. The number of people who knew of her existence should be in the millions or tens of millions. Such a thing was brought into this world by him. So it should have been extremely powerful and possessed the same divine powers as the evil king. But the result was that she could only unleash the power of her physical body. There was no miraculous ability that exceeded common sense. Furthermore, he was foolish to begin with. He was merely a shell without a soul. Later on, he created the body of the 9th young master, Ba Wei, and he succeeded. That body was extremely powerful and possessed divine abilities. This matter was indeed an experiment of his. The cores of the two experiments were created by him through the methods of the painting Tao. But the first wish power came from his world, and the second wish power came from this world. Li Yunxin felt that this factor should not affect the results of the experiment too much. With the example of the evil king and the 7 sons, it had already proved that the will of his world should be usable. Then, the difference should be in the core. Although they both used the methods of the painting Tao, the 9th young master's core had 2 layers, while the dragon lady's core only had 1 layer. The second layer of the 9th young master's core was the Ba Wei body. And the core of the Ba Wei body was the token that came from the scale shard on Shinryu's body. It seemed that the shard had played a key role. At that time, he felt a little regretful. If he could return to the past, he would cut open the bodies of the evil king and the 7 sons, and carefully look inside to see if there was anything he did not expect. Thus, a few days ago, he obtained a drop of Shinryu's blood, and through the 9th young master, he obtained another scale. Now, he spent a lot of effort to divide the scale into many pieces, and then created the people on the rock and the sea. The people on the rock and the sea were the 2 experimental control groups. They were used to test the different performance under the situation of the amount of willpower. The people on the rock were characters from a famous game in his previous world. The number of believers should be huge. As for the soldiers on the sea, the source of willpower should be a certain group of cold weapon enthusiasts, which was considered a very small group. As for the drop of red on his forehead, he risked his life and endured great pain to obtain it from Shinryu. Once he verified his idea through this experiment, he would be able to play a greater role. These 2 things seemed easy to obtain, but it was the result of meticulous planning. But even so, compared to their possible use, it seemed to be a little too easy. Did Shinryu know about these things? Did he know about the rules that he was guessing now? Shinryu, 2,000 years ago, when he appeared with the Arch Saint, how did he come about? The idea that had been lingering in his heart, but he did not dare to confirm it, seemed to be about to be confirmed. Thus, Li Yunxin lowered his head and used the pen in his hand to mark something on the book and said in a low voice, "Go." The first row of soldiers armed with broadswords swarmed towards the front of the vast army 100 miles away. At this time, people finally realized that these soldiers with strange weapons were not ordinary people. They stepped on the surface of the sea, but did not sink. Wherever they stepped on, the surface of the sea turned flat, and a chill spread. It was actually frozen. Li Yunxin nodded slightly. This was a magical ability that he had specially added when he was drawing these people. Now, it seemed to be a part of it. Little Colonel looked at him from the side, completely confused. For a smart person like Li Yunxin, the way he spoke was actually very similar to the Arch Saint in the translucent jade scroll. He always liked to jump around in his thoughts. The things he said to Little Colonel often did not make sense. So how could this little demon understand? But even if he did not understand what he was saying, he could see what was happening in front of him. In a war, having more people did not mean winning. The most important thing was the formation. Li Yunxin did not have many opportunities to come into contact with these things before, and now he just wanted to give it a try, so he did not care too much. But in Little Colonel's eyes, he became anxious. He knew that his life was now in the hands of this way River Dragon King. If this Dragon King died, he probably would not survive either. So he said anxiously with fear and trepidation, "Dragon King. Dragon King. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." At this moment, Li Yunxin was sitting on a stone pillar, quickly writing something down in the book. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, "Then don't say it." Little Colonel was about to say something, but he stopped. After holding it in for a while, he said with a red face and ears, "Then I have to say it, even if I have to risk my life." Only then did Li Yunxin move his eyes away from the book, looked at him, and frowned. After thinking for a while, he threw a small flag to him and said, "Take it and play with it." Little Colonel hurriedly caught the flag in his hand. When he was about to ask again, he felt a mysterious power coming from the flag. That power was connected with the soldiers who were running forward. Undoubtedly, it was the flag that could control them. He thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to persuade this unexpected Dragon King to listen to his suggestions. Unexpectedly, happiness came so suddenly, he gave him the flag. After being stunned for a while, he hurriedly immersed his divine sense into it. Little Colonel's cultivation was indeed low, but he was smart. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by Lord Donghai, and he would not have been sent to serve Li Yunxin. Since he held the position of captain in the Donghai army, he was better than Li Yunxin when it came to marching and fighting. After a few breaths, he barely knew how to use it. Then he hurriedly waved the flag and ordered the soldiers to form a cone-shaped formation. In this era, the pace of marching and fighting was very slow. It was common for the two sides to arrange their troops and engage each other for several hours. Now, the demon army on the sea and Li Yunxin's heavenly soldiers were not ordinary people, but they were not fast either. Little Colonel changed the formation, but there was still some distance between him and the vast army. He felt a little relieved and thought about the crossbowmen and the soldiers on the bed. But he found that they were still standing under the stone pillar, and it seemed that they did not intend to move. However, the command flag in his hand could only command the soldiers who were wielding the broadswords and could not command these people. So he said carefully, "Dragon King, these soldiers, I think, just stay here." Li Yunxin did not look at him. "It's 100 miles away. Are you afraid that we can't hit them?" Little Colonel finally confirmed that this way River Dragon King really did not know how to use troops. Maybe he was used to being a big demon. 100 miles was a very short distance for a big demon, but not all the soldiers were big demons. In a war, a person's magical power was not important, but the cooperation of the formation was important. These crossbowmen and soldiers on the bed couldn't even see the enemy from 100 miles away, and they couldn't even tell the enemy from the enemy. What was the use? Moreover, which small demon could hit 100 miles away? He was not the only one who thought like this. The four Dragon King were shocked when they saw Li Yunxin dared to send troops to attack, but then they realized the same thing as Little Colonel. This Li Yunxin did not know how to fight a war at all. Everyone knew that the infantry was in front and the archers were behind, but they also knew how to coordinate. If he ordered the infantry to attack like this, it was almost like sending them to their deaths. When the infantry died, the archers would be very weak. All the generals under their command knew this, but Li Yunxin did not. When the North Sea Dragon King saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. "Lord Vast Expanse, this way River Dragon King's battle technique, AI, isn't too brilliant. Look, the few of us, we're all here to support Lord Howhan." He frowned and waved his hand. "No, what do you mean by stealing the credit?" He spread his hand again. "Who are we bragging to, Don't you think so? Chu Liao Dragon King and Chi Chuan Dragon King hurriedly said, Yes. Lord Howhan, you can't be impulsive and delay the battle. Otherwise, the three of us can send troops to help Lord Howhan scout the situation first, so that your soldiers can rest for a while." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.